Welcome back to Velma's Diner. My name is Andre. What can I get you? Thanks so much for tuning in. It is Monday evening. It just turned dark outside, which is perfect for what we're embarking on to this evening. Welcome to night one of 3 here in the Feast of the Hemlock Vale. And we normally do stream on Wednesday evenings. This will be no different. We'll be back in just 2 days. But we had the time this evening. My partner's out, so I was at home. I'm like, hey, wait, this is one of the few days of the week where you don't usually do a video or something. Why not just do a video or something? And so here we are. I hope you're well. Welcome to the feast. So, for those who are just catching in, if you're new to the channel, welcome. The short and long is we're playing through Feast of the Hemlock Vale, which is the second last full expansion to come out. It's technically not within Chapter 2, which is this thing that now Fantasy Flight Games is doing now that they've soft rebooted the game. For those who pick up Chapter 2, the new Chapter 2 core set, it's all totally compatible with the old expansions, and that's not stopping us. And so the 2 characters we've been playing, or we're going to continue to play throughout this campaign, is Joe Diamond and Miguel, who are both Chapter 2 investigators. Notably, we are playing almost entirely Chapter 2 cards, besides some of the cards that came out in the Feast of Hemlock Vale Investigators expansion. Now, honestly, it's pretty minimal. It's only like a handful of cards. There's maybe like 3 or 4 in each of our decks. Some of them we chose to play for the fun of it. But yeah, this is largely Chapter 2 content, as much as Feast of Hemlock Vale is outside that. And I'm a huge fan of this. So the structure of this thing is... it's really cool. It's non-linear, and I'm usually not a huge fan of non-linear campaigns. But here we're given a choice. So day 1, we got to choose what expedition we want to go on. We went to the thing in the depths, the thing in the bog. And then night 1, well, we have to make some choices after this prelude starts. So we're going to start with our prelude the first evening, and then we'll figure out which direction we go. We technically still have a lot of choice, but I would highly recommend at night, do the thing that you can only do at night. So that's going to kind of railroad us, and it's honestly definitely for better. So here we are. This is the prelude. How things have just ended. We got through the bog. We rescued the Cheladrin Hydra, I want to say its name is. That might not be correct. The Cheladrin little turtle guy. We saved its life. Judith was threatening to shoot it. And after that, it turns out it's a very interesting creature. And that's going to do a lot to help Dr. Rosa Marquez and his notes. Her notes. So we're going to return to the town in the evening, and this is the prelude. Catching the stream after finishing the War Machine VOD. How's it going? Welcome. Yeah, for those who don't know, I have a channel where we do Marvel Champions content. We stream Friday and Sundays, and we just did a War Machine stream yesterday. It was quite fun, as much as War Machine kind of was a struggle. But prelude, the first evening. How's it going, by the way, Vision? As you return to Hemlock Vale, a young red-headed girl in a rabbit mask introduces herself as Rebecca, Mother Rachel's daughter, and leads you by the hand to a dinner in the commons. The long building's large barn doors are open to let out the rich scent of roasted vegetables and savory meat. The people of the Vale sit and eat in lively conversation, each of them in their white gold cloaks. At the head of the room, Mother Rachel stands up and calls for attention. Rebecca leads you to the now picked over dinner spread, and the room falls silent. Meine lieben Freunde, what a blessing that all of us have come here on a threshold of infinity. And what a greater blessing still that pilgrims have come here so full of light and curiosity. Mother Rachel gestures to Dr. Marquez to her right, and to you. We have waited for the right moment to open our community. Our community, which is truly the sanctuary of transfiguration we have long dreamed of. For each of us yearns to be remade as we wait to join our light with the light of the cosmos. The room bursts into applause as Leah Atwood and several locals place trays of honeyed cakes topped with robust red fruit in the center of each table. Your stomach rumbles as you take a bite of shriveled greens. It has a faint bitter taste and a sharp smell. One at a time, each investigator must decide individually. So each investigator gets to decide. Do we have to scroll down? Excuse me. No, I think we're good here. So either we can keep eating, and then there's something that we have to record in our campaign log, or don't eat anymore. So this is our choice whether we're going to have the food or not. Now, when we showed up here, they were asked whether we're here for the feast or not, and we were honest. We said we're here for the expedition. Mother Rachel didn't seem to like that. But generally eating the food, maybe that's an interesting thing to do. I'm pretty sure yesterday somebody joked that Joe Diamond specifically would be eating the food. Joe Diamond hasn't come off as being too clever in our campaign so far. So I'm going to say Joe is going to eat the food. Miguel probably can sustain on the land a bit more and maybe knows better. So we're going to say Joe has eaten the food. He has, again, remember that the investigator's name has finished their meal, while Miguel de la Cruz might remain a bit hungry. Now, we have a choice to make, and this is a big choice maybe in the evening. It says you may choose where to sit for the community meal. One at a time, each investigator may choose a different codex entry from the following. If there is only one investigator, you may choose 2 to resolve instead. After you read the appropriate number of sections, proceed to resolution 1. So this is also kind of similar to the Edge of the Earth, where at the night sections at camp, you can kind of check in on 1 per person, usually per investigator. And that kind of, progressed your relationships. And those relationships really mattered, and they will in this campaign as well. Just to recap, I don't think we're heavily incentivized to kind of like share an equal relationship level between every character here in Hemlock Vale. We're kind of, I think it's a bigger benefit if we like focus on somebody and really raise their relationship level. So I do want to say I need to pull it out, but I am doing my campaign tracker on the Arkham Cards app on my phone. It's fantastic. I don't have a way to pull it up here, but it will be tracking everything, but just kind of off the top of my head. What we do know is that we have a relationship level with everybody, a level relationship level with everybody besides Mother Rachel and Simeon, the kid, because we just weren't able to talk to him. But everybody else we have a good relationship with. Judith, I think, is the one that we probably want to be proceeding with more because we just interacted with her more because we have a relationship level and 1. And I think we might be actually already be up at 2 because we interacted with her in the bog and as much as we did upset her slightly. But I think that's who we want to be talking to. We can talk to somebody else here. So let's see what the options are. But I think Judith is probably our go-to, and then we'll see which way things make sense from there. So there's 6 different options of people you can talk to, to sit next to, right? So Dr. Marquez, Mother Rachel, and William sit at the head of the room at a large open table. To sit with them, read that codex. Otherwise, Judith's face is pinched in frustration as she talks to River. To join them at the outer edge of the commons, that's another codex entry. Leah's watching the room as Gideon talks to her. To join them in the center of the room commons. So Leah is Mother Rachel's sister, and Gideon is the sailor who has long-winded stories. We've already talked to both of them to some extent. We have like relationship of 1. Theo leans against the doorpost looking outside. To join him at the entrance of the commons, you go to Omega. Some children in animal masks eat honeyed cake in the corner. To sit with the Vale's youth, there's a codex entry. And then finally, to sit alone. If there's only 1 investigator, this option cannot be the first choice. So like we can choose to be loners if we want to. I think we probably want to talk to everyone. Joe Diamond currently has been the biggest fan of Judith. So I think we're going to start with Joe and we're going to go over to whatever the triangle symbol is. I think it's Delta, right? So we'll go to Codex Delta on page 32, which is the next page. It says best friends. The table's mood is decidedly icy as you sit down across from Judith and River. That's not what I meant, Judith glowers at River. I just said jazz makes my head spin. River takes a puff of their clove cigarette and winks at her. Daring an evening at the Cotton Club in Harlem will get the rest of you spinning too. It said darling, excuse me. I'm reading off the screen. It's pretty small. You must decide. So either River, Jazz is delightful if we want to make ourselves we want to impress River, or Jazz is hell, Judith, to go to Friends 3. I'm assuming we say Jazz is hell, Judith. That's going to make us be friends with Judith, who we're on track to be better friends with. So I think we're going to be doing that. So Jazz is hell. I didn't ask for your opinion, River huffs, then excuses themselves. Judith picks at an abnormally large chicken thigh. Last time I was in a club, I was working. 2 folks got in a brawl. A guy got shot. The damn band kept playing the whole time. And yes, it was Jazz. She cocked an eyebrow. I'm not sure if that's meant to be a reference to the Miskatonic, or sorry, to the Dunwich Legacy campaign. I don't think it exactly is. Increase Judith Park's relationship level, and every investigator earns 1 bonus experience, which is sick. We didn't talk about our decks. We've already upgraded them. In fact, the bonus experience you get through this, you can't use it until the scenario or the campaign tells you to. So we're not going to do it yet, but getting 1 in bonus experience is pretty fine. Let me just take a second to open this up. So if you don't know, this is Arkham Cards, the app. It's entirely free. It's made by, I don't know actually the name of the person who makes it, but it's kind of open source. Like I have a friend who's contributed features, and it's a really great place to track your campaign. So here we're seeing the first evening, and all of our choices, you can track through it and we'll remember it. So when you have to check the campaign log, this is so much better than writing it down on paper, if you ask me. Yeah, so I'm just going to update it in here as we go through. So Joe Diamond kept eating. Miguel did not eat anymore. All right, so Joe Diamond was going to sit next to Judith. So I'm just going to do that in the app. I should do this at the same time. Jazz is hell. And this will track a relationship level. Now I have to choose where Miguel is going to sit. Andy, how's it going? Can't stay. Just wanted to pop in and say hello and good luck tonight. May things go better than War Machine did. I mean, pretty low bar. No matter what, we're going to have a good time. Andy, thanks for dropping in. Hopefully you've been good. All right, so then we have the question, who is Miguel going to be sitting with? And so our options are with the kids, on your own, with Theo, and I'm pretty sure with Theo is interesting if you do like a certain scenario first where you go out and like talk with Theo and his family. So that's still okay. Leah's the cook and Gideon is the sailor. So far, we don't know much of their stories. Generally, if you progress them, you kind of know a bit about their stories. I am kind of tempted to go to Mother Rachel and Dr. Marquez and William, just because like we're going to be on Rosa's main path for this campaign run. So she always tells you which expedition she's going to go on I think 2 to 3 days. And I think that's what we're going to be following, as much as I forget what the second expedition is. So I think we're going to go sit at that table and see what the choices are, because maybe making ourselves friendly to Mother Rachel is worth something. As much as her as a character is not really good for our team, because she cares about willpower and we don't. But I do think making ourselves reasonable friends with Mother Rachel probably will serve us well in the long run. So let's go to, I think this is Sai. I'm pretty sure this is Sai. All right, Codex, the Legacy 1. Yeah, here we go. Let me just flip this over. As you seat yourself across from William and Mother Rachel, a thin older woman with bronze skin stares morosely at you. Mother, please. William vainly attempts to spoon feed her chowder as her eyes follow you, lips pursed. Mother Rachel and Dr. Marquez sip earthy tea as you seat yourself. I've been wondering about the history of this place, the professor says to Mother Rachel. She nods to you to speak up. So you must decide what to say. Who are the Atwoods, which is proceed to one of them? Who are the Children of the Stars, and who are the Hemlocks? I don't know if these are going to really matter too much. There is some sort of like family relationship thing going on about the 2 big families here in Hemlock Vale. There's the Hemlocks and the Atwoods. So asking about one of them might be a bit interesting. I think if we want to like ingratiate ourselves to Mother Rachel, we probably should go for the second one, which is who are the Children of the Stars, just to be asking about that. Clearly something's up here. We have no idea what it is. And I think learning a bit more about that like obvious mythos might be more fun than learning about the family lineage. So let's try that one. So we're going to Legacy 3. Mother Rachel smiles magnanimously. It's hard to say. We are simply quiet people of good faith. I was born on Hemlock Isle and studied abroad for many years. I attended seances with Sarah Winchester, studied mesmerism in France, and became a member of the Ghost Club in London. Everywhere I studied, I learned more and more of our connectedness, our many-faceted oneness, and so I brought my learning home, to my family, where it always belonged. Increase Mother Rachel's relationship by 1. Each investigator earns 1 bonus experience. So we got 2 bonus experience from that, which is pretty good. Let me just like chat that in here. So we did that, and then we asked about the Children of the Stars. Sometimes like the only downside of the app is when you don't use the app only shows you everything that's relevant to you. So like we wouldn't see the results of 4 and of 2. Technically, you're not meant to read them, but I think it's really interesting when you do setup and you see the things in setup that you're meant to skip. That's my only downside of the app. The app will just skip the things you're meant to skip, but in setups where it's like, oh, if you have done this, do this instead, you won't see that line. It doesn't show up in the app. So you don't actually get to see how wide the setup options are. All right, so I think we've done that. After do that, proceed to resolution 1. So that should be on this page. Cool. So technically there's a resolution. This is not a real scenario, but it's an interlude. They still use resolutions, which is interesting. The evening chatter fades as residents trickle out of the commons. There is an uncharacteristic spring in Dr. Marquez's step as you reconvene outside the commons. The sunset casts the sky in shades from ochre to lilac to violet. The professor cracks a handful of walnuts and as you share your impressions of Hemlock Isle. The island has the density and special variants of a jungle, but is far more dangerous than any jungle. I have no clue why someone would start a commune in such a hazardous environment, but I understand it wasn't always so deadly. Something was introduced and fundamentally changed the local ecosystem, Marquez muses. You mentioned the unusually good mood shared by everyone in the village, and the professor nods. Most everyone looks blissed out of their minds. It's like walking into an opium den. But as far as I can tell, the food isn't laced with anything, though I didn't try the bread pudding. I never liked bread, and the last time I had pudding was in Oxford. The professor's reference to the prestigious university brings Bertie Musgrave to mind, and you ask, where is he? You haven't seen him? I assumed he went back to the boarding house to rest, she scowls. Theo offered to lend us his truck for the evening. I thought we could observe some of the local wildlife at night, but I suppose we should find him first. A heavy breeze stirs the trees and grass around you, smelling of cedar and pine. Dr. Marquez grips her cane. If you'd rather take the truck and continue the survey, I can look for Bertie on my own. And so now we have a choice. It says each investigator earns the bonus experience award in this prelude. Record each bonus experience under unspent experience, but do not spend it. So we have 2 experience floating. We just can't use it right now. Then we have to make a choice. The investigators must decide. Either we can search for Bertie Musgrave with Dr. Marquez and proceed to the Twisted Hollow. The Twisted Hollow is one of the 2 or 3, technically, special nighttime scenarios. So it's a scenario you can only go on at night, which, again, if the game gives you something unique, you generally do want to follow that trail. Otherwise, though, we can gather more information on Hemlock Isle's unique ecosystems, and we can go to the area surveyed, of which now there's 4 left, I think, and just go choose to do one of our surveys. We saw when we did our first survey, the day scenario about the thing in the depths, it has like slightly different rules and setup, and it works differently at night. So if you want to go do that, you can do your day scenario at night, but Bertie Musgrave seems to be a central character, let alone this scenario 6. So we're going to do it anyways. What's really wild is if you go off and to do the day survey, it adds tokens to the chaos bag for the remainder of the campaign, which is just not good. There's not a lot of like really good reasons to do the day things at night, but the night scenarios are also like quite difficult. So there's a bit of a balancing act there. So we're going to proceed to Twisted Hollow on page 34, which is the first night scenario. So I'm going to just put that in the app. We go on, proceed to the Twisted Hollow. Okay. Joe Diamond will be the lead. No, Miguel is going to be the lead. Yeah. All right. Intro 1. I should have known better than to let the little twit go off on his own. I swear on his precious little grave, if I find that boy plucking violets and reciting poetry, I will have him expelled. Dr. Marquez almost spits the words as she leads you to one of the Vale's supply sheds. It was worth knowing that yesterday, Bertie Musgrave went out to go look at the wildlife, so in the forest, so he just hasn't come back, right? Dr. Marquez almost spits the words as she leads to one of the Vale's supply sheds. Searching the village yielded no result. Just a pile of books and Bertie's leather satchel in his room at the boarding house. Nobody seems to have seen him since the morning. The professor opens the rickety shed and grabs an old barn lantern from an iron hook. Look for oil, she says gruffly. You mentioned the locals' warnings against going out at night, and the professor wraps her cane on an empty oil can. All the more reason to find Bertie. A long shadow falls across you both, and you turn to see Mother Rachel silhouetted against the sunset. You all left so quickly after dinner. Is there something I can help you find? The investigators must decide. Either we can tell her the truth in which we're going out into the woods at night, which is totally ill-advised by all the locals, or we can lie to her. This is interesting. I don't think we would lie to her. I think we have no reason to hide things from her. Obviously, things are a bit suspicious and weird. The place is kind of strange, but I have no reason why we would lie to Mother Rachel. So far, she's only been good to us. So I think we're going to tell her the truth and proceed to intro 2. Again, this is really fun too, because you can like RPG, you can like role play as your characters, or you can choose like mechanical choices. This is a mixture of both, but yeah, I don't think we would lie to her. Poetry plus violets equals expulsion. I just don't think the student handbook could have been any clearer. Hey, Lupin, how's it going? I mean, yeah, you should have known better. There's the poetry is a bit much. As you share the dire situation, the elderly woman nods gravely. As I said when you arrived in the Vale, we do not venture out at night. However, your friend will likely not survive the night if left alone. She eyes Dr. Marquez's old lantern. Please, take my lantern. Stay in the light and you will find the way much safer. She leads you to the edge of the forest as the sun sets. The forest air is unnaturally thick, and you find it hard to breathe, but you follow the matron nonetheless. Eventually, Mother Rachel leads you to a broad open field and gestures to the tenebrous shadows. From here, you take your lives into your own hands. The people of the Vale will pray for your safe return. Hazy lights dance around the meadow's yarrow and asters. Mother Rachel points into the murky abyss. If all else fails, return to the fireflies. In your campaign log, record that Mother Rachel has showed the way. Add a cultist token to the bag for the remainder of the campaign. So we haven't had any cultists in the bag now, so we're adding them. This scenario does this, and also like the Drowned City does that. Anytime that you interact with like human cult members, it usually adds cultist tokens to the bag. So we'll see if that's going to be beneficial or negative for us. Usually it's negative. So let me just grab one real quick. All right, into the bag. The bag is not that big. I'll do a token check. Knowing how many tokens are in the bag is really good to do some shorthand math about probability of successes. And in our map, we're going to tell her the truth. Sorry, in our log off camera. Cool. So now I think we're just like straight to setup. So give me one moment. Trust everyone's good. So proceed to setup. So technically you're meant to do setup after you mulligan. Classically, we're just not going to do that. I played this campaign before, so it's not going to be a huge surprise. So we gather all the cards from the following encounter sets. So we have a thing for this. So these encounter sets are quite cool. Firstly, it's the first day as much as the first night. So we're going to still have 3 copies of Swarm in the deck. The Twisted Hollow is going to have some stalking hybrids and some of the greatest art. That Fear card art is fantastic. The forest we've seen before, so there's a lot of creatures out there, a lot of flora and fauna. Some of them deal with us, and I think they'll actually act differently at night. Myconids, the first time we've seen these mushrooms. There's a bunch of big enemies in there, one really big enemy. And otherwise, that's kind of it. And so far, we're 2 scenarios in, and we haven't touched a single card from the original core set, or what would now be Chapter 2 core set. So like, this is a really easy play if you just grab your Chapter 2. I don't know if that changes that greatly in the near future. I think there's only a couple encounter sets that are reused. So put the night 1 time marker card into play, make your own path. This is the time night 1 card. It's the backside of that sort of like triptych of day 1, night 1. I love the art of this. The artist credit is Francesca Berald, I believe. It's kind of hard to read, it's small. In which the forest comes alive with many creatures, great and small. That's nice. The moon doesn't look so happy. So check your campaign log. If Mother Rachel showed your way, find the Veil Lantern story asset with the Boon trait and put it into play in control of an investigator, lit side face up. Remove the other Veil Lantern from the game. If there's only one investigator, the Veil Lantern does not take up a hand slot during the scenario. So this is actually going to take up a hand slot. And I think actually it might make sense to take a second here. So technically you can make this decision after you mulligan to figure out whose hands are more contested. But let's just talk really quickly about how we upgraded the decks, because I think that's going to decide entirely who's going to be holding this lantern. So we had 2 decks here, and last scenario we had 7 experience amongst each of them had 7 experience, is what I'm trying to say. And for Joe Diamond, I think the way that we upgraded is a bit more interesting. So first thing we added was charisma, right? And the big thing with our deck is we have a lot of really good allies in Joe's card pool. In fact, Joe has access to 2 of the fantastic level 0 allies you get in Chapter 2. You have Logan Hastings, who's the one that helps you fight and gets you money for fighting and gives you a fight stat. And then on the other side, we have Dorothy Simmons, who is the one that gives you a book stat and she lets you get clues, and that also gives you money. And this deck is running 2 Dorothys and 2 Logans. And then which one do we play? The question is like, which one did we draw first, largely? But now with Charisma, we can play 1 of each, which is just fantastic. Again, Logan Hastings, really quite good at 0 XP. As much as there's better like XP allies and Guardian, technically we're only locked to level 2 Guardian cards. And then on the other side, we have Dorothy, and she's also really quite good, excuse me. So that was 3 of experience. This card is permanent. Notably, permanent cards start in play. They can't leave play. And also, they don't take up your deck size. So when you add this to your deck, you don't have to take a card out, which sometimes is an upside, sometimes is a downside. But that's great. It's a really good start. Notably, we're not going to show this on the table the same way we don't put Joe Diamond on the table. This scenario has one of the biggest maps, if not very much the biggest map we've ever played on Velma's Diner. I do not know how that's going to go for us. So we're going to have to be very careful about table space. So we're not going to show either of these cards, but we know that's there. The next card I added is one of the cards from the Hemlock Vale, and it's Steady-Handed. And this is a card that I've actually played somewhat consistently, as much as I don't think it's actually that good. It is only one experience, so it's like super, super accessible. It costs 2. It takes up no slot, which is nice, and it's science and talent traded. It says when you would succeed a skill test, exhaust Steady-Handed. If you succeed by 1 more, and then you can choose to either succeed by 1 more or 1 less. If you succeed by exactly 2, heal 1 horror. A nick can be the difference between life and death. And it shows some students in the auditorium, or technically this thing, there's a name for where they do surgery. It's always like a really weird name. But yeah, this is a way to manipulate your success and your failure. That was what science was about. And science was a really big sub theme in the Hemlock Vale investigators. In fact, the secret investigator was a scientist. The cool thing about this card, it actually has like really interesting synergy with Dorothy Simmons and some of the cards from chapter 2. Because Dorothy Simmons wants you to succeed by 1 or 3, as much as Steady-Handed on its own wants you to succeed by 2. But it gives you this decision point where, like, once Steady-Handed is down, you can now use Steady-Handed to largely force Dorothy to give you credits or resources. And if you don't need resources, you can just use Steady-Handed to heal your horror. And this card is technically infinite horror healing, which is kind of fantastic. Now, it's only once per turn because it exhausts, but for a 2-cost slotless, like, it's worth 1 action, and it usually will heal 2 to 3 horror or fire Dorothy a bit more consistently. So kind of not bad for 1 experience. Now, the last 3 experiences on Autopsy Report, which is a card that I totally didn't remember came out in, this actually came out in chapter 2. This is in Carolyn Fern's deck. It takes up 1 of our hand slots, as much as we can get an extra slot for a tool, so maybe our magnifying glass won't take a hand slot. And it says, after an enemy at your location is defeated, you can exhaust the Autopsy Report to immediately investigate with +X book skill, which is X is equal to the enemy's printed health, up to +5. So if something just gets defeated, you get to exhaust this. And like, honestly, the extra book stat doesn't really matter because we're already up at 6 book. Well, technically, no, I have to reset that intellect stat 4, but we will be up to 6 book once we get all our numbers up. Why did that not work? Oh, no, it did work. There you go. So yeah, that's pretty good numbers for now. Again, we're 2, 4, 4, 2. Our agility stat needs to be reset. We didn't reset our stats from the last scenario we played. Sorry, that's not right. Should be 2. Anyways, this is just good. Like, it's fine. It's just clickless clues. And one of the problems we have with the card pool outside of magnifying glass, or sorry, outside of fingerprint kit, is like there's not a lot of click compression when it comes to getting multiple clues. There's not that many ways to do it in chapter 2. And so this is a way to get fast clues, which is kind of like getting multiple clues. So it's not bad at all. And it also means there's more chances to fire Dorothy and like Steady-Handed, which is cool. So that's our 7 experience. Now we swap over and just let me fix his stats. So he should be 3, 2, 3, 4. So agility will sit down to 4. The 2 cards we added are 2 of the same cards. It's 2 copies of Longbow. And I think people in chat were talking about how much they've enjoyed Longbow. And Longbow, the last time I played Miguel off camera, this was the first upgrade I made to the deck. So we did float 1 experience, but we spent 6 out of our 7 on 2 copies of Longbow. Now, Longbow is just such a sick card. This is largely a functional reprint of a card that existed in the original core set, as much as it wasn't Survivor, it was neutral. This comes in with 1 arrow. It uses both of your hands. It says spend an arrow to fight with your agility, which is 6. Our agility is 4, and we have ways to boost it. You get +2, which brings us at least up to 6. And this attack does 3 damage, which is absurdly good. And the attack also ignores aloof keyword, which is fantastic. It has certain scenarios more than others. I don't know if aloof is going to be huge in this scenario. I think aloof probably happens more at day than it does at night. I think at night things lose aloof. At day, I think they gain aloof. As an action, you have to replenish an arrow. So it is click intensive. Like in theory, it takes you 2 actions to do 3 damage, which is slightly below rate. But there's going to be a lot of like 3 health enemies. And the fact that we can just shoot them with our good stat, and then when we have an extra action on a downturn, reload this, that's kind of the idea. This replaces our pocket knife, which like is kind of an underwhelming card, at least low player counts. And this cost 1 hand slot. Longbow costs 2 hand slots. So we're going to just keep all our hand slots open for longbows and save 1 experience. For that reason, I do think we need to give the lantern to Joe, just because our hand slots have to be on the longbow. Also, Joe has access to this in his deck, which is Tinker. And Tinker we can attach to a tool, and I'm pretty sure the what's it called is a tool. The lantern's a tool. And that means it'll take a fewer hand slots or accessory slots, whatever you attach this to. So that's really nice. So we can actually have like 3 things on the table, even with Joe. Cool. That's it. I think we can go back to the campaign and sort this thing out. So it says, Mother Rachel has shown us the way. So we get the lantern with the boon trait, and we're going to go give it to Joe. This is the Vale Lantern, the Beacon of Hope. It's a 2-cost hand slot. It says Vale Lantern's location and each connecting location lose the dark trait. We have no idea what that means. As a reaction, when an investigator at your location moves into and reveals a forest location, exhaust Vale Lantern and they ignore that location's forest effect. So it seems like entering a new location is going to have some sort of cost associated with it, and this can deny it by exhausting it. When Veil Lantern would leave play, flip it over and place it at the nearest location instead. Who knows what that text means? That's pretty cool. There's also going to be something on the back of this because it says flip it over, but I don't know inherently if you're allowed to check the back of cards unless you're allowed to check the back of the card, which just doesn't tell us that we can. Anyways, this is going to start in Joe's hand. It will take up a hand slot, so we'll work around that. Next, set the Twisted Hollow and Glimmering Meadow. Sorry, it says that the investigators lost the path to do this, but we didn't because we did the Mother Rachel one. So set the Twisted Hollow and Glimmering Meadow locations aside out of play. Both are the revealed side of a Western Woods. Then, based off the number of investigators in the game, which we have 1 or 2, randomly remove 2 locations from the game without looking at them. Okay, so we have a stack of these. Mind you, the 2 that they want us to hold on to are the Twisted Hollow and the Glimmering Meadows. There's a whole bunch of these Western Woods. They all have the same front. The backs are probably not all unique, but there's probably a whole bunch of them. So we're just going to shuffle these up and randomly remove 2. So we'll just do 1, 2. Cool. So we can't check what these are. I don't know if we're going to see all of these. Mind you, there's a lot of locations and they will all show up. And you have to keep moving the board on this one. This one's going to be a bit of a headache to do in person, but I love this scenario. I think it's really, really exciting. All right, check your campaign log. If Mother Rachel showed the way, put the Glimmering Meadow location into play and each investigator begins to play at the Glimmering Meadow, and she did. So we're going to start here in the middle of the board at the Glimmering Meadow. This is the Glimmering Meadow. The art on these are fantastic, like most of the Hemlock Vale art. Comes in with no clues, 2 Shroud. As an action, you can just resign. So we can any percent speed run this if we want to. As an action, you can also heal 1 horror, limit once per round, but we're all full health still. A dim, though distinct luminosity seemed to inhere in all the vegetation, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, from Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. Remember, she said to follow the fireflies, and you do see the fireflies on this art, which is great. Okay, then I think we have to do just a bit more setup here, but not too much. If it's not already in play, shuffle the set-aside Glimmering Meadow location along with each remaining Western Woods location to form the Woods deck. Draw the top 4 cards of the Woods deck and put them into play above, below, and to the right of the starting location. So yeah, if it's not already in play, that's a really good way to word that. So we're going to take these 4 and not the Twisted Hollow specifically. Hey, Bebix, how's it going? I hope you have a great game. Love these 2-handed solo games. Hey, thanks for the kind words. I'm enjoying them, hopefully, as much. I'm quite enjoying them is what I'm trying to say. Hopefully you've been well, huh? This one's a really big one, and it's like the night scenarios are much longer, as much as we don't have to do like the start of day interlude. So we might actually start a bit earlier on Wednesday in just 2 days because there's a lot to do in a single night, technically a single day. So we just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's this like inherent rules text in the front of Hemlock Vale that just reminds you anytime that there's a location or locations don't have like connection icons, they are just located, they're connected orthogonally. So Glimmering Meadow is attached to the Western Woods, which is attached to the Glimmering Meadow. These are not attached because diagonal is not orthogonal. So everything is attached up, down, left, and right. So that's really simple. Keeps things really easy. You don't need any connections. There's no like nothing to worry about there. All right. Yeah. Check your campaign log and gather each story asset from the Residence Encounter set. The set is indicated by the following icons. So if Theo Peters' relationship levels 2 or higher, set him aside. I'm just going to double check. There's no shot. I think he's relationship level 1, but I'm going to be checking the app. So Theo Peters' relationship is 1, and the only person whose relationship level is 3 is currently Judith. So everyone's 1 besides Simeon, and Judith is 3. If Judith's relationship levels 2 or higher, set her aside. So we're going to do that. Put Dr. Rosa Marquez into play under the control of an investigator. For the remainder of the scenario, she does not take up an ally slot. Set Bertie Musgrave's aside out of play and remove the rest of the residents. Set aside the special agenda. Okay, we'll do that. Shuffle the encountered cards into the encounter deck. Wait, I think I missed something up here. There should be some text I definitely... No, I think that's it. That is actually it. Cool. All right. Yeah, no, that is it. Okay, cool. So shuffle the remaining encounter decks to build a deck. I've done that. We'll reshuffle it. And we have to grab Rosa Marquez. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. So we've seen Rosa before. Cool thing about Rosa is that she always has this text, as much as you're generally not incentivized to read the text immediately. It says a reaction you can choose after you discover the last clue at your location, but largely you want to wait later into the scenario is what I've learned. While you control Dr. Rosa Marquez, you get +1 book and +1 evade. Now that's actually really interesting because both of those stats are relevant for both of our characters. Miguel does use his evade for everything, and this will bring him up to 5 evade, as much as Daniel can bring him up to 6. But on the other side of the table, like Joe also wants to use the book, and this will bring him up to 5 book immediately, which is also quite good. I think the good thing about Rosa is that it brings Joe up to 3 evade, which means that he can evade if he needs to. And we know that there's 3 copies of at least Swarm in the deck, which punishes you for having low evade. So I think this could go either way. She doesn't take up an ally slot, but I'm going to do it once again where we're going to give Rosa to Joe alongside the Veil Lantern, which like a bit greedy. He does get a bit of everything, but that's not too bad. Again, you're meant to do your mulligan first, so we could have seen our opening hand and then made a better decision based off of that, but that's okay. This will just be a bit simpler. Okay, this is the encounter deck. We've shown what's in it. I'm just gonna do a shuffle. I've already shuffled this off camera, and then we're kind of in a good spot. I think these are here, right? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we'll talk about the act and agenda and the token card in just a second. We'll shuffle this. We have to shuffle our decks really well because they're, well, not super sorted, but we did upgrade them. We have to shuffle them. Okay, so there's a pile of Western Woodses here. We're just gonna put them off to the side here. We're gonna be grabbing cards from that, and then we'll just shuffle this deck. How's everyone doing? Usually not the most active crowd when we stream on a day that's like not our usual day because people don't know to show up, but I trust everyone's doing well. If you're new to this channel, again, the subscribers on this channel, they keep going up, which is quite nice. So I think people have been finding this as much as I've not been like advertising it. So if you're new here, how's it going? We do sometimes do streams at weird hours. So like you are kind of incentivized to subscribe to the channel as much as I don't want to hold that over you. But I'm really like, I don't often want to just do one stream a week because that means a campaign will take us like, 7-8 weeks or however long it is. I think this one's technically like 6 weeks, right? Ideally, we wrap this campaign up right in the middle of August because I think that's when the new campaign comes out, the vampire campaign, which I do not know the name of, but the first like chapter 2, it's not really a full campaign. It's still only 3 scenarios, but we are kind of recommended to like, make sure we're always pushing forward because timing the end of this campaign with the beginning of that campaign would actually serve us quite well, I think. Okay, the last thing here is that we have to remember there's always a codex. And so Rosa already has a codex on it, but there's a whole bunch of entries on the back. Oh, actually, we should read this really quickly. There's some rules we'll go through, but that largely should be it. Let me just like pile shuffle this and we can look at some rules. I don't think I can read them at the same time, though. That's an issue. All right, so darkness level. So a lot of times there's some rules text here that just says the rules don't mean anything until they mean anything, and that's probably going to be no different here. Throughout the scenario, the number of resources under darkness level on the scenario reference card is indicated as the current stage of night. As time ticks down, resources are added to the current darkness level, and play continues until the investigators reach a certain darkness level. The current darkness level has no inherent game effect on its own. However, some encounter cards will reference it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we missed the line here where we have to add a darkness level. Yeah, so place 1 resource on the scenario reference card under darkness level. For the remainder of the scenario, the number of resources under darkness level indicate the passage of time. So we don't technically need this card on the table, but we'll put it here. And we'll put a big old dice here. And that means we're darkness 1. That number will probably go up, maybe go down. Location adjacency. So during the scenario, locations will be arranged in a set pattern with new locations from the woods deck emerging adjacent to existing locations unrevealed. If a location has no shared edges, it's not adjacent. Okay. And then pursuit is a totally new thing that only shows up in this scenario. Some cards in the scenario reference an area called the pursuit area. The pursuit area is an out of play area next to the act and agenda deck, which enemies enter and leave via card effects. Generally speaking, enemies will move to the pursuit area as night progresses. Although the pursuit area is out of play, whenever an enemy moves to or from the pursuit area, it keeps all tokens and attachments. So it is an out of play area. So if there's a doom on an enemy, I don't think it counts from there. But like if you do 3 damage to an enemy and it ends up in the pursuit area, it'll keep its 3 damage, which is nice. Enemies in the pursuit area are considered to be in pursuit. Enemies that are in pursuit are considered to be out of play and cannot be affected by player cards or investigator actions. However, enemies that are in pursuit can re-enter play by a variety of card abilities. Oh, it even says here, while enemies are in pursuit, ignore all forced effects on these enemies. Doom on enemies in pursuit is out of play and thus does not count. Sick reminder text. I've no doubt I would have that question immediately. So that's really, really great. All right, and there's a map here, which will only matter in the near future. And I just want to show you here, there's a bunch of codex stuff. So we'll get to that sooner than later, I reckon. That's mostly it. So we want to make sure that we have enough space. Dr. Rosa Marquez is going to give us +1 book. So intellect set 5, agility set 3, which is not a bad start. So we have way more stats than we normally do. I don't think it matters who we're going to mulligan first for. Actually, I think it does slightly matter that we're going to start with we're going to mulligan first with Miguel. And that is because if Miguel finds a weapon, we're not heavily incentivized to like mulligan for a weapon with Joe. And he can kind of stick on secret duty, which he largely is going to be kind of, I think as this deck gets better, it'd be better doing damage. And then this can be better at clues. As much as the chapter 2 card pool is pretty small, we'll figure it out. So we're going to mulligan here for Miguel. Just so we're on the same page, Miguel has a really good text. Man, Miguel is such a cool character. Is locked to only playing survivor cards, but says you may take an additional action during your turn, which only may be used to play an event. Elder Sign just grabs a trick or trap card from your discard pile, adds it to your hand. Usually those are our events. I'm more at home out in the wild than anywhere else. So we really want to get our bow. We desperately also want to get Daniel Jameson, who is like fantastic for the deck for so many reasons. And I need to shout out Daniel Jameson is amazing with the bow too, because if you biff the bow, it's a really expensive test to biff. And you generally only biff to the autofail because your numbers are so good. But when you biff the bow, this says after you fail an attack or evasion, you can just do it again with +1. And that means you actually do kind of generate a free arrow from my understanding, which is really quite good. So that's just insurance on something that is a bit risky because it is a bit feast or famine if you want to look at it like that. So longbow, Daniel Jameson, his Mac knapsack is his best card in a lot of ways because it just keeps his game plan going. And an emergency cache is like hella good because it is a clickless 3 resources, which is incredible. All right, first card glassing. This is our clue event. Not too bad. It's a 2-cost event, so it's a bit expensive. We probably won't keep it, but it's one of our better spells because it is relevant as soon as turn 1, as much as there's no clues here. Unexpected Courage. Probably don't keep that. It's not an event. It's not a bad card, but it's not a setup card. Daniel, definitely going to keep Daniel. So now we're looking for the bow. Just gives us +1, and we can now evade and fight super safely. Can't open it with an enemy. Emergency cache, probably worth keeping. Now, if we want a hard mulligan, but we already have something keepable in our hand. So I'm assuming we're going to keep these two and play e-cache for fun. And then we get Stalk Prey, which is a card that you want to get a bit later because it grabs an enemy and you want to be set up with that enemy, let alone a trap. So I think we're going to mulligan these 3 and just keep these 2. And the best thing, again, that we draw here is our bow and our knapsack. Same old thing. Okay, it's another econ card. It's not bad. It just gives you like functionally +3 resources to play events, which is okay. We get our longbow because that's amazing. Okay, this is a really good opening. The next best card we could grab is that like 2-cost like recursion event card. It's not that. It's Do or Die, which is still not bad. So this is just a skill card that after you commit it, if you're successful, you can choose an asset or event that's Survivor from your discard pile and add it back to your hand. Now, we don't have any, largely, but this is a really good setup. So even if we don't move here, we can do like e-cache, Daniel, longbow, same old thing. 3, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we can just do all of that and be set up. And I don't care going to low money because when we have same old thing, we'll have money to play whatever event we top deck. So really quite good. The only card we really not want here is our knapsack, which is a 1 of in like all these cards. So good luck to our friend here. Let me just get the patented divider bar. I mean, maybe we don't need it. Generally, I divide the 2 hands, but I mean, you can tell who has the red cards. We'll still get it. Oh, we're going to check the bag really quickly before we start too. I just want to know how many tokens there are, just so that we can get some good math. Some good estimations. You love me heuristic, don't you? All right, it's Joe Diamond. We're going to be drawing 5 cards as well. Deduction. This gets you more clues. Generally, I want to mulligan for setup cards. Like deduction is not bad. Generally, the high shroud locations where you want to play this come a bit later, but all these locations on the table are random, so we don't know if we're going to need it as soon as turn 2, but not a card we keep. Detective's Intuition. I don't have anything good to say about this. It's like kind of disappointing because it's his unique card and it's like so not that memorable. Vicious Blow. I mean, it's damage. We probably don't need to keep damage in our opening hand because we have the bow. At least that will deal with 1 thing a turn. Okay, we're not keeping any of this so far. So far, pretty rough. And we have 4 allies in the deck. Oh, that's terrible. I'm doing a full mulligan. That's really bad. Deeper we go. Okay, Perception. I mean, it's a cantrip. Yay. M1911. So this is what I talked about. Like, we probably wouldn't keep this. We'd only keep this and be excited to keep it at least if we did not have a longbow, but it's a gun. We have Bounty, so we seem to be more of a Guardian deck here than anything else. Okay, that's great. That's a magnifying glass. We want that as soon as possible. That'll bring our technically our intellect to 6, which is pretty good against most locations. And then the best thing here would be an ally. It's another Vicious Blow. Weird mulligan. Not great. Not too great at all. Let's just shuffle these back in and we should be off. All right, so act and agenda. There's a secret agenda set aside, so who knows what that means. Sometimes that only shows up if something good or bad happens. Sometimes it's inevitability. So act. Let's start with the agenda, excuse me. So the agenda is, and there's only one agenda. It's called Deepening Dark. One thing I do want to shout out, and I guess I'll pay more attention to this in a second, but I've been looking up a bunch of this art because I use it on thumbnails, so I get to see a bit of the art better. And again, being able to blow up the art is one of my favorite things of doing this on a stream. But one thing that wasn't obvious to me is that this art on the agenda and this art on the act, for every scenario so far, it's the same piece of art. They commission one art and then they cut it in ways so that can be framed. But you can see it if you go on Rob Lasky's like website that this art actually is one piece and then they just like cut it like this. But it's intentionally commissioned to be one piece, which, you know, has the framing that works like this, which is pretty clever, economic in some ways. But yeah, a lot of these are all, I think all the act agenda splits are a single card, which is kind of cool. So Deepening Dark, only 3 Doom. The silent woods thrum with the sound of hungry creatures and stalking shadows. Forced. After a location is revealed, put locations into play from the top of the woods deck into play above, below, to the left, and to the right of that location. I don't remember explaining what the woods deck is. I think it did, but the woods deck, mind you, is all these woods left over, which is every woods besides 2 randomly and whatever's on the table. So anytime we enter a location, basically it's going to continue to spawn the woods in all direction, kind of like walking forward in Minecraft. It will just make things in front of you. Forrest, when the investigation phase ends, each investigator at a dark location must either draw an enemy in pursuit with the highest evade or take one horror, which cannot be canceled. So if you ever end your turn in the dark, and it's when the investigation phase ends, so technically not when you end your turn, but when the whole investigation phase ends, if you are in the dark, which I think every location might just have the dark text on it, the Glimmering Meadow does, you either have to draw an enemy in the pursuit, which we have no idea how to get there, or we have to take one horror, which eventually will kill us. In fact, our decks have no horror healing. Actually, Joe Diamond does. We added that steady-handed card. I want to shout out the Veil Lantern here. The Veil Lantern specifically says, and I think this is because we have the nicer lantern, because it's the lantern that was lent to us by Mother Rachel. This one says this says the locations, the Veil Lantern's location and each connecting location lose the dark trait. I think the base lantern only gives your location not to have the dark trait, but technically if Joe is here, all of the locations on the table are bright. So maybe it'll depend which way we got it first. Why are you making me choose between you and the Neon Static? I'll see you in the VOD. I felt pretty guilty too, but I was at home on a Monday. I'm like, I want to play some Arkham, but yeah, Neon Static, if you don't know, are a great Netrunner channel, and they stream every second Monday, so they are streaming right now. Normally I can't get to watch them because I'm usually playing Arkham on Monday nights with my Arkham group, but recently we're on break for the next couple of weeks because one of my friends is walking across Quebec, and he's doing a great job. He's like halfway there where he's gonna go, so the summer's been a bit quieter for Arkham in some ways. All right, the act. Mind you, there's only one agenda, so when that hits 3, probably something like this number will go up, something like that, because it's not going to be over in 3 turns. Desperate search. There must be some trace or clue of Bertie in these woods. Your only hope is you aren't already too late. Each enemy without a discrete spawn instruction gains spawn. When this enemy is drawn from the counter deck, put that enemy in the pursuit area. So we are actually seemingly safe from enemies. Enemies will show up in the pursuit area, and the only way they'll come out of the pursuit area, maybe there's encounter cards, but mostly if you end your turn in the dark, you can either take a horror or spawn something on you. So you have a lot of choices already, which is really quite fun. Objective at the end of the round, if each investigator is at the same lair traded location, you may choose to spend 6 clues as a group to advance. So everyone has to be at the same layer, and you have to have 6 clues. Now, the interesting thing about the setup is that we remove 2 locations randomly from play. So that means there's guaranteed to be at least 3 layers in the whole pile. Maybe it's 4, but there's at least 3. Because technically you can remove any 2 locations in this scenario that can't brick, which maybe we're lucky, and that means there's like still 3 layers in here. So it's somewhere between 1 and 3 is all I'm saying, but we don't know. Again, the layers could be on the table, and that's kind of it. Tokens. I guess we should check in first. Twisted Hollow and Standard. Skulls minus X. X is the current darkness level, so -1. Cultist, we now have -1 heal 1 damage for your investigator. That's so cool to get a bit of support action. So we feel the warmth and the hope from Mother Rachel. If we pull that, we actually heal damage, which is obviously not too bad. A tablet, I don't think we have 1 tablet. We'll double check in a second. It's -3 if you fail. Find the enemy in pursuit with the highest evade spawn at your location. That could be bad. And the fish face -4, it's pretty rough if you fail to take a horror. Generally, we don't often play around the -4 because there's only 1 in the bag. Now there's 2 in the bag technically, but I don't actually think we have a fish face. I'm just going to do a quick check here to make sure that the app lines up with our bag because I trust the app more. But the app will tell you that we currently have 2 skulls, 1 tablet, 1 cultist, autofail, elder sign. So there's 17 tokens in the bag, which means like each token has a 7% chance. I think that's right. 6%, somewhere between there. But I think that's what this is. Let's do a quick check. So yeah, +1. So we're gonna do this quickly. 2 zeros. There should be 3 -1s there. She is. 2 -2s, a -3, and a -4. So the worst the bag right now is -4. Eventually it'd be worse. 2 skulls, a tablet, a cultist, elder sign, autofail. You always put the autofail last, and then you're like, wait a second, I have to shuffle the heck out of this. Got in here a bit late. What upgrades did you end up going with? Tony, how's it going? We went for 2 longbows, which we have 1 in our hand, and we floated 1 experience for Miguel. And then on Joe's side, we were playing Charisma to get the extra ally slot because our deck has 4 allies, and they're all quite good. We have Steady Handed from Hemlock. So we can now like force Dorothy Simmons to give us $1 or get some horror healing, which is nice. And then we're playing an autopsy report. which is just like a free investigate when something dies at our location. And things are dying at our location, and we have a lot of control of moving enemies around, so it's a nice little synergy package. How's it going? Glad you can make it at our secret stream time. I just need to catch up on my coffee because it's probably really cold, and we can start. So all we need to do now is get clues, find lair. That's it. Now, we are told anytime we enter one of these locations, something probably bad is going to happen. So at least once a turn, when an investigator location moves into a forest location, we can exhaust the lantern to ignore the forest effect. Now, the wording of this is not very clear. I'm not sure if you, because this is a reaction. So I think it's after they enter the location, you can see what the forest location is, and then you can ignore its text, the forced effect. I'm not sure if you have to call your shot before you enter, but this says when investigator location moves in and reveals. So it's responding to the revealing. So I think you can do that after you enter the location, but it's not very obvious to me whether this is meant to be like an interrupt or whether it's meant to be a response. It seems like it's a response. So you can see the location and go from there. Mind you, again, very much with Joe, we want to get a clue a turn. So he really does want to move into a location. So he probably does just go first, go into a location, drop a magnifying glass, and then start drawing through his deck. Because he says once per turn, if you successfully investigate, you can choose to draw a card, which obviously that's absurdly good text. Very simple. The Glimmering Meadow, there's no reason to be here. It's just in the middle. It has no text that matters. We're all at full horror. We can resign, I guess, but that's kind of it. And then just so we're on the same page, every Western Woods has the same back, which has this lovely art. It says the trees grew too thickly and their trunks were too big for any healthy New England wood. There was too much silence in the dim alleys between them, and the floor was too soft with the dank moss and mattings of infinite years of decay from Lovecraft's Color Out of Space. I do want to say my partner and I, we finished Widow's Bay just like 2 days ago on the weekend. Oh my God, it's great. I cannot recommend it enough. If you enjoy Arkham horror, watch Widow's Bay. It is really good. Yeah, I can. Bertie's probably fine. I mean, he so far hasn't gotten in trouble once. Like, he's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably nothing. Imagine we do all the setup where you resign. Okay, we're gonna start here with Joe time. So Joe is going to, I guess we could first play the magnifying glass, but that like plays around anything that if you enter it technically like forces you to discard a card. I don't think we're gonna do that. So what I'm gonna ask chat is, which direction do we go? Now there's gonna be some like decisions here in which direction you're gonna go is also gonna depend on at what point do we run out of table. But all of these locations are equally viable, and whenever we enter a location, we'll be spawning 3 more locations surrounding that location from the top of the deck. So chat, if you want to let me know, north, east, southwest, please, we'll go that direction. We're doing Arkham North, table North, not Montreal North or actual North. But all 4 directions are reasonably fair. I think this turn is like pretty straightforward. So we can split up slightly because that's the big thing about the Veil Lantern is that the Veil Lantern is good. It has ranged functionally. You said north. All right, Vision. That's the hardest one for me to do. Let's slide. Let's slide down the board. All right, first action, we're going to walk into the Western Woods. They all have the same fronts. The back is the Fecund Thicket. Fecund is a good word. 6 Shroud. Damn. A 1, 2 clues. So this says Fecund Thicket gets -X Shroud where X is the current darkness level. So it's all still 5 Shrouds. So that's miserable. This gets easier the later the thing is. Forced, after you reveal the Fecund Thicket, test X agility where X is the current darkness level. If you fail, find the enemy in pursuit with the highest printed health and spawn at this location. So good news is if we fail that, it doesn't matter. So we're not going to use the Veil Lantern to cancel that text because it does not matter. Now that is high Shroud. So we probably just like ping a perception off of that. But that's pretty terrible for us. That's not good. Due north unless we wind up underground. Now, I do want to say it's actually in the agenda that it says after a location is revealed, put location on the top of the woods deck, above, below, to the left, and to the right. Technically, in that order, you have to do. So we do above, below, left, right. The order is prescribed, it turns out. I don't think I've ever followed that, but we'll be good today. All right, so the Fecund Thicket, we're just going to do the test. We can cancel this, but this test has no like problems because there's nothing in the pursuit area, so there's no punishment to failure because none of the tokens actually punish you for failing. So we're just going to do, this is 3 to 1, so we might pass anyways, but who knows. -2, we pass. Great. Cool, so we're here. It has 5 Shroud, which is not great. I think we could still try it. This is maybe a place that we'll continue moving on for. Maybe we already just move on right now because we haven't exhausted the Veil Lantern and we only need to take 3 actions here. So I don't actually think we spend the time getting this clue. This clue seems way too difficult. So once again, chat, which direction do we go? In theory, we're highly incentivized to go north because it spawns the most locations. I don't know if the most locations is the thing that we actually want to be getting, but if we go north, it spawns 3 more locations and it goes off the board. I can't do that though. Which way? I can't keep asking which way to go. If we just keep saying north, you want to always walk in the same direction if you get lost in the woods, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise you end up going in a circle. Are we going north again? I think we're going north again. It's like the most options. Second action, north. Welcome to this Western Woods. It's a bear den. It's a lair. So we found one of our lairs. Yeah, keep north, eating table space. 2 shroud, 3 clues. After you reveal bear den, find the enemy in pursuit with the highest fight and spawn and engage with you. If you cannot, draw the top card in the counter deck. Okay, so that's going to be bad no matter what. Whatever lives here is clearly starved to the point of eating its own kind. Bears turning on bears. So this one we can use the Veil Lantern and we can just cancel it by exhausting it. So the Veil Lantern, again, I'm not sure if it's a response or not. It kind of reads like it is, but it says after when Investigator moves and reveals, you can cancel its forced effect. So we'll cancel that forced effect. This place is 3 shroud, which is just good enough. Welcome to the bear den. We do need to make sure we move Miguel at least 1 closer. Otherwise a bad thing will happen. And then we have to do up. We're already out of space on turn 1. And there's 1 card left in the deck, but this is a lair. Now, the thing with this is there's not enough clues here. So we're going to have to go find enough clues and then come back. So we need to end our turn or end the round here with 6 clues. We only have access to 4 so far. All right. So this is definitely encroaching on player space. And this is all the space. Whatever. It won't be an issue. Okay. Fast action. We're going to play our magnifying glass for 1. So cost nothing. Cost 1, sorry, takes no actions. So that's in our other hand slot. So our hands are full here. It gives us +1 intellect while investigating. So we're 6-3 and we're just going to rip it here. We're not going to use perception because we see there's higher shroud. 6-3. I just dropped it. I'm so sorry. I just dropped it again. I'm so sorry. +1, fantastic. So we'll get a clue. And we're going to choose to use Joe's action. Technically doing your action on the last turn is the worst thing because you could spawn an enemy. But instead we drew her steady-handed, which is nice. That's one of our upgraded cards. On its own, it's not worth playing here because it only controls how much we succeed by, and we have no reason to heal horror. If we have a down action on 1 point, maybe we'll play it, but that's kind of it. That's Joe. All right. Daniel has a really good turn here. We definitely want to play our longbow and our emergency cache. Then we probably move and just play Daniel, and then we're set up. So I think we're going to end our turn at the Fecund Thicket just because we don't want to end our turn in the dark, because that if you end your turn in the dark, you end up taking damage. Or sorry, horror. Because again, the agenda says at the end of the investigation phase, and so not technically your turn, every investigator who's in the dark either has to draw an enemy from their pursuit or take an uncancelable horror, which again, we try not to do that. So first action, we'll just pop into the thicket. Notably, the Better Veil Lantern says that every neighboring location is not dark. So this is technically not dark as much as they all say the word dark on them. Then fast action. We're going to use our hero ability to play an emergency cache for no action, which is kind of sick. Surprisingly cool. You don't always love emergency cache, but that's great. Then second action, we'll play Daniel. So Daniel Jameson comes in. It gives us agility stat up to 5. So now we're 5 agility, which is great. And then it gives us 2 soak and the ability to redo tests, which is a nice little survivor thing. Then last action, we're just going to play our longbow, which all this costs 6 resources. And the longbow is incredible. So it doesn't really care about exhausting. It comes in with 1 arrow shot, and then you can shoot for, again, +2 evade. So we're fighting at 7. And the ability to redo this if the arrow misses is incredible. It ignores aloof, but it's expensive to refill this. Now I'm going to use a special token on it because it is a special card. So this will be full. This will be empty. Cool. The one thing I keep forgetting is usually I go through all my cards and I tap them to ready them, and then readying this is not obviously something you should be doing. So it was move, Daniel, longbow, emergency cache. So that's our 3.5 actions. So that's it. That's upkeep. Everybody's fine at the end of the investigation phase. Everyone's in the light. So card and credit. So Daniel's going to draw, or sorry, Miguel's going to draw the decoy trap. So this one you can strap to your location. There's no window between now and the beginning of the Mythos phase until in theory, it's actually bad that he's the lead investigator. Because if instead Joe is the lead investigator and he draws an emergency cache, mind you, if Joe does a skill test and he draws an encounter card that gives a treachery like a skill test, that actually opens up a fast window. And if I'm not mistaken, Miguel can use that fast window, which means he can attach this to his location. Because currently now there's no window between when he drew this and then when he spawns an enemy. Not that I think we would spawn this or play this, but technically him being the lead investigator might be something we're going to avoid in the near future just because it doesn't actually interact well with a bunch of the traps. Yeah, ideally you want to go a bit later on the turn, but that's not too bad. All right, Doom, 1 of 3. That's it. Technically, we said he's the lead investigator. Oh, I added another Doom. Probably shouldn't do that. So we'll just draw on a counter card. Stalking Hybrid. Okay, so there's, I think, 4 of these on the deck. It's Hunter and Alert. 3 attack. 1 health, because X is the darkness level. Prey is Investigator with the Veil Lantern only. Only is really important text. It means that it will actually ignore anybody without the Veil Lantern. It won't even engage you. It won't fight you. Normally, Prey is used to decide ties, but if I'm not mistaken, only means that it will just pretend that you're not there, which is kind of cool. Forced after Stalking Hybrid attacks you. If you control the Veil Lantern, you have to flip it to its unlit side and place it at your location. So you have to drop the lantern and the light goes out, which is really cool text. The art on this is great too. Now, importantly though, we don't spawn this. This says for each enemy on the act, it says each enemy without instructions gains spawn. When this enemy is drawn from the counter deck, put it in the pursuit area. So this thing is just in the pursuit area. We're going to put it over here, but that means now all the cards that care about the pursuit area, this thing will show up. It's the only enemy in the pursuit area. 1 health means it's not bad. Like we probably do want to get it out of the pursuit area sooner than later because like it's a 1 health enemy. Everybody knocks it over. Second card, Black Amanita. So we'll see, this is a card that has the sort of day and night text. Day, it's aloof, and I think I said that. Like, the longbow is really good at aloof, and during night, I think a lot of things lose aloof. So instead, this thing has massive, which means it is at the bear den, but it is technically engaged with every investigator at the bear den. Forced, after you discover a clue at Black Amanita's location or a connecting location, if this is ready, you have to take a direct horror. And their spores smell of rotting meat. Quote from Dr. Rosa Marquez, Miskatonic Survey, 1926. This is from the Myconid set. It is literally just fungus, which, again, the flora of this area, mutated flora, can be quite scary. So that is technically engaged with everyone. If you miss an attack against it, though, it doesn't technically hit Joe, which is pretty good. So I think we're probably just going to go first and shoot with the longbow, and then that's going to be like a pretty successful turn for our friend here. Hey, Andre. Hey, Cody. How's it going? Always wanted to learn how this game works. Glad I caught this to learn a bit about it through your gameplay. Hey, how's it going? Hopefully you've been well. As a Netrunner player, this game has like the exact same structure where your turn, you have 3 basic actions. You have the basic action card. You have a Netrunner 2 where you can draw a card, gain a credit, which is a resource and all that good stuff. The only thing you need to know is that when you interact with the game, instead of like making runs, you do tests, and tests are you compare your stats. So like there's the Miguel's 4 base stats, willpower, intellect, fight or combat, and agility, and then you basically see how high your stat is, choose to boost it or not, and then you see the difficulty of the test you're doing, and then you draw a token from this bag, and then you add its usually negative value, and as long as you are higher or equal, you pass. And that is the game. You also have sanity and horror. Or sorry, you have damage and horror, or damage and sanity. And those numbers, if they go down, you're defeated. So largely, it's actually super comprehensible if you play Netrunner, because it's the same basic action thing. The basic action thing is the hardest thing to understand. But like this was actually built on Netrunner's engine in a lot of ways. So it should be easy to pick up. Glad you can make it. All right, so turn 2. So what do we want to do here? Joe wants to do Joe stuff. We definitely want to keep exploring with the Veil Lantern because we want to use this once per turn ability. We know that where we need to end the round, but these clues are just way too difficult. So all we're going to have to do is like find better clues. This place has 3 shrouds, so it's like kind of doable. So I think we just want to get the last clue and then just kind of move out, and we'll probably go arbitrarily left or right. We're probably going to go left because it seems like there's more table space to the left. That means we probably can go first. Now, this Black Amanita is engaged with everyone. It does do attacks of opportunity. It won't move, but that means if we investigate with Joe, this thing will hit us for 1 horror, which there's no reason to take the 1 horror for fun. So I think we're going to just use, it's not a very flashy Miguel turn. And mind you, Miguel's card draw is pretty bad unless you find his 1 of like backpack, which like, I don't feel good about that design. At least in Hemlock Vale, you can kind of like mulligan for this in the day kind of epilogues. So Miguel's going to go first action. He's going to waltz into the bear den. Notably, the bear den, I think it's text, and all these cards are after you reveal, not after you enter. So we're not going to have to do that text over and over again. So once it's revealed, you're kind of in a good spot. The art in the set, so good. Pixelized Studios does a lot of the location art on a lot of cards, a lot of like items too. It's I forget where they are. I think they're in Southeast Asia. I might be wrong about that, but they're a studio that does a lot of stuff for a lot of different games. Second, we're going to use the longbow for the first time. Now, if this misses, we can try it again with Daniel, but we're not going to be playing an event this turn, I don't think. So we're just going to use the longbow. We're going to fight with our agility. So we're going to be fighting at 7. The Amanita can't be that big. And if this succeeds, it knocks out the Amanita. So that's great. So we're 7-2. So everything besides the 1 bad token. Oh yeah, by the way, just so it's exciting, Cody, there's 1 token in here that's auto fail. You just lose. At 1 in 17 at this point. -1, we succeed. We do 3 damage. We knock out the fungus. All right, last action, we can move. We don't have a huge reason to. I think we're just going to do the safe and steady thing. We're just going to notch another arrow or knock another arrow into our bow. So we'll just reload the longbow and that's our turn. 3 actions. Didn't play an event. Don't have a big reason to put down a decoy trap here. This card is really quite cool, but we don't really need it. It's the one that progresses the game state forward way less than the other ones. That's it. All right, we're going to start with investigating. So the bear den is just 3 shroud with our book, our magnifying glass, our intellect's up at 6, so we'll just do 6 to 3. We're not going to boost. We want to find our tinker just to open up another hand size because we really want to make the lantern not take a hand slot. 6 to 3. -1. Succeed. So we'll get the last clue. And we'll choose to do our text, which means we can draw a card. So we drew another bounty. Oh, we could have played a bounty. Oh my god, hold on. Yeah, we should play the bounty 100%. We already have one of these in our hand, and I forget that this is a new card from chapter 2, and it's just so good. But it says, fast play when an enemy or location is defeated. It doesn't have to be you defeating it, so sometimes I forget about this triggering. Investigators your location can gain a total of X resources distributed how you wish. Admittedly, it's only 2 resources. I think we're still going to play it, though. We don't really need the money, because our setup is like... I guess we have an emergency cash and another bounty. So I think I'm going to take 1, and we're going to play this when the Amanita is just defeated, and we'll give 1 to our friend Miguel. So we'll both gain a resource. I mean, that's just fine. Like 2 health is okay. Okay, that's first action. Second action, I think we're going to go to the left. So Western Woods, who knows? So we'll enter this Western Woods. We'll flip it over. It's the Poison Marsh. Okay, that sounds good. Poison Marsh, 3 shroud. 2 clues. After you reveal the marsh, you must either take 1 direct damage or deal the damage to each ally asset you control. So that can hit Rosa for 1, or it can hit us for 1. We're just going to go ahead and use the Veil Lantern to cancel that because I don't think we're going to move further. Generally, we're going to empty this before we move on. But that means we have access to 4 clues, which is pretty good. This is not a layer. I think there's up again. There should be maybe up to 3 layers here, but this is here. Now we have to put a last location into play above it. So there's no more woods locations, so that's interesting. So this is as big as the woods is right now. Last action, we did move investigate. We're just going to investigate this again. That's kind of largely it, and then we'll probably go north or south for our next turn. So we're just going to do 6 to 3 one more time. Pretty straightforward. Oh, we're going to exhaust the lantern, mind you, so we don't do that text, of course. Auto fail. All right, we auto fail. So that's the one where you just fail. It is in the bag. Now, there's no repercussion to that. This didn't really matter that much, so that's it. And that's it. Upkeep. Card and credit. We draw an Endurance, not a bad card. Much better than the Mask that we have in this deck. And I think the Mask probably should be a Wolf Mask, if you ask me. On the other side, we drew Loner, which is another really good setup card. This just gives you free moves. It says, during your turn, exhaust us, move to an empty location. This scenario is a lot about moving through the dark and trying to find your way. So just getting some free moves in there is really quite good. So we'll definitely want to play that, particularly also if there's no enemies. Mind you, this was in the pursuit area. We did skip this part, but technically we were okay because the agenda says at the end of the investigation phase, everyone who's in the dark either has to take a horror or draw an enemy. We could choose to draw the enemy, honestly. Like there's some really cool text here where you can choose to be in the dark to draw an enemy to fire Miguel's traps. We just don't need to, but it's actually probably good that we empty the enemies from the from the area up there sooner than later. We don't want too many enemies. All right, Doom. We go to 2 of 3. Miguel draws the first card. All right, that's the Cochleal Stag. I think that might be the biggest thing in there. So this is elusive. At night, it also gains Hunter. Normally, this thing just stays, but it will follow you now. Did we play that wrong? I don't know if we played this with Hunter or not in the last scenario. I think this might have showed up. Maybe we hunted it. I forget. Creature, monster, flora, mutated. Each investigator at Cochleal Stag's location and each connecting location gets -2 to all skills during the Mythos phase, which is pretty bad text. During the day, this thing just kind of watches you and makes the Mythos phase scarier, kind of like a whippoorwill, which I think is so flavorfully cool. But at night, it will hunt you, and it does hit really hard for 2 and 1. 5 health, pretty rough. This thing at night is way worse, because at day you can kind of ignore it, at night you definitely can't. 4 evade, 3 fight, it's something. Half the majestic creature's flesh has been replaced with vascular bark-like tissue. And you get to see this sort of like cochleal kind of, ear. No, horns. Cochleal is ear-like, I guess. This doesn't spawn on us because it doesn't have spawn instructions. So it's going to be waiting for us in the pursuit, which means it might be the thing that jumps on us when we have to draw something from the pursuit. Usually it says like get the thing with the highest evade or highest fight or something like that. Joe gets Deep Shadows. Okay. It's a willpower test. Our team is not very well equipped at those. Test 3 willpower. This test gets +2 difficulty if your location is dark, which is not. If you fail, you must either choose one. Take 2 horror, which we have 7 horror and the ability to heal horror. Or the investigator who controls the veil lantern can flip it to its unlit side and place it at a connecting location. So not only do you drop the lantern, you kind of like kick it in front of you. So you have to go get it. And getting the lantern is hard because when you enter a location, it has bad force text unless you control the lantern. Now, unfortunately, we have no good way to boost this. We have 1 willpower card in our hand, but it's like a really good setup card. So our stat here is just 2 to 3. So we're probably just going to biff it. We're not together, so nobody can boost for this. Not that we would, but like we're probably just going to take 2 horror on this and call it a day. It does look like there's going to be counter cards that get worse if you're in the dark, which, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's Arkham. So 2 to 3. +1 our Elder Sign. Auto fail. Fantastic. We'll just take 2 horror. And that's not too bad. This guy kind of looks like David Duchovny when you squint, but not really. Art's really good. Cool. All right, so the stag is out there. The hybrid is out there. I mean, that's okay. I guess we can put these numbers aside for now and look at the numbers a bit better. We'll deal with them when they show up. So for now, I think we can just start with Joe, and Joe can just do his stuff, which is get clues. I think we might as well play the steady-handed here first. We're not under an absurd amount of pressure. We know that this is the last turn, the witching hour. So the witching hour is going to fire, and then like probably the darkness goes up. So the thicket gets a bit bigger, but we'll find out together. What's the chance of the auto fail? 117. So like 6.5%, something like that. Not good. It happens though. There's also a token in there called the Elder Sign. And the Elder Sign just says you get to do the unique good thing on your text, which is like get a resource and a card, which is absurd to get that for free, let alone a +1 can matter. So yeah, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes it's good. Usually it's bad. All right, we're going to start with our text, and we're just going to investigate 6 to 3. So nothing to it. The Poison Marsh has no text once it's revealed. Oh, actually, no. First, we're going to play steady-handed. Of course we are. So we're already running out of space, but we'll spend our first action and 2 resources on steady-handed. So cost us 2. This card says, after you succeed, you can choose to succeed by 1 fewer or 1 more. And if you succeed by exactly 2, you can exhaust this oh no, you haven't exhausted to do the thing anyways, but you can exhaust this to heal a horror, which we did just take horror, so why not? Second action, 6 to 3. So we probably will let Miguel do the moving, which is legitimate. You can use the lantern on anybody at your location or a neighboring location. 6 to 3. -3. So we succeed. We succeed by 0, so there's no reason to use steady-handed. We'll get a clue, and we'll use our text to draw a card. It's another perception. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7 will be on 8 cards, which is hand size next turn. So we're just going to get another clue here, or at least try to. 6 to 3. Ideally, we want to pull a -1, which there's 4 -1s in the bag because of the skull. No, there's 5 -1s in the bag. So almost a 1 in 3 chance. This is a -1 and actually has sick text for us. I just don't think the text matters yet. But this says -1 heal 1 damage from your investigator, a rare good token, which is nice. Mother Rachel watches over us. Bless Mother Rachel. So -1 means that we succeeded by 2. So we actually can exhaust steady-handed, and we'll see how much like value this card gives us. But we can exhaust this to heal horror, which feels good. And then we'll get the last clue, of course. So we're currently at 4 clues. Right now, Miguel's not really holding his weight, but usually the card draw is a big issue if you don't get your knapsack. So yeah, we'll definitely set up with Loner. We'll definitely walk into one of these paths. I think this is going to be going down to 4 Shrouds, so we can choose to either go north or we can choose to go south. No matter what, we'll be 2 locations away from the Bear Den. But that actually gives us locations 2 shots to find like a new location, so we might want to do that. So first action. No, actually, very importantly, we need to move. Well, not we need to, but we probably should move firstly to Joe's location. Because again, it says when investigator, your location moves into and reveals. So we want to do it from Joe's location to ignore the forced effect. So first, we'll go into the marsh. Second, we might as well play Loner because it just basically says spend 2 resources to gain an action. So then we can exhaust this during our turn to move to a connecting location that's empty. So we're going to move up to the Western Woods. There's a big reach here. A crooked path uses the same art, so we found the canonical path. X Shroud. Ooh, only 1 clue though, not too bad. After you discover a clue this location, look at the revealed side of a connecting location. You may move to that location. The winding path loops back upon themselves. Not too bad. Okay, so that actually is 1 Shroud for this like last turn here. We don't have to exhaust the lantern. We have 1 action. I think we're just going to use our intellect and try 2 to 1. Because like there's nothing bad if we fail here. We're not going to commit any of these cards because they're better than that. But we're just going to do a 2 to 1 here and just say like, okay, if we get the clue, we get the clue. 2 to 1. That's bad. Oh no, that's really bad. If you fail, find the enemy in the pursuit with the highest evade and spawn at your location. Holy crap, is that bad? I forgot that there's actually text on these cards, which means the stag spawns on us. And there's no window for us to react to it. So it's on us and it's going to hit us. Oh, that was awful. So this thing spawns on us. It's elusive, so at least when it hit us, it'll run away. Yay. But now it is technically the enemy phase. Technically it's the end of the investigator phase and we're all kind of in the light, so we don't have to do anything bad. But now the stag is going to show up. And so it says it hits us for 2 and 1, which is a lot of damage. We saw that one of the cards cares about doing damage to your allies, so we're not going to put damage on our allies. We're just going to take all of this to our face. So damage to horror 1. And then after elusive fires, after it attacks or is attacked, it runs away to a neighboring location, empty, or at least with no investigators. So it'll run over to there. Yeah, that was awful. Better than Pig Bad, but not great. Yeah, that was not good. That was the only token that was bad. So like 2 to 1, we're still pretty safe, but there was like a 1 in 17 chance we get punished and it actually has bad text, and we did find it. The good thing with elusive though is like the decoy trap is really good against elusive. So wherever we are, if we just drop the decoy trap on our location and the stag enters our location, we can just fast evade it. As much as it does have like checks notes for evade, it's pretty big. That's it though. Upkeep. So card and credit. So that sucked that we just took 3 like damage and horror for no reason. We get a glassing. Okay, that's great. We can now use the stag to our benefit, kind of. So when a thing enters a location, we can go get a clue. And then on this side, we drew a deduction, which is good if we go find a higher shard. Oh, this isn't Wednesday, Joel. How's it going? It's not a Wednesday, but we had a Monday evening off. So how you doing? All right, that's that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's that. Yeah, that's that. Our longbow's loaded, so we can go stag hunting if we want to. This thing is ready. But very importantly, it's the end of the round. So we're going to add our 3rd doom, which means we had 3 of 3. And so we're going to flip the agenda over. How do we do this again? It's been a minute. So we hit 3 of 3. Gathering darkness. Add 1 resource to the current darkness level. If the darkness level is 6 or higher and you're playing in campaign mode, each surviving investigator is defeated and suffers a physical trauma. So we only have, you know, like, what is it? 5 times 3 more actions, I think. We only have 15 more actions. Maybe it's 12. Sometimes it's not intuitive if you count the last round or not. But this is going to go to 2, which means a skull is now 2, and then the health on the stalking hybrids is now 2. So that's a problem. Otherwise, perform the following. So we're going to perform the following. Put each enemy at a dark location and not engage with investigator into the pursuit area. This scenario is really cool. So the cocktail stag disappears into the dark because all the locations are dark besides ours, Miguel's, the bear den, and this western woods, because anybody around or at the lantern is in a non-dark area. Shuffle each unrevealed dark location along with the top 2 cards of the woods deck. They're none, but shuffle each unrevealed dark location. I need to make this bigger. Shuffle each unrevealed dark location along with the top 2 cards of the wood deck and place them on top of the woods deck. Flip each revealed empty dark location to its unrevealed side. So this is the coolest thing, is that you think you know the forest and the forest just shifts around you. And so the play space is going to drastically change in size and shape throughout everything. So those are all the dark locations that were unrevealed. So we have to get rid of those. Flip each revealed empty dark location to its unrevealed side, discarding all tokens. So these flip down. As much as we technically know that this is the meadow and this is the fecund thicket, but the next time this advances, those will go away. So this is where the scenario is really cool. The forest does change inside. It shrinks and grows as you like lose your way and get disoriented. I think it's just like such a good theme. All right, now put locations from the top of the wood stack into play above, below, to left, to the right of each location with an investigator. So, oh man, the board is going to be so tall. Okay, so that means we have to do 1 here, 1 here. Wow. Sorry, I looked at it. Technically, revealing it sucks because you have to shuffle everything, but we know all locations besides this one, so I think that's the only fair way to do it. For what it's worth, we're still good. Oh no, this has to flip backwards. Oh no, it's not dark, right? This one's not dark, because we need to make sure we have a lair. We could have actually got too far away from the lair and lost the lair, but this is the lair that we want to go to. So I'll make sure we did it right. Flip each revealed empty dark location. Yeah, this one's not dark, it's light. All right, the investigator with the Veil Lantern tests X willpower. Luckily, we've sent our worst candidate for it. So 2 to 1 willpower, or 2 to 2, where it's the current darkness level. If they fail, they must choose an enemy in pursuit and spawn it engaged with them. Flip this card back to Agenda 1A. Okay, so what's technically cool here is that there's a window during that willpower test in which our friend Miguel could actually cast a trap. So if Miguel was at the same location or had access to his knapsack, he could, in the fast window where we're doing the test, spawn the decoy trap right underneath the feet of our friend Joe here and like have that set up. The problem is we can't because we're not at the same location, but anytime that there is a test, there is a chance to do this, which is like really clever if you can make it work. Like Miguel has some really good interaction points with this campaign, as much as you designed way after it. So we have to do 2-2 willpower on Joe. So not very likely to go through. If they fail, we must choose an enemy. Now the Stalking Hybrid has 2 health, so we can knock that out with a single vicious blow or a single arrow. So it's not going to be too bad. We're missing only 2 clues. Two to 2, we won't boost. Not that bad. We want to get the enemies out of the area, I think. I'm pretty sure. That is, we fail. But it has a good text, technically, if we drew that on Miguel. It is -1 heal 1 damage for investigator. Notably, the damage heal happens even if you don't pass the test, which is sick. But we do fail, so we have to spawn one of these enemies at our location. I think we're just going to go for the Stalking Hybrid. The Cochlear Stag actually is not that bad. The issue with the Cochlear Stag, though, is that it has bad text during the Mythos phase, and we're just about to, we're literally going to draw cards from the deck, and this will hit both of us. So I think we're just going to go for the Stalking Hybrid and keep it safe. But the Stag has bad text. All right, so the Stalking Hybrid will only attack Joe. It will ignore everyone else because we're the only one with the flashlight, with the lantern. Otherwise, it has 2 health, attacks for 3. Sorry, 3 combat, 3 agility, has 2 health. It has Hunter and Alert. So if you fail evading it, it will hit you. It'll follow. And after it attacks you, if you control the Veil Lantern, you lose the Veil Lantern, which means this thing will not unengage you, I think, but it won't, and like it won't deal with you anymore. It's weird. Pray only, we have to kind of review the words on what pray only means, because technically if you don't have the lantern, it should ignore you. I don't know if it disengages or not. All right, first encounter card for Miguel. Another Stalking Hybrid. Same text for this one, though, is that when you draw an enemy, it spawns in the pursuit area if it doesn't have text. So this has 2, this has 5. We technically need to track the health. If they don't have any damage on them, I'm not going to track their health. That'll just be easier. We swap over to Joe. Joe draws. Swarm. Okay, so we upgraded our agility to deal with this. This puts us at 3-3. This is the last time we'll see this card because, mind you, there's day 1 cards, day 2 cards, and day 3 cards, and this is the evening of day 1. So test 3 agility. For each point you fail by, you must either lose a resource or take 1 damage. Most of the creatures seem not quite usual in their aspects and motions. Lovecraft's color from outer space. So we're 3-3 on this. Yeah, if we fail, we'll just lose a couple dollars. It's fine. We have money to burn, so we're just not going to boost into this. Just came from Neon Static. What were they up to today? I think they were playing Nuvang. They're probably playing Giselets from the weekend, right? -2, so we fail by 2. So we're just going to go ahead and lose 2 resources because that's cheaper than damage. So we'll go down to 4. That's more than enough. Okay, question is, what do we do? We actually have to start planning it for a bit. Now, the Crooked Path, we can definitely succeed every once in a while, but his Shroud is now 2 and we're 2-2, which is not particularly good. So that's not phenomenal. But if we do this, we can reveal another location, and that's its own thing, which is okay. The thing is, we have to end our turn at the Bear Den or another lair, and there could be more layers. Again, there could be up to 3 layers on the table. We don't know what this is. We don't know what this is. We do know what these 2 are. So there's like 5 locations that are unknown. So I think Joe probably will enter this Western Woods and hope it's a lair. Otherwise, we have to go back, which is good. I think we're going to start with Joe. The only thing is we could start first here instead with Miguel, and Miguel could come in and then use the longbow to like save Joe. If he misses, Joe does get shot for a lot. So you can move, engage, and shoot the bow, but then you can't reload the bow. So that's not great. Technically, you also could evade the thing, but then you really have to like engage it, which sucks. But if you evade it, you can kind of make sure that you're firing your glassing or your decoy trap, which is, it's not the most important. We can't fire Loner here that easily unless we go into the Western Woods, which that's also kind of tricky. But yeah, Loner only allows you to move to an empty location, which will be without an enemy or without an investigator. Unfortunately, Loner without the flashlight, like you want to start in Joe's location and then use Loner to leave. So we can move in, we could shoot, and then we could use Loner to leave this way. And if it's not bad, we could like let Joe go into here and then choose to be in the dark. And when the dark shows up, we can spawn an enemy on us and fire glassing. Like that's actually kind of sick if we make all this make sense. So I think we're going to do it. I think we are going to do it. So first action, we'll start with Joe. Sorry, Miguel. Miguel will move in. Miguel will... He could engage it. If he engaged the Stalking Hybrid, all we're playing around is the auto fail. But if we biff the autofail, which is a 1 in 17 chance, which is not worth playing around usually, we'll do 3 damage with the longbow. That's really, really bad. That is the only thing we'll fail to, because if we use the longbow, we're going to be using our 7 agility to 3, which means, like, again, the only thing we fail against is specifically the autofail. So I think we're going to try and take a risk here. So second action, we're just going to use the longbow and we're going to shoot the stalking hybrid. It will knock it out in a single shot, which means we could play the bounty, but I think our money's pretty good right now. So we're going to do 7 to 3. They played that once, and then Dullbulb's Captain Pudma. Oh, cool. -1, good. So the stalking hybrid takes 3 damage and is defeated. We will choose not to play bounty. That leaves us with an action and a loner, and I think we are going to use loner here because it's a free move, and we can still like use the lantern if we need to. So we're going to loner, and we're going to move into either this location or this location. I think we want to go here because it'll be around 3 new locations. This one will only be around 2 new locations, so we'll enter this Western Woods. It's the Mushroom Grove. All right, 2 Shroud, 2 Clues. It gets +2 Shroud while it's not dark. So it kind of feels like a double negative. So when it's lit, the Shroud goes up. So it's technically 4 Shroud right now. Okay. Force after reveal Mushroom Grove, test X intellect, where X is the current darkness level. If you fail, the enemy in the pursuit with the highest evade just attacks you. It doesn't engage you, it attacks you, which currently would be the Cochleal Stag, which hits for a lot. So that's not good. We want to get this out of the pursuit area because it is pretty rough. I think we're not going to do anything super cute here. The thing is, like, the traps are kind of bad because the traps, you're not guaranteed to draw an enemy unless you force it with pursuit, because most enemies will spawn straight into here. So that's not fantastic. So I think we're just going to use the Veil Lantern to keep our friend safe. We'll exhaust this and basically say, don't do that text. That means Miguel has one final action. So we're just going to do the safe thing. We're just going to reload. It's a knock or notch. I think you knock an arrow. We'll knock another arrow into our bow, and then that's our 3 actions. So we're not playing a lot of events, but like, again, all the enemies spawn here. Eventually that might change, but yeah, if we want to be in the dark, we can force an enemy. But 6 Shroud or 4 Shroud is doable for our friend here. Speaking of that, we'll swap over to Joe Diamond. He definitely wants to get cards out of his hand. The issue with Joe is if you're not committing cards, you're always kind of going up 2 cards every round. So you will kind of not flood up, but you'll have too many cards. So first action, we'll stop into the Mushroom Grove. And then in this location, we'll be able to get every single clue. So we're going to go investigate. We are currently 6 to 4. We're going to do a deduction to make it 7 to 4. Technically, we can lose to the -4. So there's 2 tokens and 17 that get us, but I don't think that's worth playing around. So we're just going to do 7 to 4. If we want to commit another book icon, but like the only card we can commit is Perception. In theory, we could commit Perception here to not, like, the deduction is really good. Like, failing deduction would feel pretty silly. Okay, I'll not fail a deduction. We're playing around 1 more token for Perception. That's not worth it. I'm going to be a bit risky here. We're 7 to 4. We just don't want to pull the -4. -3. There you go. Good enough. So we succeed by 0. There's nothing good to do with steady-handed because we don't have an ally yet. But in theory, we can make it succeed by 1, which could matter. So we're going to get 2 clues with deduction. So now we have 6 clues on Joe. So I want to make sure that Joe, I don't think Joe can just end the game here. We'll read what the act is or end the round. We're going to use Joe's text to draw a card because we got a clue. We get another deduction. Okay, nice. So the act on, or the text on the act says, at the end of the round, if each investigator is at the same layer location. Okay, so we all have to be there, so no rush. Oh, by the way, when we spawn this, we have to do this. Excuse me, when we entered it with Miguel, we have to remember that. So now all we have to do is go here. We're going to have basically spend a whole round because this is at the end of the round. So even if we get there quickly, it doesn't matter because you have to move in there, we have to move in there, which means this is a perfect time to take a setup action. Unfortunately, none of these cards do we really want to play, let alone our hand slots are full. So there's not a huge incentive to play a lot of these cards. So we could just pop into the next location and just get closer to being there. I mean, that's maybe fine. The fact that we're together means we can boost for each other. So that's also not bad. So I think we're just going to take, a minute to play emergency cash just to get 3 resources, which is not something we really need. But actually, maybe it's better just to play endurance. Yeah, it definitely is. So we'll spend our last action to play endurance. I forgot this was the other asset in our hand. So now this allows us to change our money into something of value. We don't have that much board space, so we're going to just use what we can. And then we're left with this many cards in hand. All right, everyone's in the light at the end of investigation phase. So card and credit. Go up to 3. We drew a right tool, which not going to be that good. We could go search for the autopsy report, but we definitely need to get the 1 tinker to get our hand size up. And we draw a feline hybrid. So again, this will fire traps. Just kidding, it won't. It says Feline Hybrid is immune to player card effects. It kills for sport, not for sustenance. This means we can't shoot with the bow and arrow. We have to go mana to mana with this. However, if you hit it, even if you don't succeed, if you attack it, it will run away because it's elusive, which is nice. Now, technically, this is immune to player card effects, but glassing actually doesn't affect it. So you can use this card over and over again to get free clues with glassing, which is not bad. But this round, it's not going to really matter. All right, Doom, we're 1 of 3. So, we have to do this, I believe. Yeah, nice. So we're 1 of 3. We draw the first card from Miguel. All right, the Corpse Lichen. So we drew a lot of enemies. Again, this will probably be in the pursuit area. I like this card so much. The theme on it is really quite good. So during the day, it cannot move. So it just sits there and it's just a body. At night, though, it has Hunter and Alert. So the thing does hunt at night. And if it attacks, it heals 1 damage. The Lichen animates the Lichens animate the fleshless bones. So sick. At day, you're just like a corpse you want to avoid, but at night, it comes crawling, which is really good theme. So we have 3 cards in the pursuit area, which is a lot. We have no AoE damage. Oh, actually, no, we have 1 AoE card if these all show up at the same time. But yeah, frightening. It's getting quite crowded out there. Currently, the one with the highest evade is the Cochleal Stag, and I think that's the one that's most likely to show up. Okay, Feline Hybrid, mind you, has 2 health. This should be ready. Other side of the table, Joe draws probably a Treachery. Yep, Call of the Wild. So test 3 agility. If you fail, choose the nearest enemy. Currently, that's a Feline Hybrid. That enemy attacks you. If you fail and there are no enemy is chosen, you take 2 damage instead. Even the herbivores seem to have developed an unusual ability to plan, coordinate, and hunt. And then you see a stag of sorts with the sort of like mutations that are common in this area. Dr. Rosa Marquez's Miskatonic Survey 1926. So the interesting thing about this is the closest enemy. And this thing, if it hits us, it'll hit us for 1 and 1, which is like not the end of the world. But then it's elusive, will fire. So it actually will run away from us, which means like, that's it. It's gone. I think technically if it's gone, if we advance, I don't think it's going to follow us. I think it's going to end up in the pursuit area. And adding too many things to the pursuit area is kind of scary. But we're just going to do this test and see what happens. We're pretty likely to fail this. We're currently 3 to 3, so it's not great odds. It doesn't feel great to boost into this. It only is boosting to heal 1 damage and 1 horror. So, like, I guess we could decoy trap this. But if it hits us, it actually saves us an action, which is kind of sick, right? Like, it does save us an action. The problem too is wherever we hit this, it's not like there's something between it and where we want to be, where we can force it into a trap to fire like glassing, because we want to be here, which means the poison marsh has no clues on it. So, like, forcing it to walk into the poison marsh doesn't actually matter. Yeah, so gonna be a sleepy turn here, I think. We'll just do 3 to 3. I don't think this is worth boosting. 3 to 3 is fine. So Call of the Wild. We have horror healing, damage healing. We just have allies. So we have damage healing in terms of the bag, actually. So it's nice to take 1 damage early, because then when you draw the cultist, you can heal 1 damage. Like this one. Unfortunately, we have no damage to heal, but this is -1 and we fail by 1. So we have to take 1 damage and 1 horror. We'll assign that to our face because we have direct healing. But now, at least when we draw that token in the future, we're in a good spot. So the Feline Hybrid hits us, and when it attacks you, it does do elusive. So it moves to an empty location, or at least with no investigator. So we'll choose to put it backwards there. Cool. That's it. So it saved us a turn. So now we don't have much to do. All we have to do is end our turn here, both in the same layer. We could find another layer, but I don't think it's really worth it. So we just have to spend 2 actions to move there, and then we have 1 action to like set up and do whatever. Getting more clues would be nice, but there's like no clues on the way, so it's kind of straightforward. So I think we can just go with Joe. He can go 1, 2. Great. In terms of the cards in hand, he's not firing his ability, so I think we just play the emergency cash. Oh, we could have boosted it with endurance. I forgot we have endurance over here because it's all the way over here. But we could have used money to spend it to it. I mean, technically, if we boosted 1, we would have saved some value, but I think it's okay. We'll just play the e-cash. We have to remember our money actually is useful. So we'll gain 3, we'll swap. All right, that's Joe. No different here. We're going to fire Loner to fast move. We'll first action go there. Second action, we'll just play same old thing, which is an econ card for us. So this card comes into play for 2 resources and has functionally 5 resources on it as supplies that we can use to play events. And anybody at our location can do that, as much as I don't honestly know if Joe's deck has that many events. We have another action left. So in theory, we should draw. Let's draw before we play same old thing. Technically, that's correct. We drew Guerrilla Tactics. This card is really cool, and it's probably one of our next upgrades, because the Guerrilla Tactics you can add for 2 experience or upgrade is so much better than this one. But this one allows you to like get a fast fighter evade, even at a neighboring location, even beating aloof if it's only at the neighboring location, which is kind of weird tax, but not too bad at all. All right, we're all in the light, so nothing bad happens. We do our upkeep, so card and resource. We draw another do or die, so that actually still doesn't get anything. We only have one card in the discard pile, and on 8 hand size, we draw Detective's Intuition, which let me tell you, every time I draw this, I roll my eyes because what the heck? Oh, not you. But this card, we just drew it again at a time where it didn't matter. And so now it's just 2 resources and heal a damage, which was better than emergency cash, I guess, but only kind of. All right. It is the end of the round. This thing will wake up. And it says, at the end of the round, if each investigator is at the same layer location, they may spend the 6 clues as a group, which we will. So swap clue -6 to advance. So let's do that. Oh, actually, hold on. Is this the one I think it is? Yeah. So this one looks better in person. So we're gonna advance Desperate Search. Oh, it's a big thing. This is something that happened in the original core set. It's the coolest thing when the agenda or act advances and on the back is an enemy. It catches you off guard. It is like the coolest thing. Unfortunately, they didn't reuse it in the original core set, which like is a bummer. But the back of this is something different. Love it. -6 clues on Miguel. Oh my, yeah, you're right. I messed it up. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. This is the Earth Sign Hybrid. Good catch. So I have to do other 6 clue -6 and then 6 clues on this. Good catch. By the way, Samuel, how's it going? That's better. Okay, this is the Earth Sign Hybrid. Spawn, and it has spawn instructions with a codex entry, which is so creative. I did not realize they had that technology in them, but that's like a sick way to use the codex. So we'll read this. I do want to say this is based off of a whole bunch of different works, and one of the works that this is based on is Annihilation, and specifically also the Annihilation film has a very memorable big old bear. If you can YouTube search at least the bear scene from the film, the bear is so memorably terrifying in a one very weird way. That doesn't show up in the Annihilation book at all, at least the first one that shares the name. Maybe it does later, I doubt it. But like this bear creature is really, man, Grizzly Bear is a character or an enemy from, what's it called, from Scarlet Keys that I just think is so good. I'm like really pro bear enemies in this game. That art is so sick. That art is so good too. Yeah, it's really, really good. So yeah, we get to read a codex on whatever the sign is called. Epsilon, I think. This is the summation sign. Choose the bravest investigator to read the following. The bravest investigator is not Joe Diamond. It is definitely Miguel de la Cruz. You find a scrap of torn tweed caught on a branch that is unmistakably Bertie's. A wretched wheezing cough sounds behind you, accompanied by the scent of rot. You turn around. A hulking bear glows like ghost fire in the darkness. A colony of shimmering fungus on the creature's back lights up the murk with an eerie incandescence. The creature roars, then charges. Check the set-aside cards. If either Judith Park or Theo Peters are set aside, and Judith is, choose one of them to put into play under your control and immediately resolve their codex entries. It's such a good use of the codex. Otherwise, proceed to the bear 2. So Judith was in play because our relationship level is up. So it looks like we are going to have some backup. So we're going to go read her codex entry really quickly. This is Judith Park, mind you. So she has the same text where we can parlay with her, but it says immediately read her text. So we're going to go straight to book 7 and then come back to this. Yeah, otherwise proceed to the bear 2. So we don't do that. So we go to the codex entry. Cool. Judith. Oh, it's right here. Eat this, you son of a bitch. A familiar voice comes from out of the darkness. Several shots impact the bear's soft, molting body. The bear looks to its right just as another shot cracks his skull. Screeching in pain, it charges into the undergrowth towards the sound. More shots ring out. After what seems like an entire eternity, Judith Park emerges from the forest, clutching a bleeding arm. You rush to dress the wound, but she waves you off. I'm fine. I'm glad you're all right. Judith smiles cockily. Mother Rachel said you might need some help. She also paid me 20 to come out. Deal 2 damage to Judith, so she's going to come in a bit wounded. And then we proceed to the bear 3. Man, these sort of like mid-interlude story beats are just the coolest. They didn't show up a lot in the Drowned City, and there's like certain campaigns that do these way better than others, but it's like my favorite where like, depending on what character you're close with or at all, something different happens here. And it is actually kind of meaningfully different. And this will kind of change the story with Judith, which is sick. The Annihilation bear is terrifying. It is so good. It is so, so good. So we go to the bear 3. You flee the scene into a copse of dying trees and hold the lantern up, expecting to see the bear's ghoulish blue eyes reflected back in the dark. The forest is deathly quiet as you struggle to get your bearings. I don't know if that's a pun or not. I hope it's not. That really throws the theme out a bit. Move each unengaged enemy to the pursuit area. Okay, so the feline hybrid is out in the pursuit area. Unengaged enemy. The Ursign hybrid is technically engaged with us, I think, but it probably will tell us what to do with it. But I think the Ursign hybrid's engaged with us because we drew it when it said spawn, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out. Spawn the Ursign hybrid. Okay, there you go. Enemy at your location exhausted and deal 1 damage to it. That's all she was able to do. She was able to do 1 damage to it. I mean, we'll take it, but she shot so many bullets for 1 damage. Mind you, the Ursign hybrid has 5 plus 4 health, so it has technically 8 health left. So I'm going to track that up here underneath the skull section because it's easier because the hybrid will move and big dice is maybe too big, but that is technically the Ursign hybrid's health. Sorry, the Ursign hybrid is behind us, but yeah, that's it. It's the Ursign hybrid. You get your bearings. I mean, I think they're doing that joke, which doesn't seem appropriate time to do it. Spawn the Ursign hybrid at your location exhausted. Okay, so it's not in our area, it's at our location. Oh, my partner came home. Hey, Maddie. Okay, if not under the control of any investigator, choose investigator to take control of the Veil Lantern. So if you advance and you don't have control of the Veil Lantern, someone will just get it, which is fine. Set aside each empty dark location to remake the woods deck. To do this, perform the following. So we're getting lost deeper and deeper in the woods. So shuffle the set aside Twisted Hollow location. That's the only location that is still out of play. It's here. It's going to be important. So we have to shuffle that with 3 random Western Woods locations. Those go on the bottom. And then we place all the other Western Woods locations on top in a random order. This is the Woods deck. So we're going to look for a certain location, which we know will be in the bottom 4. So we can count how many locations we need to find to see it. And then we'll see how we do this. We did this a lot with the Drowned City, but counting how many cards come out of the deck is so important. Because if you lose track of that number, it like really ruins your opportunity to like find the thing in the most efficient way. So again, set each side, each empty dark location. So each empty dark location. So this is empty but not dark, empty but not dark, empty but not dark, empty not dark. So it's this, which we know this to be the meadows. This is unknown. This is known. This is empty and dark. This is empty and dark. This is technically empty and dark. And this. So things suddenly got a lot smaller as much as and this one too, as much as the pursuit area is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So we'll just center ourselves out here because I have no doubt we're going to be spawning things around us. We know that this is the Fecund Thicket. That is one that we still have information on. We have to shuffle this. Just because I wanted to know, $20 in 1929 is worth $391 in today's money. Imagine sending someone in the woods for $400. Like, it's such a goofy amount. Here's $390. Why don't you go make our friends safe? But it's nice that Mother Rachel kind of cares about us, right? All right, so we take 3 of these randomly. 1, 2, 3. And we shuffle in with this one, which this is the known one. That probably will be where we need to get. So this is going to be on the bottom 4. And then again, counting how deep this is really important. So it's somewhere here in the bottom 4. There, it's gone somewhere there. That means on top of it, we're adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations. So as soon as we draw 7 locations, it could be on the table. So whatever, we'll shuffle these and then these go on top. So again, 7 cards is the fastest we can get to the woods location that we might want to be getting towards. Then put locations on top of the woods deck into play above, below, to left, and the right. So again, 6 is on top, 5, 4. So 4 is on top. And that's where we are. I think that's all we have to do here. But man, I love these mid-action scenario stuff. They're so cool when they happen. The story changes. It's exciting. Continue playing is also really great text to read. All right, so the act does advance. I think this is the last act. So this act is, where's Bertie? The trees close in as you follow Bertie's trail deeper into the forest. As a fast action, you can spend a single clue to look at a revealed side of an adjacent location. That's really good text. Obviously, now we're probably only going to start using that once we know we're through in the 5th card down, because that's where we want to track. Otherwise, we're just doing this to look into the next place, which is probably not super relevant. This is way more important when we're trying to find one location out of, the bottom 4. Objective, find Bertie Musgrave. He is lost deep in the forest. Do not advance unless you are instructed. So that's great. Hey, Benoit, how's it going? Happy to catch you live. Welcome. How you doing? All right, that's that. It is now technically the end of the round or the beginning of the next round. So we're just going to add our doom and it's back to us. We're on the witching hour. So next turn, I think we know how the process goes. So once we advance, a bunch of locations are going to get shuffled around. So if they're empty in the dark, they'll be shuffled around. So we're going to lose our bearings a bit. That's actually really scary and actually maybe even beneficial because we've set up this deck. Oh, that's not true. Because these cards, if they're removed, when the act advances or the agenda advances, they go on top of the deck shuffle. They don't actually shuffle the deck. So no matter what, the cards that we want to get to are at the bottom. So we'll keep that in mind. This is still exhausted because it was spawned at the end of the round, so it's not going to wake up. It has 1 damage on it, 8 more health, so it is the Ursign Hybrid. I guess we didn't read all the text on this one. So the Ursign Hybrid, 5 attack, ouch, and it has Retaliate and Hunter, so you want to evade it so the Retaliate is turned off when it's exhausted. It has, again, +4 health, so it's 8 of 9. And forced, when the hybrid would be defeated if it is Act 2, heal all damage from it and put it in the pursuit area instead of the victory display. Hits for 3 and 2. We are not incentivized to kill this thing in Act 2. So we're just going to have to keep running away from this thing, which is kind of fine. Like, we have traps. The cool thing about this is a predictable hunter, and we did draw 1 encounter card that says the nearest enemy attacks you, so luckily we did draw that. Maybe we won't see another one. But yeah, this thing is quite scary. We just have to stay in front of it, which we do have the lead on it, because I think it spawns exhausted. If Judith, I'm not sure what happens. If you don't have an ally waiting for you offside, off camera, I think it hits you and you have to take some trauma, and it's like a really exciting moment. All right, Miguel draws an encounter card. Man, the art, Lurking Fear, so good. So test 3 agility. I guess +2 difficulty if you're in the dark. So this is similar to the one with the guy on the tree. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage or find the enemy in pursuit with the highest fight and spawn and engage with you. Luckily, our guy here has 5 to 3, so we're likely to pass this thing. Ultimately, if it fails, we don't mind too much. The cool thing is we can hedge around this failing, and we can, during the fast window that the test produces, we can spawn a trap at our location. The issue is, like, none of these traps are that good. Like, decoy trap evades, but like that just basically saves us an action. It's not that important. We're gonna use it better. And glassing like gets a clue, but there's no clues at this location, so it's not particularly great as much as we have the window here, and it's a really cool window whenever you draw treachery that causes a test to spawn an enemy, to spawn a trap at its feet. Regardless, we'll just do 5 to 3. We don't care. Either way, we're okay. We kept our longbow ready. Oh, we got to read Judith's text too. Judith's text is really good for us. 5 to 3. Skull is -2. It's the darkness, so we're good on that front. Yeah, one more thing to read is Judith. She has the same text. We can't parlay her because we've already done that. You can only do each parlay once per day unless it says otherwise. And while you control Judith, you may take an additional action during your turn, which can be used to fight, which is a free longbow shot, which is so good. She only has 1 health because she did take some damage, so we want to make sure we keep her safe. I'm going to put an exhaustion token on her to remember her once per turn action, but technically she's not exhausted when you do that, for whatever that matters. All right, it's Joey D. Stalking Hybrid. Okay, so these are only getting worse and worse. It doesn't spawn on us because it doesn't have spawn instructions, but it spawns over here. We have 5 cards in the pursuit area, which is brutal. We definitely want to be managing that because, like, technically here we're getting a lot of tempo by drawing not real encounter cards because they don't do anything. But, like, obviously at some point we're going to have to pay the piper. So maybe we could just stay in front of it and say it's not real. Okay, it's back to us. We have no incentive to hit the Ursign Hybrid, so I think we're just going to be running. We want to get through 4 cards on the deck, so we always want to be moving into a direction which can spawn 3 locations, at least for the beginning, because that will give us deeper and deeper into the deck. So first action, we're probably going to move to the Western Woods, and it'll just spawn more locations. So I think we're going to go first with Joe Diamond, just in case. Again, that's fine. So we'll start with Joe, and Joe's first action will be to move, and we'll enter this Western Woods. It's the Crooked Path. Okay, that's not that useful. It only has 1 clue, which we actually do like clues here. So Crooked Path says, X is your current darkness level, so it's only 2 shroud. Comes in with only 1 clue, and it says after you discover a clue at this location, you can look at the revealed side of a connecting location. You may move to that location. We've seen this one once before. Again, it still has the same text, which is when an investigator, after a location is revealed, you have to put the cards into play. So we're going 3, 2, 1. So this card is not something we care about, but it could be as soon as the next card after that. So that's good. All right, this one doesn't have forced text on it, so we don't have to use the Veil Lantern, which means we probably just want to get this clue on here and then move forward, because we want to use the Veil Lantern once per turn. Oh, not that one. That's the bad one, I think. But this one. So we probably just get the clue and keep moving. So we're going to investigate. We're going to end up with too many cards in hand, but that's not really a problem we have to deal with. So we're going to investigate here. We are 6 to 2. -1, so we get it. We can do the text. We get a clue. Oh, sorry, we had we had Miguel active, so we'll get a clue here, and we can do the text on Crooked Path. First we'll draw a card with our ability. We drew another gun. I mean, whatever. It says after you discover a clue, you can look at the revealed set of connecting locations. So I guess we're gonna move into this one, whatever. So we'll just look at this one. It's another Crooked Path. Okay, so the same thing. We have 1 more action. I think we're just gonna keep moving. So third action, we'll enter this Western Woods. So now we have a chance of spawning the location that we need. So this is the Western Woods. I wonder if this is bad for us. Like technically the order that you do this matters when the thing advances, but I forget what happens when we advance. At least these 3 locations that we enter will be not dark, so they can't shuffle away, I'm pretty sure. Hey, we're back. It's the Glimmering Meadow. Follow the fireflies. So the Glimmering Meadow, at least it has no clues. You can also heal a horror here if you wanted to, but we haven't used the lantern this turn, so maybe actually we can use it with Miguel. That's it. I'm sure Bertie's fine. You can heal a horror. You can resign. That is going to spawn again. This can't be our location. Our location can be this, or it can still be in the deck. I'm going to be moving the deck over. Still here, I guess. We'll just slide all this stuff over. So give me 1 second to clean this up. Now the board does get crowded, but luckily every 3 turns it does clean itself up a fair bit, so things will get smaller, but obviously like, yeah, this is one of the weirder boards that can go out in big directions. Okay, so this is the deck. These are not our locations, and we're here. Okay, that's it for Joe. Joe has done Joe stuff, and we'll swap over. Notably, we can spend a clue to check one of these locations, which means, again, the location has a 1 in 4 chance of being this, and a 1 in 4 chance of being this one. So that actually is worth something here. We do know when this advances, we'll spawn a trap at Joe's feet. The problem is we entered a location with no clues. I'd love to be able to drop a glassing at Joe's feet to get a free clue, but unfortunately, that's not how it's going to work out. So yeah, it's Miguel time. We'll start with Loner. So Loner will make us pop into here for free. First action, we'll drop to the Glimmering Meadows. We can still use the lantern here. I think we're going to use one of Joe's clues. Maybe we don't need to. But maybe we do. Maybe we don't need to. Maybe we do. Actually, you know what? I think we don't move here. Because we have a really bad issue here if we move. So check this out. If we move into this location, it's going to spawn the last 2 locations here and here. However, once the act advances, every dark location gets shuffled together to make a new deck. And that means that these 2 cards, of which 50% of the time is the location we need to, will be shuffled in with all of these cards. So we're heavily not incentivized to go deeper because we'll know if we stay here that 100% of the card has to be here, here, or the 2 cards left in the deck. So as soon as we go into here, it's really bad. That being said, we can pop into here to see what it is, and if it's not, just pop out. But we can't end our turn. No, because it'll still spawn these. Yeah, no, we can't actually go anywhere. I think it's actually quite bad if we go somewhere here. So we might just need to chill. I wonder if that means before we moved, we should have just shot the bear with a longbow. I think we should have. I don't know if the bear heals in the next, like, because the Ursine hybrid says it full heals if you defeat it, but I don't know whether we should do just like tempo damage to it. I don't think we do. I'm not sure. I forget what happens. I'm worried that the thing's just like full heals, considering it says that like it will heal and come back if you deal with it. But like we could shoot it once. I don't know. It's even free with Judith, so I think we might as well. Okay, so hold on. Before we move, we'll use Judith to get a free move action because we have not much going on this turn. We'll use Judith. She'll let us to fire a longbow, and then we're going to just shoot this with the longbow. And luckily, because it's exhausted, the Ursine hybrid doesn't have functionally retaliate. So it's still 5 attack. Wait, how good are our stats? We're attacking at 5, 6, 7. It's 7 to 5. But if we fail, we can just do it again with no cost. So the only bad thing about this test is that if we fail and we pull the tablet, we can spawn an enemy at our location, which like probably isn't not optimal. But I think we're going to take that shot. We've already failed it once. So we'll do 7 to 5 here. Skull is -2, so we succeed. So that just does the longbow's damage for no action. So this is just going to do 3 damage to the bear. The bear is now down to 5 health. All right, then we'll do Loner. Second action, and then third action we'll just load the longbow. But I think it's a really bad turn to move in. Actually, no, that's second action because that wasn't an action. That was Judith. So it's Loner, 1, 2. So I guess technically before we do this, second action we'll draw. That's amazing. So that's the knapsack. That's a 1 of in the deck. This just gives us the security to play a trap and draw through our deck, which is like the most important card we could possibly draw. So there's a 1 of in the deck. It's our unique card. With our last action, we'll load the longbow. That's it. Card and credit. So we'll ready everything. We're up on, Elaborate Distraction. That's really good to have. That's like our, this is one of the few cards we're playing from Hemlock Vale. It is a double, so we do save an action playing this once per round. And it just says, for each enemy at your location and at each connecting location, either automatically evade them if they're not elite or just ping them for 1 damage, which is so good. Like this card can evade 7 enemies at once. It's incredibly good. Compare that to Cunning Distraction. I like this one a lot more. Mind you, on this side, we're going to discard a card. We drew Dorothy, which like probably is worth playing. Our money's been pretty good. The book stat is not going to be awful, but we have too many cards in our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have too many cards. So I think we're going to get rid of the right tool, which just has a book icon and like our hands are full. And then the other card we're going to get rid of is like, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. Like Detective's Intuition is not that much better than Bounty. The only thing with this is it has better icons. It has basically 2 willpower icons, and that's worth holding on to. So I think it might just be the Bounty, because our money is like pretty good. Like he has 8 resources and he has a bunch of allies that give money. We have same old thing and 5 resources. So I think we're just gonna get rid of the Bounty card because we don't need the fight stat too much. And we can't really boost fight stat to Miguel because Miguel doesn't fight with his fist usually. All right, we'll wake up the Earth Sign Hybrid and we'll advance. Cool. So we go to 3 Doom, which will reset, and we flip this over and we do this like process one more time. So we add 1 resource to the current darkness level. It's not 6 or higher, so we're at 3 again. We're in the clock. We are on a clock. We have to go find Bertie sooner than later. Put each enemy at a dark location and not engage with investigator to the pursuit area. Oh, the hybrid's gone. Ooh, that's scary. So the hybrid's out here too. Okay. Shuffle each revealed dark location. So good that we didn't continue to explore. If we continued to explore here, it would have really messed us up. So shuffle each unrevealed dark location. So 1, 2. Oh, it's unrevealed dark location. So we're still gonna mess it up because it could be one of these 2 locations. Oh no, they're not dark. They're not dark. Sorry, we're good. So we were smart. So it's these 4, which makes a really awkward deck. So shuffle each unrevealed dark location along with the top 2 cards of the Woods deck. Okay, never mind. So the cards we're looking for can be anywhere in these 6, or they can be exactly these 2. So I guess we'll find out together, along with the top 2 cards of the deck, and place them on top of the Woods deck. Yeah, so there's exactly 2 cards. So maybe we weren't smart at all. I thought they just shuffled them and put them on top, but you add the top 2. So we should have, I think we should have spawned them. Maybe. Put locations in play on the top of the Woods deck, above, below, to the left, and the right, which we can't. Also flip each revealed empty dark location to the unrevealed side. So we've built a very unwieldy map in terms of like the board space we have, but these are now flipped over. So we know what they are, but we really don't have to go back there. The investigator with the Veil Lantern tests X willpower, where X is the current darkness level. If they fail, choose an enemy at the pursuit area and spawn them and engage with them. So again, during this test, we could use Miguel to put a trap at the feet with like decoy trap or something like that. Not a huge incentive to do that because it's not worth that much. So we're just going to let this go through. We're 3-2. Sorry, wrong character. We're 2-3 more accurately. So we're probably going to fail this. And then we have to spawn. Is it any enemy? Choose an enemy. Yeah, so it's our choice. Okay. So 2-3. -2, we fail. So we can choose any of these enemies. I think I'm kind of going for the Stalking Hybrid because the Stalking Hybrid has exactly 3 health, which is perfect considering the arrow does 3 damage on this turn. So I'm going to spawn the Stalking Hybrid, which will be spawn, and it'll engage our friend here, Joe. So 3 health. If this thing attacks you, it drops the lantern, and that's a problem. That's it. Card from the Doom phase. Yeah. So first card for Miguel. Wall of Thorns, we've seen this one before. It's not good to get this on a central hub, and it works slightly different at night. It says when you move into or out of attached location, take a damage. That hurts, especially because we're gonna have to be checking a lot of locations. So we're probably gonna spend a clue to peek into one of these locations, and if it's not the location, we'll be going the other way. I can't keep building the board that way, but it's equally likely it's both of these. So what can we do? So that's attached to our location, nothing about it. So it doesn't hit enemies. It's not like fire. It just hits us. But that means we're each gonna take 1 damage and probably just never turn around. All right, Joe draws Poison Blossom, which is again going to spawn out in the area. So we're getting a lot of enemies in the pursuit area, which is terrifying. 2/3/1 with Retaliate. Now this text won't fire when it's out in the pursuit area, but this is a card that you have to deal with because at the end of the round, it gets a resource as an overgrowth counter. And this thing will get +1 fight and +1 damage for each overgrowth counter on it, which means you still do one-shot it with the arrow, but like it is a problem if you let this on the table. It doesn't follow you, but then once you draw the card that says the nearest enemy attacks you, this will just hit you and just like totally destroy you. The scenario's so creative. They really cook with the night ones. It's really good. And like as complicated as this board is, like it's seemed to be rife for annoyance, but it's really straightforward. Like getting lost in the woods has never felt this intuitive, which is like a ridiculous sentence to say. But I'm really into it. Hopefully it's obvious. Okay, so the one thing that we can do here is we can use the text on the act, and anybody can fast spend a clue to look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. So I'm gonna peek at this one. Hopefully it's not the hopefully it's the one that we have to go to. It's a 1 in 4 shot, which would be sick. But otherwise we'll end up going south. And if we end up going south, that'll spawn locations here, which maybe it's a bit more manageable than continuing to go east because we run out of table space. That's obviously not great. So doesn't matter whose turn this is, but Joe will spend the clue. And we'll reveal this. It's a blighted glade. So we've never seen this one before, but it's not the 1 in 4. So now there's a 1 in 3 chance that this is the right one. And otherwise there's 2 that are shuffled to the deck, which are fully random. So after you reveal blighted glade, choose the enemy in the pursuit with the lowest fight and spawn at this location. The lowest fight is currently the poison blossom. So it's not the worst, but again, we can cancel this once per turn. We're not going to enter this location. All right, I think Miguel's going to go first. So Miguel is going to just shoot the bow using a free action from Judith, and he's going to target the stalking hybrid. Now, the longbow, if it misses, it's pretty bad because it does a massive 3 damage chunk. But currently we're fighting at 5, 6, 7 to 3, so there's no worry besides the one bad thing you can't really play around. -2, good. Stalking hybrid's defeated. This would maybe be an easy time to play that bounty we threw out. I mean, yeah, probably should have kept that to some extent, but that's fine. So we haven't taken an action yet. We probably just need to move. So we're going to take a damage here. That's acceptable. We'll use Loner, and we'll just move out to the Western Woods. So Wall of Thorns says whenever you leave or enter, you take a damage. So this one does act different at night. So we'll just take a damage to our face. We don't have any healing, but we do in the token bag. So well, 1 in 3 chance. No, it's not. So this one's interesting because we can like just let this fire if we want to. It says after you reveal Blighted Glade, choose the enemy with the lowest fight and spawn at your location. The lowest fight could be Feline Hybrid if we want to, and honestly, having the Feline Hybrid might not be the worst because we can put one of our traps here and make it fire. Oh no, it has to be the Poison Blossom. Issue is we have no window to either reload our bow. We could have reloaded our bow first, but this was the least likely location it is. But if the Poison Blossom spawns on us, if we want to load our bow, we have to take 1 horror, which is like not the end of the world. But that means this turn we could like load our bow and shoot the Poison Blossom, and that actually might be a good turn. I think that's probably a good turn. So we're going to let this text go through because we still have 2 actions. So Blighted Glade comes in with 2 clues, and we'll just allow his text to happen. It says, the bows surely moved and there was no wind. Oh yeah, I remember this part very much from the story. There's a lot to talk about the trees around the farmland, and they were constantly described as like moving even though there's no wind, which is like kind of terrifying. So we're going to choose to spawn the Poison Blossom here. All right, so the Poison Blossom's on us. Poison Blossom, you definitely want to deal with sooner than later. I don't think its text will be relevant up in the threat area. I don't think it gets its counters. I don't think any of its text is forced up there. So then we're going to go ahead and reload our longbow, which we could have done this first, but that is an attack of opportunity, so we'll take 1 horror. We'll just go ahead and put it on Daniel Jameson. Then third action, because we did free, load. Oh, we have more actions. We'll do shoot with longbow. So we're fighting at 7 to 2. Auto fail. That's interesting. Okay. All right. That's not good. All right. That's bad. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. We've been so comfortable. We forgot. So we did fail, but Daniel Jameson says, I got another bow or another arrow miraculously. So now we're doing 8 to 2. If you fail an attack or evade exhaust ammo, just do it again. And you don't have to pay the costs again. So you get a free arrow, at least from my understanding. 0. Okay, we're good. I was looking bleak for a second. We would have been okay, but it's nice to destroy that. So again, we did free shoot, free move, load shoot. So we have 1 more action. I think we're just going to play our knapsack. And then we might actually use our knapsack before we end our turn. So Miguel's knapsack comes into play for 2. Comes in with 2 health soak, which we add the soak onto the card. Takes up our body slot, which is not super contested here. Oh, hold on. The board state has to change. So we know that the card that we're looking for is a 1 in 6 shot here. So it has to go up, down, left, right. So each of these has a 1 in 3 chance of being a location, and I need to move the board again. Give me 1 second. This is the bear's health. I'll just put it up there. It'll be confusing. I'm pretty sure. Okay, this is the deck, so this is fine. Miguel's face is in the way of a couple locations, but like, let me fix that one more time. All right, I think that's good enough. So that's this. So we've done our math totally correctly. If we mess up our math, it's so bad because this could be the location, but I'm pretty sure our math says that can't be the location. So currently our location has a chance of being any of these three or equally in the deck. Again, we can spend a clue to check, but that's it. Now, Miguel's knapsack allows us to play cards at a neighboring location or allows us to like draw a card when we play a card. So we're kind of incentivized here to drop a thing at our location, a thing being an event, which could be a trap. This is 2 shroud, so dropping a thing here would be fine if we want to drop like a glassing and get the clues, and then that means that we can move forward with our friend here, who's kind of incentivized to move forward anyways. Nothing is following us right away, so that's okay. So the trap might not fire, so it might not actually be a good trap. But the thing with the traps is like they're basically cantrips with house money, so like you could just play them to draw forward, but honestly our hand is fine. It's really weird because like the enemies don't spawn on you. So like the traps are only as good every like 3 turns when you know they're guaranteed to spawn. I think there's a couple enemies in the deck that will spawn at a neighboring location. So you could kind of like play into that. And we actually can use Miguel's knapsack to put it at a neighboring location. You don't draw a card though, but it says when you draw an event, when you play an event, exhaust Miguel's, either play that event at a connecting location as if you're at the location. And you can even do that if the location's not revealed, which is like super surprising. I don't think that breaks scenarios, but that actually might have an impact. So fast. I think we just chill. I don't think we have to drop a trap yet. Like we're just not using our text, which feels bad, but we'll flip it over to Joe. We appreciate the moving of cards. Yeah. I think you need to, right? But it's like it is a bit of work. This looks okay. This looks fine. Okay, that's us. Joe time. So Joe has no reason to go here. Again, a 1 in 3 shot. So we're gonna first leave. When we leave, we take a damage. We'll take it to the face just because we can draw heal from the token bank, and we saw a couple cards that hit your allies for 1. We could just play Dorothy here, but honestly, we don't need her, which feels a bit awkward. Like Logan and Dorothy don't seem super necessary because their stats are like 6 to currently, what is this, 2 at this location? So like seems fine. But I think we want to get 1 clue and then just peek at 1 and then move at the other because we don't need to get the other clue here. Clues are like valuable, but not that valuable that we need to empty this. So we're just going to do 6 to 2. Second action. We're not going to boost. I mean, we could deduction this, but I'd rather deduction something with like 3 or 4 shroud, like the mushroom glade. -2, we're good. We got a clue. We get a clue. We can draw a card. I guess we will. Another Dorothy. Okay, not very useful. We have way too many cards in hand. Classic Joe issue. We have a couple fast cards. We haven't found them yet. And then we're going to just use our text to peek. So I want to peek at the Western Woods because ideally I want to build left because of the world. So we're going to spend a clue here, and then we're going to peek at this one. It's the poison marsh, so we're not going to go in that direction. It's not that bad of an area, but the poison marsh just says after you reveal poison marsh, you must either take 1 damage or deal 1 damage to each ally asset. So that's okay. But we just peek at that with the clue. So we have 1 more action. We can definitely move, and we want to move because the Veil Lantern is still ready. It could be 50-50 for either of these. The problem is like you're at a really awkward spot where like you kind of want to move, but if we move in here, this has an equal chance of being the thing. And if this is the thing, then we have to get 2 actions back to it. So actually, maybe we do just get this clue here because then we can use the clue to look at this. And then if it's not that, we always have to go left. That's probably fine. Yeah, so maybe the deduction was correct in hindsight. Because yeah, in practice, as soon as we leave here, like I guess we could send him in with Loner, but then it's like he can fire the bad text. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that. We also could just get lucky. This is a 1 in 5 shot. Like not great odds, but that's the best we got. Yeah, maybe we should have deduction that in hindsight. Oh, what did we pull, by the way? Do you remember what token we pulled? I think we pulled a -2. The token that we pull actually matters for steady handed. I've forgotten about this for a couple turns. We might have had some horror to heal. I think we pulled a -2. I think we 6-2, which is 2, which I think is just that. Can someone check quickly? But I think we pulled a -2, which puts us to 4-2, so we can exhaust this to heal horror. I think we forgot this last turn. So we'll do horror -1. I'm pretty sure we pulled a -2. That felt right. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna get the next clue. So 6-2. We might as well just throw Dorothy at it. No, there's no reason. There's no reason. So I guess we can just play this card. I don't want to play this card. It's not worth the action. Like, it seems good, but spending an action to gain 2 resources and heal 1 damage is like, it's fine. But honestly, the 2 willpower on this might be more useful, but you spend it clicklessly. It was -2. Thank you. Yeah, so I feel bad. We definitely should have deductioned that. So I guess we could just play Dorothy. Maybe that feels a bit better, but then we don't hit her once per turn. I mean, this is messy. I think I'm just going to investigate 6-2 and discard a card, or discard 2 cards. 6-2. This is the good one. Nice. So we succeed and we heal a damage from your investigator, which is just really nice. So we go up to 6 health, 6 sanity. We get the last clue. Mind you, at any point in time, we can do this text, but we generally try not to. With Dr. Rosa Marquez, she has really good text on her, or we're assuming she has good text. But she says after you discover the last clue, you can read this codex entry. Generally, we want to leave that to as late in the scenario as possible. Just from our experience, it usually says like, oh, interact with the mechanic of the scenario in a very drastic way, which you generally want to have later on. This will probably like reveal a location or something. Like in the bog, if we did that on turn 1, it would have done nothing and we would have felt terrible, which is kind of weird that that's like that. I probably should say on it, like if it's act 2, you can do this, because firing her text in act 1 in the bog is like kind of a waste of time. Or not a waste of time, it's just a waste of a good thing you should have held on to. But that's it. Upkeep. Yeah, we're not going to play a fast event, I don't think. So we drew Tinker. That's fantastic. There is no window to play this though, but this is technically doesn't count against our hand size, and we can attach it to a tool like the Veil Lantern. And now the Veil Lantern, because it's a tool, won't take up our hand slot, which means even if we end up drawing this, whoever picks it up will have an extra hand slot. So we actually can play the Tinker into the 1911 next turn, which is great. The problem though is we're at hand size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have to discard 2. So I think we discard probably 2 Dorothys, I'll be honest. Like, she doesn't give you good enough soak, and we don't need the money. So yeah, weird how that is. Enjoy your charisma, buddy. On this side, mind you, we're ready, everything. I think we have 1 enemy left in our deck. Another Daniel. Okay, so we have redundant if we need it. Daniel Jameson. Okay, cool. That's it. No enemies. Doom. We're at 1 of 3. First encounter card comes to Miguel. Another Wall of Thorns. I mean, that's okay. It sucks that we're both together for this, because that's just like 2 free more damage, but what can we do? At least it doesn't take actions from us, so that's not too bad. And then on the other side, Joe is going to draw Bloom. So this is the Poison Blossoms art. Choose the nearest Flora enemy and heal all damage from it. There are no Flora enemies in play, so we can't choose them. If no cards are damaged, discard cards from the top of the counter deck until a Flora card is discarded and a draw. Yeah, I don't think those cards are in play, so we have to discard until we find a Flora. Stolen Light, I mean, that's probably going to be an important card. Swarm, another Bloom. We drew a Poison Blossom, and this says specifically draw it, so it does not spawn in our location. We just drew it, and it doesn't have spawn loc text, so if I'm not mistaken, this card says, oh, sorry, agenda minus. This says, oh, wait, no, we've been messing up. Wait, what happened? I think we've been messing up. Sorry, 1 second. Something's broken? But the text of the spawn location, is it on the agenda? No, it was on the act. So things that we draw actually spawn on us. I don't know if we messed that up just yet, but the text that says that they don't spawn on you was on the act, and the act is advanced. So the Poison Blossom actually does spawn on our location, right? Yeah, so now we're actually just drawing enemies naturally. So the Stalking Hybrid would have, yeah, it's fine. It didn't actually, I don't think we messed it up, but technically that text was not on the agenda, which is constant, it was on the acts, and the act is different. Regardless, this is the Poison Blossom. It has 3 health. It has Retaliate, and at night it gets a counter at the end of the round. Yep, and then that matters. So that's a perfect bow and arrow. Unfortunately, the traps haven't been relevant here. I don't think we had a minute to refill the longbow, right? Yeah, I think the longbow is empty here because we played the knapsack instead of reloading it. So that's on us, I guess. All right, Joe will spend a clue fast before we decide anything during the Mythos phase. So we're going to spend the clue off of the, did I fix this? Yeah, off of the act to peek at this. So it's a 1 in 5 chance. It's not what we want. This is another Crooked Path. The Crooked Path is like worth entering, because when you get the clue up the crooked path, you can look at the revealed location and you may move to it. So we can check out what this one is, but that is slightly awkward. So I think what we want to do here, how many cards are left over is 3. So if he goes first and goes to this and this, basically if you enter this, you can get a clue from this for free, which checks this and gets a clue and moves. And then that's not that bad. Yeah, I think that's good. The problem is if we enter this, it spawns a location down here, which kind of sucks. So I think we'll just enter this and play it safe. I don't think there's a way to get good value from it. Okay. We have an enemy. I think we're just going to start with doing the whole longbow thing. So we'll start with Miguel. Miguel will load the bow for 1. Use Judith to shoot the longbow. Again, the autofill is pretty bad here because it does 3 damage, but we'll be attacking it at only 2 attack. We're at 7-2. -4, still good. Does 3 damage to the poison blossom. Knocks it out. That uses the longbow. We have 2 actions. We're just going to start with Loner, and we're going to move forward. So we're going to move to an empty location. We'll check the Western Woods, hoping for the best. It's not. It's the Fecund Thicket. So we know guaranteed that the location we're looking for is one of these 3. So it'll go top, bottom, left, right. So could be either of these 2. Could also just be this card here. So one of the things we can do is we can use Joe to enter here. We can use this to look at this one and then go that way, but I don't know if that makes sense. This has -3 shrouds. It's only 3 shroud, which is not bad. It has 2 clues. So this might be a good spot for a trap, as much as the enemies haven't been showing up. And after you reveal this, test 3 agility, where 3 is the current darkness level. If you fail, find the enemy in pursuit with the highest printed health and spawn at your location. Highest printed health will be the Urson hybrid for sure. Not sure if we want to willingly spawn the Urson hybrid, but technically we can, during this test, fire the text on, or fire off our, what's it called? Our glassing to get some clues. I mean, maybe we choose to spawn the hybrid. It's ridiculous, but we could choose to spawn the bear, because the bear means that we'll get all the clues fast and we'll draw a card. I think we're actually going to choose to let this fire. The thing is, like, for this to be good, we have to fail. The problem is, like, we're 5-3, so we're not likely to fail. But if we fail this, we're happy. The thing is, we have to commit the thing to the location during the test. So we're going to do some Miguel shenanigans here. So we're going to do this. We're not going to cancel with the Veil Lantern. It says, after you reveal this, test 3 agility with the current darkness level. We're 5-3. This test initiates, and we have a fast window. And during the fast window, we'll play glassing. So we'll spend 2 resources off of same old thing, and we'll attach glassing to the Fecund Thicket. So now, when an enemy enters this location, we can exhaust this to investigate using our agility stat +1. And if we succeed, we can get 1, or discard this to get 2 clues if successful, which is really quite good. That empties the location. So that is that. Miguel's knapsack can fire here. And so we're going to choose to exhaust it to draw a card. This also could just draw an enemy. It doesn't draw another glassing. Okay, our hand size is getting a bit big. And then we're just going to do this test on the Fecund Thicket. 5-3. We want to fail this. We actually do want to fail this genuinely. This would be nice to get the one that searches an enemy from the deck, but we fail it. And in what style? So we have to spawn the enemy with the highest printed health. So it's going to spawn the Urson hybrid at our location on top of our friend here. So we know the Urson hybrid. We are going to have to evade it, which is fine. But when this thing enters, we can fire glassing, which is, again, the sort of thing that we want to be doing with Miguel. But now it's going to be a bit more consistent because the enemies do spawn at our location. So if our glassing here, it says after an enemy enters your location, exhaust this. So we're going to exhaust it. And then we're going to do our agility +1. So we're 6-3 for the shroud. If you succeed, you may discard this to discover a clue. So 6-3 is pretty good. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty good. I think we won't play around the 1 -4 in the bag. Like, we could commit a do or die, but there's like 1 card in our discard pile and it's an emergency cache. So it doesn't actually do anything. Don't pull the autofill twice, buddy. -1, we succeed. So we're going to choose to discard this. So it goes into a discard pile, and we clicklessly gained 2 clues, which is kind of the best. We can also just use those clues at immediate speed to check these locations, and then we'll know 100% where we want to go. Oh, mind you, when we left the Wall of Thorns, we have to take a damage. I did forget that. I will take the damage to my face. We do need to pull some healing here because we're getting a bit beat up. Actually, we won't take it to the face. We'll just put on the Miguel's knapsack because we can do that. Yeah, damage -1. We're at 5 health. Okay, so we've only taken no actions. We did Judith fight. No, we reloaded the longbow, right? We reloaded the longbow. We did Judith fight, fast move, test. So we have 2 more actions, and we haven't even played a free event this turn. So we have the Urson hybrid on us. That's fine. I think we're just going to use our clues here to get some safety or to get some information. So again, on the act, we can spend a clue to peek at a neighboring location. So we're going to spend a clue first just to look at this one. That's where we want to go. The Twisted Hollow is here. So all we have to do is get here. This thing says, the act says that it'll tell us when to advance. It doesn't say that we need clues. It just says, find Bertie Musgrave. He's lost deep in the forest. Do not advance until you're instructed. We found the Twisted Hollow here. So luckily we didn't mess our math up. And this says at the end of the round, if each surviving investigator is at the hollow and we have 4 clues, we can advance to Act 2B. The knotted old tree has seen far more than you ever will. Victory 1. So currently we have, I don't think we spent a clue to do that. No, I gave a clue. So currently we have 2 clues, but good thing that we saved a clue by finding us at 1. So that's here. It goes back. We won't flip or do anything weird unless there's a treachery that does it. But we know where we have to go here. Okay, we still have 2 actions. Fighting the hybrid is not super necessary, so we're just going to evade. And if we mess this up, again, the hybrid doesn't have alert, it does have retaliate, but we can just use Daniel Jameson here. So we're going to 5 to 3, and if we fail, we'll just do it again. We have another glassing, so we don't need to do a do or die here, but we'll do 5 to 3. I really wish we had our damage trap, because like as soon as you draw your trap with all the recursion you have, you can play that same trap multiple times. Unfortunately, like we've played 1 trap so far. +1, we succeed. We have evaded the hybrid. So it's there. The good thing about the hybrid is we know where it is. So in theory, we could actually engage it and move it in with us later, but it does have Hunter. So if we don't get out of this at the end of this round, we might have a problem. Oh yeah, because then the hybrid will hit us. So the question is, how soon can we get clues? So we basically have to do move, deduction, and then we can advance. So that's actually not that bad. So that means last action. Does this have bad text when you enter it? I don't think it does, no. So last action, we're going to just move into this. It is the Twisted Hollow, which is where we need to all be at the end of the round. So it comes in with 2 clues. 4 Shroud has victory, which is the first victory location. Great. That's it. Our longbow is empty, which is maybe a bit scary if we're going to advance, because probably bad things will happen, but that's not too bad at all. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. Yeah. The longbow we'd want to be loaded, but what can we do? We'll swap over. It is Joe. Joe needs to just move over there and deduction it. And it's a 4 Shroud victory 1 location, so that's pretty good. So we're going to move once. We have to take a damage, and then we'll move here. So we're down to 5 health. And we're just going to investigate this location. It's the Twisted Hollow. It has 4 Shroud. First thing, we're going to play Tinker quickly. And we're going to attach it to the Veil Lantern. So it doesn't take up a hand slot. So that's nice. We can play a gun if we need to. I just don't think we have the actions to do it. And then we're going to investigate with a deduction. So just to make sure our math is good here, we're at 5, 6 for the deduction, 7 for the magnifying glass. We're 7 to 4, which is not guaranteed. So I think we will once again, well, actually for the first time, throw a perception in it, because this test is so important. Perception gives us 2 book, and the succeeding investigator draws a card. Good, that's good. So we have to do the math here. We were at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 6 to 4. We succeed by 2, which we'll take that. So we'll use Steady-Handed to heal 1 horror. And we'll get 2 clues. And we can choose to draw 2 cards. Technically, we always have to draw from perception. It's not optional, I don't think. So it says draw card. We drew our chemistry kit, which is a bit better also with our Steady-Handed now, as much as this card is like maybe not worth the action to install, because all the things that it does besides exactly by 4 is not really that great. Like gaining resources doesn't matter. Drawing a card, we're already too good at that. Discover an additional clue though, that is worth something. I think we'll draw a second card off of our ability. This is an emergency cache, and that's our turn. Okay, so we're all still in the light. We haven't been announcing that, but at the end of the round, if you're in the lights, you don't have to take the horror spawn an enemy, so that's good. The one thing we can do here is we have a window. Did you succeed by 2 without modifying? We succeeded by 2 without modifying, right? Well, Spanner, what do you mean though by without modifying? Without exhausting this? I think we did. Yeah. Wait, oh, am I misunderstanding this card? You have to modify? When you would succeed a skill test exhaust steady hand, you either oh, I've been playing this card wrong. So I thought this card would always work if you succeed by 2, but you have to succeed by 1 or 3 and then force yourself up or down. So if you succeed by 2, this doesn't give you a horror. You have to succeed by 1 or 3 and then use this. Yeah. Because it doesn't say you may either succeed. It says you either succeed by 1 more or 1 less. It doesn't say may. I thought this card said may. I thought this thing that you could exhaust it after you succeed a skill test. You may succeed by 1 more or 1 less, regardless if you succeed exactly by 2, heal 1 horror. But that's not the way it's written. So we can't heal a horror, right? That's weird. So you actually have to interact with all the card text to get any of the card text. So that's weird. It basically means off 1 and 3s we heal a horror. Sorry, man. No, that's cool. That makes the card more interesting at least. But now it's not that we have 3 shots to heal horror. We only have 2 shots to heal horror because if you hit a natural 2, you're not in a good spot. That's interesting. That's really, really weird. I did not read that correctly. I'm glad that you pointed it out sooner than later. I think we might have messed that up once, but I'm not 100% sure. No, that's a good catch. Okay. Things that happen. Card and credit. We haven't done that. The mouse mask, which in this scenario, it's a fair bit better. We draw an unexpected courage, so that's 2 wilds. This readies, this readies, this readies. This doesn't. This one does. Okay, it's the end of the round. The one thing we can do here is actually, no, sorry, this is why we paused here. Before we draw a card, there's a window that we can play an event at the end of every investigator phase. So apologies. That's what I was missing because I was pausing here for a reason. And I think because we're advancing, we probably do one for safety to play the decoy trap here. So apologies. We saw the card that we drew. I don't think it's going to change what we're going to do. But at the end of technically at the end of the enemy phase, the enemy phase, I want to play this decoy trap because I'm pretty sure when we advance, enemies are going to show up here. So I'm going to spend 2 resources to play the decoy trap. We can't do anything smart with that. I wish we had our damage trap here, but we don't. But I think just putting this in front of us is like a pretty good idea because usually things get a bit worse here. So yeah, we'll have to deal with that. So I think that's that. Then we would draw a card and get a resource, but I don't think that really changed our decision. So I feel okay about that. All right. At the end of the round, it says, Bertie Musgrave, he's lost deep in the forest. Okay, so that's that. I guess it's the text on the Twisted Hollow. The Twisted Hollow says, at the end of the round, players may spend 4 clues as a group, so we have to spend all our clues to advance Act 2B. So let's do that. So we'll spend 1 and 3. So we're down to no clues, and we will advance to Act 2B. This is our act. Out of the frying pan. Stay back, squeaks a familiar voice. A pine cone whizzes past her ear. Bertie peers out from a hollow in the massive trunk. It's you, he chirps excitedly. I thought I was done for, but here you are. His eyes go wide as a familiar wheezing roar echoes through the hollow. Put the set-aside Bertie Musgrave story asset into play under the control of any investigator. We finally found Bertie in his tweed. It's a bit ripped, but he's still doing good. We have to decide who he goes under. He doesn't technically take up an ally slot. While you control Bertie, you get +1 health and +1 sanity. Technically, taking damage for fun is a bit survivor-coded. But who's actually closer to being dead? It's like very much more Joe Diamond here. It says take either 1 damage or 1 horror and exhaust Bertie Musgrave. Draw a card. Parlay. So you can draw a card and parlay if you want to take damage for fun. I think taking horror for fun might actually be better with Joe Diamond. So I think Bertie's going to be taken care of by Joe. After Bertie Musgrave is defeated, set him aside out of play. Okay, so Bertie Musgrave is going to enter play in Joe Diamond's area. So it has 2 damage and 1 horror. So we got a bit more soak, which, you know, we're both relatively healthy. Okay. Also, together with Rosa feels a bit fitting, so that's not too bad. Put each unengaged enemy in the pursuit area. So one more time we do that. The Urson hybrid would have been ready, but it's in the pursuit area with 5 other enemies, which I'm terrified about that. And then we have to like mess up the board again. Shuffle each other location except the Twisted Hollow location into the woods deck and put them into play according to the diagram on page 36. So the only location that's going to stay here is the Twisted Hollow, which that's fine. These get discarded because when the Twisted Hollow is in play, it has victory and we've emptied it. So that's not too bad. So all these cards get shuffled in together and we have to build the final board. From this point on, the board is not going to be changing. We just have to find basically like where we need to get out from here. But there's a lot of cards here. And as we know, one of them is the exit, and that probably will matter. So the location chart on 36, I know it off by heart, so we're just going to look at it for the fun of it. But that is this, which is a 5, a 3, and a 5 in that order. Notably, if you are playing exactly 1 or 2 investigators, there will be another card up there. If you're playing with exactly 1 or 2 investigators, you will have 1. Sorry, there won't be a card up there because we removed cards from the deck. So this will only be, 12 locations that we have to look at. So we have to shuffle this really well. But we'll see what we have to do here. We're stuck in the Twisted Hollow with Bertie. Now we just have to find how to get him out. Okay, so the next sentence is the sentence I'm pretty sure I remembered, and that's not going to be great for us. But let's just do this first. So we're gonna put these in a random order. So we'll just do 1, 1, 1, 1, like they classically do, and then we have to make this wider. So we'll do this. And at this point, though, we're not gonna be shifting the board, so that'll be easy. Okay, give me 1 second. Just to clean this up. But it's a pretty big map. I like the idea that as soon as you find Bertie, the woods kind of get a bit more solid. But still, it's totally unknown. I love how you just keep getting lost in the woods in this scenario. Okay, that's it, I think. All right. Search all in and out of play areas for the Earthsign hybrid, heal all damage from it, and spawn at the Twisted Hollow. Fantastic. So we did end up doing 4 damage to it, but it's going to full heal up. So this is the bear's health up here. So it's 9, and the Earthsign hybrid is going to spawn at the Twisted Hollow. That's why I thought we wanted to put the decoy trap down. So this is going to spawn at a location. We're going to choose to spawn it on top of Miguel. But when this thing enters the location, we can fire the decoy trap here. It says after an enemy enters your location, we get a free evade, and we get +1 to the skill value. If the test succeeds, you may discard this to move to that location. So it's also not bad to have this at a central location, so we can like fast travel into that location if we ever have to split up. But we do get just like a free testless evade, or not testless, a free evade, actionless against this. So we're evading at 6 to 3. And we save an action. If we fail this, we can use Daniel to do it again, but we probably won't because I think we might need to use Daniel to fight. So we could do like a do or die to go get the glassing, but we already have a glassing in hand, so I don't think it's super valuable. 6 to 3. -4, we fail. Annoying. So I guess we do use Daniel here. So Daniel is really good with the traps because they technically do, well, these ones do fight or evade. So we can do it again. So now we're 7 to 3. After you fail an attack or evasion, just do it again at +1. So we're getting 5, 6, 7 to 3. Elder Sign. Oh, that's actually perfect. So we haven't drawn that yet. So the Elder Sign here just says, I think it's like draw a thing. Yeah, if you may add a trick or trap. So we're going to add the 1 card that we can from our discard pile and add that glassing back. So we've successfully evaded this. This exhausts, mind you, no matter what. And the hybrid here is evaded. So that might save us an action during an important turn. We'll see what else is happening here. Okay. Advance the act and agenda deck to Back to the Vale special agenda. Moving all doom from the current agenda to it is both the current act and the current agenda deck. Now, I'm not sure how I set this up, so let's see if it worked. Yeah, okay, I have it here, but it won't show up on the top really elegantly. Back to the Vale. This is a special agenda. The art is terrifying. With Bertie in tow, you must find your way back to Hemlock Vale. So this is both the act and the agenda. We moved 1 doom over to it. It still has 3 doom to advance, so assuming when this advances, the game won't be over. It says either exhaust the Vale Lantern or spend 2 clues as a group to look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. You may move to that location. Now, these, of course, are the same locations that we played with earlier. So if we exhaust the lantern to enter that, we're going to have to do the bad text on the location. I think like 2 of them might not have bad text, but that is now a cost that if we really need to get out of here quickly, we're going to have to take some risks, which is good fun. Objective, if each undefeated investigator has resigned to resolution 1, and we know that if we follow the fireflies, there's a location in which we can resign. There is a lot of variance to this, and I've never got super lucky, but it could be literally any location equally viable, right? So I have played the whole thing where I've checked every single location, done a loop, and then the last location that is the one you want, and it's right next to where you start. So like, I think we need to stay together. Getting clues is really good because you can just peek at locations, and that's really strong. You can also move to them for free, right? You may move to the location. So like using the lantern aggressively or spending 2 clues aggressively is like way more cost efficient. So like what you often want to do is like get to a corner, peek into the edge because the edge is really expensive, go up and then just do the loop, and always peek into the edges because the edges, if you move in and out, it costs you 2 actions. If you just peek in, it saves you all the actions in the world. So like, you know, buckle up. There's going to be a lot of variance, but we are lost in the woods. So we'll find out. And that's it. Nothing else to read there. Things got a lot simpler. All we have to do is find it. So we could be out here this turn. We could be out here in a while later. These are all still waiting for us. So we'll see when and if they show up. But the hybrid, now we can actually defeat the Earthsign hybrid if we want to. It is going to take 9 damage, which for us takes us like 3 turns of the arrow, which is like totally doable. So we probably just keep shooting this once a turn, especially with Judith Park making it free fight action. So I think we want to fight this thing. It also has victory too. So that'll be pretty good. All right, first card, we're going to be draw from Miguel. We draw a Stalking Hybrid. Oh, this actually does spawn on us because again, that text is no longer there. This is the last turn. This thing will have 3 health. It does technically we draw it, but it doesn't engage us. It actually is always going to engage our friend here because our friend here has the lantern. right? So this thing says prey only. So when you spawn an enemy, it doesn't actually engage you. It just spawns at your location from my understanding. And then it's prey. Well, no, actually when you draw it, it does spawn on you, but I think only has different text. We're gonna have to check the rule book here, but only is like very, very bespoke text that I actually think breaks this interaction because this thing will never engage an enemy that doesn't have the lantern. So I'm pretty sure it just spawns at our location and then immediately engages our friend here. But we might need to do a double check. Now, this is a very fortunate turn to draw it because next turn I'll have 4 health and that's a bit more annoying. We can put our gun out. Like our 1911 now fits in one of our hand slots, but I need to check what the only text is because only is like a really strange piece of text here. So let me just do a quick Google Arkham for prey only. There should be like a rules insert here. Only will not engage the drawer by default. Yeah, right? That sounds right. So I'm just going to the Arkham DB rules. I don't know if they're going to look perfect. Arkham DB loads a bit slow as of late, so it will not engage the drawer by default. That's what I'm pretty sure of. If this doesn't load in the next second, we'll just like play off of that. But yeah, usually praise for ties only is a bit weird. So, oh, this actually looks perfect. So prey only. Prey. Spawn instructions and prey. Okay, prey. If an enemy's instruction contains the word only, that enemy only moves towards and engages the investigator as if they're the only investigator in play and ignores all other investigators while moving and engaging. Other investigators may use the engage action or card abilities to spawn it. Prey has no immediate effect on where an enemy will spawn. Oh, that's not good. The enemy only moves towards and engages the investigator as if it were the only investigator in play. So ignores all other investigators while moving and engaging. So yeah, it can't engage us. The question is like, when you spawn an enemy, do you engage it or does it engage you? But I'm pretty sure it ignores us. Joe still draws a card. Deep Shadow. So we draw this one again. We don't have the best willpower. So let's see what the bad thing is. Oh, excuse me. I need to type in here. So this one says 3 willpower. We're not in the dark, so it gets +2 difficulty. We haven't dropped the lantern yet. Normally you do drop that lantern a fair bit, but we've been lucky. So we fail this, which we are 2 to 3. We either take 2 horror, which is not amazing, or whoever controls the veil lantern flips it to its unlit side, and you kind of have to boot it to a connecting location, which means you have to go get it and then pick it up, which we haven't seen the backside of it. Ideally, we just pass this. Like that would be kind of sick. The mouse mask is like not bad because we're gonna be moving through a lot of locations, but I think just spending the icons on this is like pretty reasonable. So Detective's Intuition, we will just pitch this for 2 willpower. So we're at, we're at 4 to 3, and then mouse mask will make it 5 to 3. Technically we want to play around -3 because the bag has 3 -3s in it because that's what the skull is at this point. So there's a lot. So, I mean, the cards in our hand are not super useful. Like, I don't think we're going to actually play the mouse mask. We probably don't have time, I'll be honest. Our book stats are already 5. 5 is probably good enough. We have a perception. We have to remember we have the endurance. We haven't like really considered that at any point further on. Prey is really weak, but prey only is really strong. Yeah, prey is usually doesn't matter unless you're playing multiplayer and you're evading a lot. But prey only is like very, very, very interesting. Okay, so 2 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna do 5 to 3. There's a chance that the mouse mask pitch is like not worth it. Like pitching 2 cards and still being only like, I think we're probably 50% feels a bit weird. So we're 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. Skull's -3. Yeah, that's the one that we're worried about. So we do fail. So we spent all these cards for nothing. I think -3 was the expected result, but maybe not. So we either take 2 horror, or we drop the lantern. I think we're pretty okay still taking 2 horror. It doesn't have to be direct. So we can put 1 on Rosa. We can take 1 in our face. Again, we do have horror healing. So maybe even putting on Rosa is a bit much. All right, that's us. So I think we're going to go first. The problem is we wanted to use the longbow to shoot the bear. That's really good. We definitely want to move with the lantern. We also have to remember that Dr. Rosa's text is probably now very important because it allows us to, if we get the last clue, so we want to find a place, and we always want to move at least once a turn with the Veil Lantern. I do not know if we need to spend a second to put the gun down. Maybe having the gun for flexibility is great. We know when this thing advances, we're going to be spawning an enemy on us, which at least the decoy trap is really good for that if we want to stay here, but I don't think we can afford to stay here. So probably if we move to the next location, we can just drop glassing with the knapsack on that location. So when an enemy spawns on us, on Joe, we can get the clue for free. But I think no matter what, we'll go first to get the enemy off of Joe. So first action with Miguel, we're going to reload the longbow. Free action, we're going to use Judith, and she's going to allow us to attack with a longbow. Daniel should be ready. Oh, no, Daniel's not ready. Excuse me. So yeah, we have to be a bit careful here. So we're fighting at 5, 6, 7, 7 to 3. So if the bad thing happens, it's pretty bad because it's 3 damage. But that's what happens when you shoot arrows at your friends. We've been pretty lucky so far. Do we want to pitch to this? I don't think we do. I'm surprised we're only drawing one enemy a turn from the pursuit area. Are we doing this wrong? I feel like at some point you were meant to draw, everyone draws an enemy from the pursuit area. I feel like I forgot something. Because maybe it's on the back of this one. Yeah, because the agenda is different. I remember drawing way more enemies from the pursuit area. Skull is -3, so we're good. We do 3 damage to the stalking hybrid, knocking it out. All right, so that was only 1 of 3 actions. We can play a fast event. Not the events are that good. Mind you, the longbow is now empty. I think we probably just do the second is the longbow reload, and third we probably just shoot the hybrid. I want to shoot the hybrid. It sucks that we don't use Judith, but we know we're going to use Judith next round. Maybe actually next round's a bit sketchy because we know we're going to draw an enemy when Joe draws an enemy, but at least one of them will be evaded. So I think we'll just use the longbow on the Ursine hybrid. Oh, this one we have to boost into though. The Ursine hybrid is 5. It doesn't have a retaliate because it's evaded, but currently we are 5, 6, and Daniel's exhausted. With Daniel being exhausted, this attack is a way riskier because if we spend 2 actions to whiff, we feel really, really bad because we're currently only 6 to 5. We could do Unexpected Courage to make it 8 to 5. We could do Daniel to make it 9 to 5, and that like really forces it. Eventually, the skull will be like -5, which is pretty terrifying. But I think we could just do this. Yeah, so we'll force the longbow at 9 to 5 to fight the Ursine hybrid. -2, so we'll do 3 damage to it. And our turn technically can be over, but we could use Loner and all this other good stuff. We have no clues. If we use Loner, we can go in a direction. The Loner means, yeah, the Loner's fine. I think we will use Loner, and we have to decide what direction we want to go. I think we always go left or right, and whatever we go here, then we do a clockwise loop, or we go here, we do an anti-clockwise loop. Yeah, chat, which way are we going? Are we going left and clockwise? You can basically say left or right, and then clockwise or anti-clockwise. And that will be a huge decision here because like there's a huge amount of variance. We could get it in one and we could be out here in a moment. Or we could stay here and fight the hybrid and like go from that. So if you want to show which way we go, we can definitely go one way or the other. Again, we still have a free event and we have Miguel's to play. So we want to fire this if we can. We have 1 enemy in our deck, but it's not that bad. Otherwise, we will roll a die. Actually, no, we won't roll a die. We'll just pick. I mean, the hybrid's actually really good. 3 arrows into the bear is like a pretty good fight. Okay, I think I'm just gonna decide. Left clockwise. Okay, thank you, Samuel. So we're gonna go left, and then from there we're gonna go clockwise. So as our loner action, we're gonna enter the Western Woods. Okay, that's not it, but this is a good one. This is a crooked path. So this is a good one for a couple reasons. Firstly, it doesn't have anything bad on it, so we don't have to exhaust the lantern, which means we can use the lantern aggressively. So that's good. When we clear this, we can peek at a connecting location and may move to it, which is also very good. Notably, all that's left here is the act. And so there's no longer a check at the end of the turn if you're in the dark. So there's no punishment for ending your turn in the dark besides the deck itself and maybe the back of this. But classically, we want to stay near the lantern because of the dark stuff, but that's not a problem anymore. As much as some locations and some encounter cards are way worse when you're in the dark. So that's cool. The last thing we can do here before we pass our turns, we can play a trap. This is 1 shroud. We know if we put the glass in here, it will probably fire, but I think we won't. We're just going to use Miguel's knapsack, probably on Joe's turn once he moves a bit deeper. So this says when you play an event, exhaust Miguel's knapsack, either play that event at connecting location, which is good. So we can do fast on your other turn, your teammate's turn. Very importantly, and I actually did not know this until like 2 years ago, as much as I played this game for like a decade, is that fast events you can play at any window. Fast assets you can only play during your turn. I don't know why that is like a specification, but fast generally seems like it means at any fast window. But technically fast assets are only on your turn. It's a weird rule. All right, so it's Joe time. Go time. Okay, so we probably want to go in there. The Crooked Path's shroud is currently 3, so it's a good time to do it. We probably do want to spend a second to get our gun down because we have the 1911 and we have vicious blows in our hand. So like we can do a single shot for 3, which is pretty good. As much as our fight stat is, well, nearly unlimited with endurance. So actually really, really, really quite good. So yeah, I think we're going to do that first. So again, this takes up no hand slot because it's tinkered, which is a really cool card. Wilson Richards, I'm not a huge fan of, but he came with a lot of these tool cards and tool supports. I think actually Wilson Richards is not a bad character to play in a campaign like this or like in this sort of format because he's very much flex based and flex is something we appreciate. So we're going to spend an action and 3 to play the 1911. So we're down to 7 resources. It has 4 bullets on it. This is the one from chapter 2. So you don't exhaust this, you just keep fighting. All right, second action. We'll enter the Crooked Path. Doesn't have bad text. Oh, mind you, you can just also, if you want to save an action, you can use the Veil Lantern to move. So I wonder if we just do that. Because you can just exhaust the Veil Lantern or spend 2 clues to look at a revealed side of adjacent location and may move to the location. I think we can still use the Veil Lantern here because we're going to use the Crooked Path and probably move with it. So we probably don't have to, but we could use this for a fast move if we wanted to. Okay, then we're going to do the Crooked Path text. So you want to succeed by 1 or 3, I've learned, which is good. So we're currently 6-3 on this. We have no big reason to boost a perception. We want to get 2 clues because you can spend 2 clues to do fast moves. We also can do Bertie's text at some point. I don't know if we're in a rush to do that. We can fire Rose's text as well. So 6-3. Auto fail. Sick. That's it. Okay, so that's fun. That's unfortunate. We lose a card draw, we lose a move. All that stuff will be with us. Now, the only thing we could do here is we could fire the glassing. I mean, the glassing is not awful. We can put the glassing at this location, and when the Crooked Path like gets cleared, we can free move. So I'm just going to, before the investigation phase ends, spend 2 resources. So we're gonna spend 1 on same old thing, 1 from mind you, from Miguel. I forget how to do that. I think I'm just going to do it the hard way. So we're going to go down to 4, and we're going to attach a glassing to the Crooked Path. And then when we attach a glassing to the Crooked Path, Miguel's knapsack will draw us a card. Oh, I gave us a resource, excuse me. We drew a manual dexterity. Love to have that, especially at this point where the bear is pretty big. Okay, that's it. Enemy phase, nothing happens. Upkeep, card and credit, and these things ready. The Ursine hybrid really incentivizes us to get into one of those 4 pockets because yeah, there's a lot of, this thing is going to definitely move. Card and credit. We drew an autopsy report. Not bad. Probably just the worst time to draw this because we just put our gun down, and this would probably be our 3rd hand. But this just gets you free temporless clues as long as you're defeating things, and I do think a lot of enemies are going to be spawning consistently. So yeah, just a bit of a bad time there. Daniel Reddy's longbow has no bow. We drew a blood drinker. Okay, so we can split the gang up if we want to. So blood drinker is our basic weakness from Miguel's deck. Classic autofail. I mean, it wasn't the worst, but it's just annoying because there's so much once per turn triggers. So this thing now spawns on us, which means we can fire glassing. It won't ready because it already hit the ready phase. So after an enemy enters the location, which this did, we can now do an investigate. So we're currently still at 3 shroud, which is funny, but we're doing 6-3, and we can discard this to get into our discard pile, which we probably do, and then we can get 2 clues. This is, again, you get +1 skill value. If you succeed, you may discard this to discover an additional clue. I don't know if you can't fire that if there's not an additional clue here, but in theory, we want this in our discard pile because we can interact with it with do or die and with our elder sign, but I'm not sure if you can't discard it. -3, so we succeed. So we'll get the clue, which means we can do a whole bunch of weird text here. So I will choose to discard this. I don't know if that's a legal play. I think it is. And then we can do the text on Crooked Path. So actually we have a whole bunch of text. Rosa says after you discover, so we can't fire Rosa. But Crooked Path says after you discover, you look at the revealed side of a location, you may move to that. Because we agreed to go clockwise. I think we're going to reveal the location behind us. It costs us a free move action, but if this is the location we want to go to, it'll save us a lot more than going all the way around. So we'll peek at this. It's not where we want to go. It's another Crooked Path. So going this way seems pretty good, but oh, maybe we actually do just like go that way. Because Western Woods there, it's so good for that to be there. You know what I mean? Because there's another Crooked Path. It'll be 4 shroud. But when you enter that location, we can peek at this one and then move somewhere else. Like, I think we don't go clockwise anymore. I think we actually do pivot. So I think we are going to choose to go here. So we're going to split up the gang. So Miguel is going to go here. After you discover a clue at this location, you at the reveal location, you can do the same thing. So I think we're going to go now anti-clockwise because this is such an efficient location. That's it. So that's the end of the phase. So you get to like put a lot of stuff in there. Having this on us without loading the bow might have been a mistake. We'll see if that catches up with us. We're being a bit greedy. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Like this is just a good location. It saves you a lot of free time. Okay, now we advance. So we hit Doom of 3. And when it comes to the mono act agenda, 3 is enough to advance. So I'm assuming we're going to put this down to 0. And then we're going to see the back of this. So the hungering forest. The forest closes in, and the sound of slavering jaws and gnashing fangs fill the air. A sickly howl calls out from the underbrush, and the familiar sound of a wheezing, hacking cough telegraphs the bear's approach. Add a resource to the current darkness level. If the darkness level is 6, each surviving investigator is defeated and suffers 1 physical trauma. I don't know on the other side why they say 6+, on this side they say 6, but we don't have that many more turns. Again, if this hits 6, then so we only have 6 more turns, I think, right? Otherwise, in player order, each player must choose an enemy in the pursuit area. This is what I remember. Spawn it at the nearest dark location. If they cannot, they must discard cards from the top of the counter deck until an enemy is discarded and spawn at the nearest dark location. Flip this card back. So it's going to go back. But notably, the enemies spawn at a dark location. So if you choose to go off on your own without the lantern, they'll spawn on you. But technically, they spawn like in our periphery. And it's the sort of thing where like you can see their eyes in the forest, but they're ahead of you. That can be good for us because, well, it's a bit bad because of loner, but that's really cool. The problem is like spawning something into here is like kind of expensive, but I think we just spawn an enemy in here and then just kind of get in front of us. And then if it has hunter, it will follow us and then we can fire glassing behind us, which is like really cool. But anyways, each investigator must spawn an enemy. It doesn't say which enemy, any enemy in the pursuit area and spawn at the nearest dark location. So the nearest dark location from Joe is this, or that. Fun. All of these have hunter. They all have hunter, so they're going to be following us, so that's a problem, but we each have to do it. It doesn't say empty location, right? At the nearest dark location. So we can technically spawn them all on top of us if we wanted to, or like in one location, and then we could peek up what this is for 2 clues, and then, you know, that's that. The problem is if we get this clue, that's when you move, so you won't have 2 clues. Okay, so things that we spawn. Stalking Hybrid now has 4 health, which, like, I don't think so. The feline hybrid's not that bad. Like, we just keep punching it and it walks away. So I think we're going to spawn the feline hybrid thematically here. Then we move into it. The problem is we don't want to move into left, right, this, or this, because the Ursine hybrid will kind of hit us. That being said, we can always deal with the Ursine hybrid with guerrilla tactics from the distance. So this can say we get +1 for an evade, and that will deal the hybrid from this location. So I think we actually do put the feline hybrid in front of us. I'm totally out of red dice. So I'm going to change the boss health, which was at 6, into purple. I think we ended up doing that last time, so maybe we'll just consistently do that from now on. Okay, then Joey has to draw one of these cards. I mean, it's probably... they're all fine. This one heals. The stag is a nightmare. We don't want the stag around. And then the stalking hybrid is a stalking hybrid. So we'll just put the stalking hybrid out here and just say, like, come at us, bro. It'll take you a while to get there. And that's it. How are you doing, SRN? Good. It's a really fun scenario. It's really, really busy, but we're at the point where we have to get out of the forest, which is like really, really dripping with theme. How are you doing? Okay, that's it. We're reset. So we have a couple turns. First encounter card is for Miguel. There is no window here to spawn a trap. Psychotropic Spores. Cool. This is from the Myconid set, so it's all mushroom themed. Revelation. Put this into play in your threat area. Limit 1 per investigator. The first time you draw 1 or more cards from your deck each round, take a direct horror. Not the worst. Test 3 at book. If you succeed, discard Psychotropic Spores. You may take a direct horror for this test to automatically succeed. I know there's a whole bunch of questions about this card specifically, and the ruling is that you can take the direct horror without doing the test or after doing the test. They're both acceptable. So the idea is that, like, we can just take a horror as an action if we don't want to, like, risk a bad token, but there's only 1 bad token, so I think we would do risk it no matter what. Doing well, just 2-handed the second scenario of Brethren of Ash. Gotten a bit hyperfixated on Arkham lately. Game is kind of cool. Excited for the new stuff. Yeah, it's coming out, I think, like next month. It should be soon, right? I don't think it's July. I think it's August. But the second scenario of Brethren of Ash is like very, very good. I have no doubt there's a lot to enjoy there. All right, we're going to swap this over. We draw, okay, this is the one character that, or the one creature that had interesting text in the first act, but we didn't draw one. This one we have to deal with. It's aloof. At night, it's elusive. So when you hit it, it runs away, which is something we can work with their traps. It spawns at any location, empty if able. Literally any location is fun text. And after it enters play, place a doom on it. So we have to basically deal with it in 2 turns. Don't even try to pet it. And it is actually pretty cute, but this is the Forest Watcher, which is good flavor on this little guy. So it has to be an empty location, which means no enemies, no investigators. So we could spawn it behind us, but then we're committed to go into that area, and this area is likely not to be worth going into. Joe has a free move with the lantern. We probably want Joe to do this to clear it to enter this, because this thing ignores Joe, and that's fine. So I think we're just going to put it in front of here and put a doom on it, which means we have to clear it next round at a minimum. It won't move, though. Don't just stumble into the bear's den. Rookie mistake. Ask me how I know. We did view the bear's den as our first, like, I don't think I made that big of a deal of it, but the first place that we entered to advance to Act 2 was the bear's den, and it turns out, yeah, the bear was there. But luckily Judith was there, and she's, oh my god, we have the blood drinker on us. Judith is the hero and a half. All right, that's it. Board state's getting pretty complicated. Hybrid is here. The blood drinker's here. If the blood drinker hits us, it's not the end of the world. It just doesn't do anything, but it hits us for 1 and 1, and that gives us the room to load our longbow, which, like, I think our longbow needs to be loaded every single turn. So issue is now loners kind of shit, because, like, we put enemies in every direction, so we lost a free move this turn, so that's not good. However, if we get the clue from this, which is not very possible, that's also not very good. So everything we need to do on our turn, it's complicated. So I think there's a chance that Joe will come in and vicious blow and the blood drinker with the 1911. And that means Miguel can load the longbow, can move into here, can fight this thing, and then can evade the Ursine hybrid from range, which seems pretty good. Yeah, it seems pretty good. So we can do a lot, but I think it has to start here with Joe. The one thing I want to check is how can we use the Vale Lantern? So it says, oh, sorry, we have to bring that back because it goes back. So this says either exhaust the Vale Lantern or spend 2 clues. Okay. The Spore State is a really menacing aura. It does. It really does. We've seen 2 locations so far, so 10 more to go. But it's really good. It is really cool. I really want the lighting in this room to be darker, so I look like I'm at night, but it's hard because obviously the lights that are lighting the table are lighting me too. But I really would want this. I need to get a projector to hit the back wall to get some theme in here, but there's a lot of theme here. All right, when we draw cards, each round we take a direct horror. That is, if we can get rid of that, we'll get rid of that immediately. So I think we start with Joe. So Joe is always going to move into here. The question is he going to save an action by exhausting the lantern? No, because I think we're going to use the lantern to see what's in here. So Joe is going to enter this location, and then he's going to shoot the 1911, which means he'll be attacking at +1. So he's attacking at 5. This is the first attack he's made all game as our flex fighter, but he's been doing nerd stuff. So he's 5 to Blood Drinkers 2. That's pretty safe, so we don't have to use endurance, but we'll do a vicious blow here, which I thought we had 2 of these in our hand. We've only drawn 1. I guess the first one was in our mulligan. So this is doing 6 to 2, which is all but guaranteed. And this will one-shot the Blood Drinker. You just have to accept being Silhouette Andre. What does that mean? 6 to 2? Like the character -3, we're good. Does 3 damage to the Blood Drinker. Nice. Okay, so that's a good start. We have 1 more action, which if we get a clue, we can get a free card draw. We can look at the crooked path. What did we pull? We pulled a -3. We got to remember this thing. 6 to 3. We pulled a -3, I'm pretty sure. So we were 6 to 2. That brings us at 3 to 2. But we can use Steady-Handed to heal a horror. I just learned how this card works. I'm pretty sure we pulled a -3. I need to do a better job of paying attention. But we're good there. Notably, Psychotropic Spores, we actually can do this for our friend. Like, you can interact with cards in your teammates' threat areas, so we can just take a direct horror here. I don't think we want to, because getting the clue here is really quite good, and we're the best at it. So we're just going to do the Crooked Path. We're currently 6 to 4. Mind you, there's a lot of -4s in the bag now, because the skull is -X the darkness level, so -4 is what we have to play around as like a baseline. So we also can use Dr. Rosa on this turn if we clear this. So we have a lot of different things. This is after you discover the last clue. This is after you discover a clue. So I think they have the same timing window. So we can choose to do Rosa first, maybe peek at this, maybe. I think the act says any investigator can do it at any location. So either exhaust the Vale or spend 2 clues as a group. So we can spend the 2 clues to peek at this one. We'll see what Rosa's text is, but I'm assuming she peeks at a location. Okay. Sorry. Oh, also with Bertie, I think we should just do this. Like, Bertie's text, we're going to forget. Bertie says you have +1 health and +1 sanity. This is one of the weird few times in which we should actually just heal ourselves, because our overlay is not good at displaying that. So we technically are a bit healthier than we think we are. As much as if Bertie leaves, we lose a lot of damage all at once, or a lot of soak all at once. Okay, back on path. We're currently 6 because of the magnifying glass to 4. If we want this to be good, we have to succeed by 2 more. So the shrouds are getting pretty big. There's no way around it. That's maybe a reason why we want to play the autopsy report, because it's quite good in this board state. So maybe that's better than playing the magnifying glass in the future. But our last action, we're just going to use the perception. I wonder if we actually should be playing the other talent for book stuff. I guess we did throw out both copies of our Dorothy, so that's kind of on us. But we're going to do this. We're 7 to 4, so we're in a good spot. No, we're at 8 to 4, better spot. That's -3. If you fail, grab an enemy, so we're good. So we succeed, so we get a clue. So we have a whole bunch of different triggers here. Firstly, we'll draw a card with our ability. Totally forgot this was in our deck. This is one of the few cards we added for Hemlock Vale, and we did not find it in the first scenario, and I don't think we have the time to deal with this thing. I definitely want to deal with this thing, so you have to end up like translating it or identifying it, but it requires you spending an action to add this card to your hand, which is a 1-cost test, what you succeed by. But yeah, we'll maybe have time for this. Probably not. We drew this way too late. So we have a couple triggers. I think I'm going to do Dr. Rosa first. So Dr. Rosa says, after you discover the last clue location, you can read her thing. I think this is a good enough time to do it. Maybe we should hold up. Maybe we should hold off, honestly. Because what are we going to do with her? I think she probably peeks at a location. We still have the text on the crooked path. We can use our friend here to look at this. And then if it's not the thing, we'll just go the other way. But I think we'll just use the crooked path to get the free move. So it says, after you discover a clue, look at the revealed side of a connecting location. You may move to it. So we're highly incentivized to do it on this one because it gets us a free move action. So we're hoping that this is the exit. It's not. It's the Moonlit Clearing. We will move to it. So this is the Moonlit Clearing. We haven't seen this one. 1 shroud, 2 clues. While an enemy is moving, its location is considered to be connected to Moonlit Clearing. That's terrifying text for the Stalking Hybrid. So we might want to not move into that because the Stalking Hybrid will jump us. After you reveal Moonlit Clearing, we can cancel this, mind you, by tapping the lantern. Test X willpower, where X is the current darkness level. If you fail, find the enemy in pursuit with the highest fight and spawn at the location. Okay, so we also could move into this and then just tap the lantern to go deeper into the next location. That also might be fine. But like ending our turn here means the Stalking Hybrid will like fast travel from us to the Moonlit Clearing, which is like kind of scary, kind of stressful. Like I don't love it. But we also could just like bravely go into here. The issue is like this location. We've seen 2 of the good locations. I don't think there's a third one. So this is going to be like, you know, spawn an enemy from outside of the play, which is probably pretty bad. When the Stalking Hybrid hits us, we have to like chuck the lantern away. Nice tokens. Thank you. They're orbits. I've had them for a long time. I only took them out of, they used to be in plastic cases. I'm like, why am I doing this? After Stalking Hybrid attacks you, if you control the lantern, flip the Veil lantern to its unlit side and place that at your location. So our location becomes dark. We have to pick up the lantern, I'm assuming. We actually could give the lantern to our friend here with Loner, who travels a bit faster because it doesn't take up a hand slot, so it doesn't contest with our bow anymore, which is kind of cool. But otherwise we take 1 and 1, which is not that bad. The Stalking Hybrid, though, has 4 health. I mean, it's going to get on us sooner than later. Do we have a decoy trap to put on its location? No, but this means we can guarantee to set up a trap, which is pretty good. So I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to move into this location. And then we're going to exhaust the Veil to not do this force text. So we're going to end our turn here with Joe and hope that this is not a terrible idea. Notably, the cat is not going to engage us because it says pray only. And as it is important in this scenario, pray only means that it will just totally ignore you. That's it. I like orbit stuff. Probably going to Christmas gift that set for my table. Yeah, they're pricey. They're definitely pricey, but they're I mean, I've used them for I think now at like 6 or 7 years. I think I've had them for that long. You are kind of like priced into the environment where now like if he makes the blood tokens for the next set, I have to pick them up. He also put out someone recently like throw blankets, and they're made in the States, so they're much more expensive, right? But like really nice throw blankets with the Elder Sign and the auto fail, and like I mean, I don't really have the money right now to spend that much on a blanket, but they're so nice. I'm glad that he's doing cool, weird stuff that makes him happy. Miles is a nice guy. I got to meet him once at Netrunner Worlds many moons ago. All right, it's Miguel's turn. So things that we have to do. I think we're just going to spend 2 clues here. That's incredibly expensive. And yeah, new tokens are tricky. They're incredibly expensive. Yeah, they're expensive, but they're new tokens. They're made from recycled materials. They're made in the States. It's a 1-person job. It's not a huge market. It's like, I get it. All right, so I think we're going to do the text on the act. So this just says spend 2 clues to look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. So we're going to do it just because leaving this would be nice. We couldn't do this in another order, I'm pretty sure. So we're all going to spend a clue. We have no more clues. We're going to peek at this. 1 in 9 chance. It's it. I mean, that helps a lot. I'm glad we didn't stick to the clockwise path because that is it. I mean, like we just found it. As far as we know, there's no other victory location. So all we have to do is go in here and resign. But there is a big enemy. I mean, like there's a lot of variance here. We're really lucky we found this as soon as we did. It could have been all the way over here, but we know that this is where we need to go. So what is the text on the act? The text on the act is, as look at the revealed side, you may move. Okay, we might not move because I don't think we're click compressed that much anymore. We actually might have time for the Raven's Myconid. But yeah, we found it. So we're just looking at it. It's there. I don't know if there's any cards that can shuffle these cards around. That would be the bad thing. So like going in there to reveal it for a second might be good, but That's huge. So we spent no actions, but we found out where that is. We need to go into here. We need to evade the hybrid. Otherwise, it's going to hit pretty hard. We need to load our longbow. We probably need to get rid of the spores. So we have a lot of things to do. I'm hopping back and forth between the poker chips and his stuff for NR. They're super premium and pretty. Can't pick a favorite. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which way to push you on that. I already have my poker chips and my Mars tokens. I mean, yeah, you can't go wrong. Okay. We still have a lot to do, and we need to defeat this, which this thing has aloof, so it seems like a good job for the longbow. So loner is no longer useful because, well, no, we could move into this just to reveal it in case there's any weird shovel effects. Then we can loner out. I mean, fine. I don't think we're gonna use loner any other way that turn, so that's okay. I just buy everything. I can't help it. I mean, things are a bit different now. That was always a complaint from my partner. She's like, "You're so hard to buy gifts for," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but that's for this what's it called, for my birthday this year, she bought me tickets, so we went to see the Moulin Rouge, which was great. So she's like, yeah, you can't buy that. Like, yeah, you're right. It was nice. It's quite nice. Okay, so we spend no actions. We spend a fast and a fast just to reveal it so that it doesn't get shuffled. I'm not sure that's a real thing. That might be entirely in our head. This means the stalking hybrid's going to jump on us. If we could somehow grab the, oh, it's decoy trap is there. Yeah, sorry. So we can't pick it up. It's weird. There's one like asset you can play from this Hemlock Vale that allows you to grab traps attached to your location and add them back to your hand. I don't think it's worth it. It was like technically a really cool card when you played alternate or parallel Ashcan Pete, or Duke more accurately, but I honestly don't know if it's worth playing in this deck, which is like the traps deck, because most of your traps you want to discard them to get their value. So it's like weird how there's like this perfect trap synergy asset piece that was like very key, and then it's like I don't think I want it in the modern traps deck. Very, very weird, because the card's very good. Okay, so we need to move in here, we need to fight this, we need to evade that, which means we have one other action because the evade will be fast. So we're going to do the longbow. We're going to reload it for safety. We're going to second action move into the Moonlight Clearing. So again, everything is attached to this. The feline hybrid will engage us. The feline hybrid is immune to card effects, so we can't shoot it with the longbow. We can just hit it normally. No matter what, it's going to be running away because it has elusive. So even if we biff the attack, we don't care. I think we want to send it probably backwards because we want to deal with this next turn. So that's good. I think the most important thing is not to biff this fight. So here we're going to use our hero action. We're going to use our once per turn play an event thing. So we're going to spend 1 to play Guerrilla Tactics. We probably won't draw. No, we will draw a card with Miguel's Knapsack because I think Psychotropic is 1 first time per turn. So we'll spend 1 to play the Guerrilla Tactics for no action. Oh, I put it right exactly where you can't see it. So this says evade or fight. So we're going to evade the Ursun hybrid as if we're engaged with it. You technically can have fight for +1 to deal with the Loof enemy in the neighboring location, but you're going to either need some sort of skill card that can be committed, which there was one in Hemlock Vale for Survivor. But otherwise, the upgraded version of this one knocks out the aloof enemies in the next location for 2 damage, which is sick. So evade, you get +1 skill value for this test. You may target an enemy at a connecting location as if you were engaged with them. So it does technically beat aloof, but only at neighboring locations, which is weird text. So we're technically evading the Ursun hybrid. We want to be +4. Currently we are 5, 6 because of the card, 7 because of Daniel. And if we whiff it, we can do it again with Daniel. So we're already 7-3, so we're in a good spot. So 7-3 to evade the Ursun hybrid. Notably, the decoy trap doesn't fire again unless an enemy enters this location, not when it wakes up. 7-3. +1 is good. We'll evade the hybrid. I'd always assumed you couldn't use fight events on the hybrid because it's a player card. Oh no, you can't. I'm doing it on the Ursun hybrid, not the feline hybrid. Sorry, there's too many hybrids in play, but I'm doing it on the Ursun hybrid because it's the neighboring location text, right? You can't do this. You can't hit this thing with events. You can actually hit it with skills because there's skills that don't target it. So from my understanding, Vicious Blow will work because Vicious Blow modifies the attack. It doesn't modify the enemy. So I think you were allowed to Vicious Blow a feline hybrid. But yeah, I'm doing this hybrid, not that hybrid. So we're going to say bear and cat. So that was 2 actions. Now, after this resolves, we can use Miguel's Knapsack to draw a card, which at this point we have no weaknesses in our deck, so we could. The things like Psychotropic Spores, we want to see if it says first time or every time. So Psychotropic Spores says the first time you draw a card each round, you take a direct horror. So we're going to draw another card guaranteed. So we're just going to take a horror and draw a card. It has to be direct. So We'll use my knapsack to draw the Sparrow Mask, which is really good. It's like very, very good. We always take damage. Like this mask is so much better than Mouse Mask. And we can spend an offering to get +2 will or +2 evade. There's only one mask slot. Yeah. My bad. Sorry. No, not at all. No need to apologize. Okay. That was, man, the turns are getting complicated. So that was move in, fast action, reload bow. So now we're just going to punch the feline hybrid. I don't think we're going to be setting a trap because the only trap we have is glassing, and now clues are kind of meaningless. So we're going to just hit the feline hybrid with our fists because we can't use the longbow. So our fists are not particularly good, but like we don't care if this goes through or not. Our fists are 3. So we're 3-3. I mean, there's actually one bad token, but like we have to boost 3 to play around the bad token, which is the grab an enemy from the pursuit area. It's not going to happen. So feline hybrid, we'll just bring that back. We'll just do 3-3. Oh, we had an elaborate distraction there, actually. Elaborate Distraction does 1 damage to this thing. But can't evade the Urson hybrid. Elaborate Distraction actually wasn't bad this turn. Oh, I guess it doesn't hit the hybrid either. Oh, mind you, with Judith, this is fast. We have another action. This is our free Judith fast fight. We haven't used her in a minute. So 3-3. -4, we fail, but no matter what, if we fail, elusive fire. So this thing runs away to an empty location, or not empty, with no investigators available, and exhaust. So we have 1 more action here. I mean, I guess we can just do psychotropic spores. So I probably should have got rid of this first action because we're going to take another horror. Yeah. I mean, I didn't plan it out. I forgot about Judith, but now we're going to take another horror for fun. So test 3-3 book. There's 1 in 17 chance that this messes us up. Otherwise, there's actually 1 in 17 chance that it hurts us. So I'm still going to do the text. Our book stat is only 2, so like not very good, but there's 2 tokens that are good, 1 token that's bad. So I don't mind doing this test. Even if it fails, then we can just take a direct horror to get rid of this. Other options, we can just play the Sparrow Mask. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm just going to play Sparrow Mask. Yeah, I'll just play it. I mean, we drew this halfway through the turn, so it feels better like we planned this. Costs us 1, and it comes in with 2 charges, which we can use 1 per test to get +2 will or +2 book evade. And we do actually need the +2 evade fighting the 5 fight thing. Okay, now it's the enemy phase. So a lot of things happen. This doesn't move, this doesn't move, this doesn't move, but this one does, and it is attached to the Moonlit Clearing. So it's going to knock the lantern out of our hands. So there's no fast way to evade it. We couldn't set up a trap because the only trap is here, and we could have considered discarding this trap, which might have been right. But the Stalking Hybrid enters. Its prey is only Joe, and it says it's going to hit for 1 and 1. So Joe will take 1 and 1. We will just take it to her face. And after it attacks you, if you control the Veil Lantern, flip the Veil Lantern to its unlit side and place it at your location. So at your location. So we haven't seen the unlit side of the Veil Lantern. It says extinguished light. So I'm assuming it's not bright anymore. So this says take control of the Veil Lantern, then flip it over. Any investigator of Veil Lantern's location may trigger this ability. When Veil Lantern would leave play, place it in the nearest location instead. And this has the art with the light out. Again, this is like so close to the thing that I always want from Arkham Horror, is like, this is the lit card and the unlit card, and the art is slightly different. And of course it is. They're not going to show an extinguished lantern with the same art. But like, I want them to continue doing this. It's like, okay, so this is the Veil Lantern of Faint Hope, the regular lantern. This is the Veil Lantern, the Beacon of Hope, and it's slightly brighter. Like, that's such a nice little detail that they did. And I really want them to do that for upgraded cards, right? Like if you have, I don't know, Guerrilla Tactics, which we have in our deck. And then if we have, this one's a bit harder to make it make sense, but Guerrilla Tactics 2, they have the exact same art. I wish it was slightly better. Like the arcane spells. I wish every time the arcane spell upgraded, the art was like, you know, slightly brighter, slightly weirder. It's just like such a small, subtle thing, but it matters. And I'm glad that they nailed it with the lantern, that the 3 different lanterns all have different art. They just don't usually do that for cards that have the same title, but different like text. It's weird. Anyways, that's the Stalking Hybrid. It's here. It has 4 health, which is not great. And we have no traps set up to deal with it. So we're going to have to shoot it twice. 100% agree. Brighter or bolder or more tentacles. Yeah. Just like more cool, more particles, just like something. Just do slightly something. That's it. We're not going to be punished by psychotropic spores because we've already drawn. So we'll just do card and credit. So upkeep, Miguel draws Lion Weight. That's the one that we wanted a minute ago. This card is the damage one. The hybrid's immune to it. This wakes up. This wakes up. This chills. The hybrid is here. It has 4 health. We know where the exit, which is really good. We can still do Bertie's text at some point, which we want to consider doing that. We didn't draw a card. It's another mag glass, which like whatever, it's not super useful. We probably have time to do the Ravenous Myconid. The thing with the Ravenous Myconid is to deal with it. So as an action, you can have you can search for Uncanny Growth and add it to your hand. Uncanny Growth says after this test resolves, place 1 resource on that Myconid as growth for each point you succeed by. So it doesn't actually matter if you get clues. So we can go to the Glimmering Meadow and then we can just like boost it and cheese it. So I think we're going to be cheesing it a wee bit, but this is going to be a tense turn to some extent because this thing is here. Notably, elaborate distraction seems really good right now, and it kind of is because it hits like 3 or 4 enemies. The thing is, like, it can't evade elites, so the hybrid is still there, and it can't deal damage to the feline hybrid. But this is still a really good card for a single action, like very, very good card. Excuse me. I was surprised when modified art cards weren't even slightly different. Yeah, they're like slightly different. I mean, it's just slightly different is all we want. All right, Doom, 1 of 3. Miguel draws a card. There's only 1 more enemy in the deck, I think. Maybe 2. Swarm. Okay, that's a good draw for us. So this is the day 1 card. This is the last time we'll be finding it. So we're just doing 5 to 3 on this. If we fail, we lose some of our resources. Not a big deal. We actually could take some damage, but we're getting a bit beat up here. I don't think we're going to commit to this. We could actually commit the do or die. It says that we can add an asset or event. And I think getting back the guerrilla tactics is actually like pretty swell. So I'm going to commit the do or die to make it 6 to 3. 6 to 3 is not amazing. So now we're kind of priced into doing another boost here. Can we commit 2 do or die to the same test? I've never done that. I mean, there's no rules against it. The issue is like, there's not that many cards I want in the bin. So I wish we could boost once more. Oh, Sparrow Mask. Yeah, 7 to 3, 8 to 3. Great. So if do or die succeeds, we get a guerrilla tactics, which is nice because it can deal with the hybrid from range. We also can evade this thing, which means we spend like an actionless event to evade it. And when it's evaded, oh no, it's still a loop when it's evaded. Never mind. So we're a lot to 3. -2, we're good. So we don't do anything. We do or die. Grabs a really good card, Guerrilla Tactics. The upgraded card is probably the next thing we're going to add to our deck. Again, it's chapter 2. There's not that many options of cards you can add, but there's still some really good stuff you're excited about. We drew Lurking Fear. We are in the dark, so this is going to be a bit harder for us because the lantern is turned off. So it's 5 evade. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage or find the enemy with the highest fight and spawn in pursuit with you from pursuit. So we're just going to take 2 damage on this. We could boost with our money. Like every 1 resource we spend gives us +1, but ultimately we're going to end up spending like 4 resources to heal 2 damage clicklessly, which like probably isn't it. So I think we can just take this one into the face. Be really fun if we drew the cultist because no matter what we heal 1 and then take a bunch. And so yeah, this would just be 2 damage. 2. Oh, this is ready. 2 to 3. -0. Oh, sorry, 2 to 5. Yeah, of course. We fail. We'll take 2 damage. We'll just take it. Okay, another busy turn here. Loner, unfortunately, every single location has things in it. That is the way it goes, but these are all the enemies, and I don't know if there's another enemy in the deck. I think there's 1 more copy of Forest Watcher, but it's a great time to draw the Forest Watcher. We have to knock out the Forest Watcher here because it has a Doom on it. I'm going to get better dice that look more Doom-like than purple in the near future. I have to get a new order when they stock back up. But we need to spend an action to enter there probably, and then we'll probably just shoot it with the longbow, which technically saves us an action as much as loading the longbow costs an action, but it's the only thing we can do that does multiple damage in a single turn, unless we like put a lie in wait and then like grab it and move into a location with it, which you could do. The bear we could ignore. The bear could come into here. Oh, very importantly, the Veil Lantern is not in our hand. It's on the floor, right? Like the Veil Lantern's at the location. So anybody can grab this. It takes an action and we definitely have to do it. There's actually something I'm not 100% sure about. Is that the Veil Lantern, when it was dropped, it was exhausted. And I think because it's a player card, it still readies, right? If it's not even one of our cards, because all cards are ready at the end of the phase. It doesn't have to be a card in your area. So I do think it is ready here on the table. But you have to spend an action to take control of it, which will do Attacker's Opportunity. So like that's not that big of a deal. I think probably Joe shoots this thing twice. Hopefully that goes through with enough money. This thing has only 3 fight. So I think Joe could go first. He could do shoot, shoot. Oh, this is gone. Other options like Joe could go into here, engage and shoot, but like we need to deal with this thing. It doesn't disengage with prey only. Actually, does it disengage you because it has prey only? Because I don't think I think prey only says it won't engage you, but I don't think it will disengage from you. So I'm not sure if this thing is still on us or not. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because like it doesn't have aloof, so like we can still attack it. But I don't know if this thing disengages you with prey only. I think we're just gonna start blasting. So 1911, it's gonna attack. Mind you, we're now 5 to 3, which we have to be +4 on this thing. So we're 5 to 3. So if we want to be +4 on the what's this thing called? Stocking hybrid. We're gonna just start using endurance. So every resource we spend off endurance, we'll spend 1. It gives us +2. So now we're 7 to 3, which is exactly where we need to be. Endurance is really quite good if you get it down and have money, which probably you should. So stocking hybrid, 7 to 3. Oh, wait. The other options we could do an elaborate distraction. It's not that good. -4, succeed by 0. Okay, we'll do 2 damage. We'll do again another shot. We'll spend a resource, 7 to 3. +1. So we succeed by 5. That's not useful. Stalking Hybrid's defeated. We're about to shuffle the deck, I think, in 2 turns, but we have other issues. We probably just pick up the lantern. When we pick up the lantern, it says, well, you then flip it over. Okay. So Veil Lantern, when you pick it up, you do just give it a little flip. So take control, everybody then flip it over. So when it's flipped over, it's bright, the Beacon of Hope as we know it. So with the Beacon of Hope, I think we can just do a fast move. I don't think it has to be to an unrevealed location. So with the fast move on this thing, we can just say, exhaust the Veil Lantern or spend 2 clues. Look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. You may move that location. So those are not related clauses. So I think we can just move for fast if we want to, which gets us out of the way of the bear if things don't. If they go bear shaped. Sorry. Yeah, so I think we can just fast move into the crooked path. This thing will leave us alone. Again, I'm pretty sure that works. It says either exhaust the Veil Lantern or spend 2 clues. Look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. No, I guess we can't do that because we can't target it. Look at the revealed side of an adjacent location. So this is the only one we could pick. Yeah, so no, we can't do that. Oh no, but this is the revealed side of an adjacent location. Look at doesn't mean flip it upside down. Look at just means visually look at it, right? Wait, did this game define the rules for a look at? Does look at mean like exposed that you have to see the backside of it? Can you not look at a card that's face up? There's no way to look up as a rules complete term. Hold the phone. That's so goofy. Look at. Oh my god, there's so many look at. I mean, it's just an English word. It's just words. No, I'm pretty sure we're allowed to look at a card if it's on the table. So we're gonna exhaust the Veil Lantern and look at the revealed side. So we looked at it. We're gonna move to here. Oh, that's the wrong guy. All right, that's it. It's Miguel's time. We could also no, we did shoot. Wait, we picked up a lantern. Yeah, so we don't have time to do the psychotropic spores for our friend here. Okay, so it's Miguel's turn. He's getting a bit low in health, but he has a fair bit of soak on Daniel and another Daniel we threw out, but we can grab it back with a do or die. That's fine. We have a knapsack. We have Judith. So we have a free fight action, which is going to be important. We can move in here and fight. We don't have to evade the Urson hybrid because it'll only move into here, which is fine. So we don't have to actually go ahead and spend the guerrilla tactics. We know what the Urson hybrid is going to move into here, so we could just go ahead and like drop the trap underneath us, the lion wait, and say come to us. The thing with the lion wait is that it only does 2 damage to the Urson hybrid, which doesn't hit an obvious breakpoint, but it could with the 1911. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to spend 2 resources here, and we're just going to drop the lion wait. The question is, do we draw with the psychotropic spores on the table? I mean, I think we can take a bunch of horror here. So we're going to draw anyways with the Miguel's knapsack and take a horror. It has to be direct. We drew another lion wait. Okay. We were wondering where those were. We found out. So that was no actions and we drew a card. First action, we'll move into this Western Woods. Oh, we did this in a bad order because this could have bad text. Oops. Okay, we'll find out what this is. This might have bad text because the lantern's not here to save us. It's a poison marsh. Ugh. So 3 shroud, 2 clues. After you reveal this, you must either take 1 direct damage or deal 1 damage to each ally asset. I think we're going to do the first because it doesn't knock out our friend. We have to protect, mind you, Judith. So we're slightly hurt. Luckily, there's some good sides to that. When we take damage from the poison marsh, which has 2 clues on it, Sparrow Mask gets a charge. We would have got a charge anyway from the psychotropic spores, so that's like a fun interaction. We're here. So we've spent 1 action so far. We're now going to use the longbow. So this is free with Judith, gives us a free fight. And the longbow says this attack ignores aloof keyword, so we're going to target the Forest Watcher. We're attacking at a massive 7 to 1. 0. Instead, we bought ourselves 6 more actions. I think there's 1 more Forest Watcher. Okay, the cool thing is when you can spawn on top of the lie wait and it just gets destroyed instantly, but this thing will be here. I guess we could send it to the crooked path if we wanted to, but I want it to be there so we can defeat it next turn. Okay, so that is 2 actions. No, 1 action. Wow, we have 2 more. I mean, I think we do just get rid of the psychotropic spores, which means we should have just got rid of it as a first action. But I wasn't good enough at planning the whole turnout, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to draw anyways. So I think we're just going to do the 2 to 3. So we're probably going to fail this. I guess second action we'll just do the longbow in case this draws an enemy. 2 to 3. That's the best result that we could possibly gotten. So heal 1 damage from your investigator. I mean, we'll take it. That's the reason why we did this test anyways. Obviously we failed and we're likely to fail, but that was the only good token that we were fishing for there. So after this fails, we can still just go take a direct warrior to discard this. I think there's one more of these in the deck. So we're a bit hurt. And that was 1, 2, 3. I think that was it. It was move, free fight, load longbow, deal with psychotropic spores. Okay, enemy phase. So this thing will walk into here, but it ignores events. It's not hit by player cards. The Urson hybrid will also walk into here, and then we can fire Lie in Wait. So this one's a bit sketchy, so we have to boost into this one because it does have retaliate. So if we mess this up, it will hit us bad. So after an enemy enters the location, exhaust Lie in Wait, fight with your agility, and you have +1. So we're currently fighting at 6 to 5 off the Urson hybrid. You may discard this to do 2 damage, which is more than enough for our situation. So we're currently 6 to 5, which isn't perfect. We could use either the Sparrow Mask, which is full, so we're kind of incentivized to do it, or manual dexterity to draw. Our deck has no more weaknesses, so drawing is like totally free. But I think we can just use this. Yeah, we'll just use the manual dexterity for more cards. So this brings us to 8 to 5. We should boost 1 more. So we'll do both. We'll do 10 to 5, which is a bit overkill. But if this succeeds, well, if it fails, we can do it again. But like we get hit by retaliate, which is really bad. So 10 to 5. -2, we're good. So Lie in Wait fires. So we're going to choose to discard this, which means it's a card we can recur now as much as we have a second one. And we'll do 2 damage to the bear. Down to 4 health, which is 1 arrow and 1 bullet. Manual dexterity draws a card. It's the same old thing, which, hey, that's some money, and we kind of have bottomed out here. So if we could spend an action on this, we go +3 resources. That's it. Card and credit. Guerrilla Tactics, that's a nice card. That's some free damage from range, and we draw a custom grip. This is the other card that we have. So in theory, this is the other fast card. We can attach it to our firearm asset, and then when we can replay the firearm asset, it's not worth it. It still takes up a slot and all that stuff. Okay, Doom. We're at 2 of 3. Miguel draws a card. I think there's one more cute thing in here. All right. If we didn't clear this, can these stack up? I don't think they can. So I think we just did the worst thing possible. Limit 1 per investigator. So when you draw one of these and it can't enter play because you already have one, it doesn't get surge. You just like get no encounter cards. So that's annoying. Then it's over to Joe and draws the Forest Watcher. So this is fine. We can just send Joe up to do this. This says spawn any location empty of able. It's aloof and elusive. So you do want to one-shot it, but I think we'll just put in the Glimmering Meadow. We'll put a Doom on it and 2 health. So Joe will just walk into it and shoot it, which will just mean that Miguel will come in here and deal with the Urson hybrid and deal with the cat. So heroic turn here for Miguel, but that's what else is new. This guy has been such a trooper. Man, this Psychotropic Spores is just killing him. It has been really bad. He's taken, I think we've taken like 4 horror off of this for free. Yeah, we've taken so much horror off of this for free. It's kind of gross how much horror we've taken off of this. And it's all direct. I wonder if we just clear it now. Mind you, with the Glimmering Meadow, you can just heal horror once you get there. And once we deal with these, we can kind of get in there. But once per round, we can just spend an action to heal horror. I mean, like, maybe that's good enough. This is going to go to 5, so we only have like 4 more turns. But all we have to do here is get here in advance. So the only thing we need to do that matters is defeat the Urson hybrid. So we just need to do 4 damage. Problem is, our hand doesn't have any more damage besides the longbow. So we can do longbow and guerrilla tactics, and that will do 4 damage. Then we can, so that's move, shoot for free. She's ready, mind you. Guerrilla tactics for free. Then we could do loner, move, resign. The only other thing that we can do is like work on the Ravenous Myconid, which is probably worth it for like 1 round. The thing is, once this advances, we spawn both of these enemies, and that's like a lot of enemies all at once. So I think we might want to just duck out this turn if we can. Like dealing with the Ravenous Myconid is fine and all that, but like it's midnight. And I think it's going to spawn all of these first. We're going to have to deal with them. We have a Lie in Wait for them, but we don't have a decoy trap. The Lie in Wait will just do 2 shots to one of them, but then we have no gun. Oh no, we could play. I mean, like maybe. We'll see how this turn goes. But I'm pretty sure Miguel can get out this turn if he's like very clever about it. Because Miguel can go now, right? He can move into here. He can Guerrilla Tactics, the Urson hybrid, hopefully succeed. He can Longbow, hopefully succeed. So he has 2 actions left. He can Loner into this because it'll be empty as long as Joe goes first. Then he can move. He'll get hit by the Feline hybrid, and then he can just resign. And then Joe can just move in there and resign. So we don't actually have to clear the Doom on this, mind you, because it'll clear itself. So Joe doesn't have to deal with it. This has 2 health, elusive, aloof, but like this isn't worth keeping around because it hits for 1. So if you draw the thing that says the nearest enemy attacks you, you don't care. Can Joe possibly do it? So if Joe moves into there, oh sorry, if Joe, I mean this location sucks, but if Joe drops the Ravenous Myconid, he has to play it. He has to spend an action to search. He has to spend an action doing the thing off the test and succeeding by a big margin. And then he has to spend an action to move them to him. I mean, like, it's probably worth it. I think he can set it up and do it. Oh, also, we probably should do the text on Bertie at some point. Which, let's just start with that. Either take 1 damage or 1 horror and exhaust Bertie Musgrave. So we're just going to take a horror. This is fast. We're going to exhaust Bertie Musgrave to draw a card. This might be repeatable, but we got to read Omega. So, oh, I did it to the wrong character. Excuse me. That's probably important. Swap horror 1. Go away, Bertie. Wait, where are we? Don't read this. Oh, we scrolled up, I think? Yeah, we did. Okay, Bertie Musgrave. What a predicament, Bertie mutters under his breath. The young man fumbles with his pocketbook and starts sketching. When you tell him this isn't the time or place for a nature study, he nods. Oh, no, I apologize. It's a map. Not a good one, mind you. His hand shakes as he draws one last line. I was here before. This is the way. He points through the trees. Either choose one. Each investigator gains 1 clue or ready the Vale Lantern asset. Oh, I mean, okay. I'm glad we read that. We'll each get a clue. Is it each investigator? I think it was each investigator. It doesn't matter, does it? Each investigator. We both get a clue. Okay. We also haven't talked to Rosa yet, but she's harder to fire because we have to empty the last clue from our location. But it's probably some sort of helpful thing like that. Okay. I think Joe is going to go first, and we're going to hope for the best. An autofill would actually like really cook this turn, but we'll probably be fine. So Joe will, first action, move into here. We can ignore this enemy. Joe can now play the Ravenous Myconid for 2. The Ravenous Myconid enters play, has a bit of soak. We know we're going to be spawning a bunch of enemies. So in theory, spawning them on a lion weight would be good, so we can set that up. Third action. Oh, actually, mind you, we can get a fast move with the Vale Lantern. So we have another action here, so maybe this is doable, but we're going to use the Vale Lantern fast move technology. And then we're going to, as an action, so this is our second action, search your bonded cards for uncanny growth. So it's here. Oops, not you. Can we talk about Bertie's right hand? Yeah. Is there something wrong with Bertie's right hand? I just searched Bertie's right hand and like, that's not right. Bertie Musgrave. Bertie Musgrave. His right hand? No, it's fine. There's a shadow of a pencil. It's reasonable. He's holding a pencil right across his finger. He's holding 2 pencils. He's Bertie 2 pencils. A true aesthete. All right. Ravenous Myconid grabbed the uncanny growth. It does look a bit strange though from a distance. So that was move for fast 1, 2. So we can do this. Something our table got kind of stuck on. So this is a 1-cost event. Investigate. After this test resolves, place 1 resource on Ravenous Myconid as growth for each point you succeed by. Set uncanny growth aside how to play. If you fail, return it to your hand. So we want to succeed by 3 so we can empty this next turn and then we can just resign. Which we have tokens for this. This is the lowest shroud location we've seen in a long time. Glimmering Meadow is only 2 shroud. But as the last action, we're going to play uncanny growth and we're going to investigate. So we're investigating currently 6 to whatever this is. 6 to 2. So things that we can do, we can fast out another magnifying glass. Funny enough, we can drop the lantern, actually, can we just drop the lantern? The lantern says, when Vale Lantern would leave play, no. When investigator location moves into reveals a verse, I guess. When it would leave play, flip it over and place it in the nearest location. Okay, so you can't discard it. It just flips over, goes dark, and enters. Yeah. Yeah, succeed by 2, increase by 1. Yay, science. Oh yeah, you're right. Steady-handed actually works with this. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to do something silly. It's foolish, but we're going to do it. We're going to fast out a magnifying glass on top of our 1911, just to make sure this test goes through. So that costs us a resource. We no longer have a weapon, but we're currently investigating at 5, 6, 7. So we're 7 to 2. We want to succeed by 3. We can also just throw in the chemistry strat to make it 8. We can throw in this to make it 9. We're 9 to 2, so we pull a -4. We're 5 to 2. That's good enough. So we're 9 to 2. There's only like one really good comedic punchline the bag can deliver at this point. And it's that. Are you kidding me? It's a 1 in 17. And it was that. Imagine doing a 9 to 2 and drawing that. Oh, that's so painful. This returns to your hand because we biffed it. I mean, come on. This says if the test fails, return it to your hand. So at least that sweetens it a bit, but that's our turn. What the heck is going on? Great. Good stuff. All right. It's Bertie time. Let me just swap over so I can pull his stats off. Okay, we'll swap him back. All right. We gotta do hero stuff here, and we don't have a lot of horror because of the spores stuff. So first action, we're entering this. 2 enemies jump on us. 1, 2. Now you can do this cool tech, which like we can in a pinch if we want to. But one of the cool things you can do that was so bad is with Loner. Loner doesn't care if you have enemies on you, and it doesn't take an action, so you don't do attacks of opportunity. So you actually can use Miguel's knapsack to like put the lion weight in front of you, and then just use Loner to move on top of it, which is like kind of sick. The thing is like we don't really have to do that. But if we fail off of the guerrilla tactics, we will do it because we need the guerrilla tactics to succeed. We're going to be dumping our hand pretty aggressively here because we need all this to line up. So for our fake second action, we'll use Judith to get a free fight, and we'll use the longbow. So we're going to be fighting against the Ursine hybrid. With Daniel and all that, we're at 5, 6, 7 to 5 to the Ursine hybrid. So we're 7 to 5. We're just going to use the Sparrow Mask here, I think, to make it 9 to 5. So we are in a pretty good territory besides the bad thing. This says retaliate, so the bad thing's even worse. Arkham Horror, the card game designed by FFG. I mean, it's good that you can mess up. -1, that's good. We do 3 damage to the hybrid. It's down to 1 health. So we have 2 options here. We can either put the trap, or we can just do guerrilla tactics and hope. Guerrilla tactics is fine. I think we're going to spend our fast action just to use our tech. So we're going to do a guerrilla tactics. So it doesn't take an action. This is our free event to turn. We're going to pay 1 for it. And we're going to guerrilla tactics the Ursine hybrid. So we're fighting with +1. Oh no, this fights with our... No, this is bad because that actually fights with our fight stat. So we shouldn't do that. I forgot about that. That actually does fight. So I think we have to do the cool trick. So we're going to use Miguel's knapsack. And still fast. So Miguel's knapsack allows us to exhaust this, and we can play an event as if we're in the next location. So we'll play Lion Weight at the Crooked Path. Kind of cool that you can do that. We can't draw, but that's fine. Drawing is bad to some extent. And then we're going to use Loner, which allows us to move into this location, which is empty. So we're going to move into this Lion Weight. And then technically enemies have entered this location, so we can exhaust Lion Weight to do 1 damage, and we won't discard it, which is perfect. And we're going to try and target the Ursine hybrid, which, apologies, it's behind. Exactly. We have too much board state, but the Ursine hybrid is here. So sorry, that's a bit messy. But now we're going to be fighting with our +1. So we're 6 to 5 on the Ursine hybrid. And all we need to do is 1 damage. So 6 to 5. We need to boost the heck out of this. So we'll do 7, 8 to 5 with glassing. And do or die will make it 9 to 5. And we'll use this to grab back something. I'm going to be playing this scenario for the first time tomorrow night, so I'm going to dip and watch this one after that. Good luck. Thank you, Jonathan. Have fun tomorrow. It's a really good scenario. I think you're going to have a great time. Thanks for dropping in. Let me know how it goes too, eh? So 9 to 5, -3. We have defeated the Ursine hybrid. The rancher has found an equal prey. It's added to the victory display. We have gotten victory too. Feels good. And now we can actually shout out this art, which like now you're going to get a bit paranoid about the art because the art does have a big bear on it. And we did find the bear. Unfortunately, it does not look as soft and as cute as this bear. It looked a fair bit worse. The moon was nicer, though. Okay, so we've done move, fast fight, fast event, fast travel. So not too bad. So we still have 2 actions, and the feline hybrid is on us. We know... Oh, mind you, we did a do or die, so we can go grab a card from our discard pile. Our money has dried up, which sucks. I want to put a lion weight here, but again, our money is dried up, which sucks. So we might actually click for a resource here after we fight this thing. So second action, we're just going to swing at the cat. So feline hybrid, we're just going to swing at it. It doesn't matter. If we mess it up, we can do it again just for 1 damage because we're not going to use Daniel again. But we're just going to fight. Our fight is, I think, 3. Like, our fight's not that bad. It's just like we're so incentivized not to use it. Man, the Loner trap tech is like so cool. So we'll do 3 to 3 to swing at the hybrid. We want no tablet. It's a 0. We succeed. Sick. So we do 1 damage to the hybrid and it elusives itself away. So we'll just push it backwards. Okay. That's it. We know we're going to spawn a bunch of enemies. This lion weight here is technically useless. If we stay here, the enemy's going to spawn on us. And no, they spawn at dark locations. So they won't spawn on us. So being here doesn't matter because we can spawn it here and here. And this is like a really good place trap. So either here with 1 more action, we can take a resource, which we'll get a resource anyway. So we're just going to move into here and stay together. So we can boost each other during the encounter phase. That's it. This thing doesn't do anything. Card and credit. We draw cards, so we have to take a direct horror. That's a problem. We might have to get rid of this, but our friend might help us. So we draw. Longbow. Oh, actually reloading the longbow is probably better than drawing, but I don't think there's any more enemies in the deck, so this should be okay. We take a horror, so Sparrow Mask fills. Really good little synergy package there. So it gets 1 charge. Replenish, mind you, can't go bigger than it is, than it was. And we draw Pursued, so that's a bit more horrid as much as we're okay with this. So Pursued says after an enemy enters your location, you have to take a horror. Luckily, the enemies will only enter dark locations. I'll just put this here for now. Anyone can interact with it for 2 actions, but at this point in the game, we won't. Okay. Doom, we hit it. We do advance, so we're gonna just go to act advance and see the back of this. So if I'm not mistaken, this goes to 5. So next time advances, we lose and we take trauma and get a resolution. In player order, each player must choose an enemy and spawn it at the nearest dark location. If they cannot, they may discard cards from the top of the deck, flip this card. So that's totally fine because we have exactly 2 enemies. These have been, some of them have been in the play since like well, immediately. So we're gonna put the corpse lichen at the nearest dark location. Mind you, this is ready. This is ready. The nearest dark locations are, this is light, it's this and this. This Doom clears. So I don't think we have to be too precious because we're going to get out of here. The corpse lichen will be here. The stag will be here. Cool. They have health. I'll put the health on it when it matters. I don't have any more red dice, so we'll just chill here. We start drawing cards. First card from Miguel. It's a Call of the Wild. Oh, this is a good guy to draw this, though. This is trust 3 agility. If you fail, choose the nearest enemy. The enemy attacks you. It's just this little guy who does 1 damage and gives us a Sparrow Mask charge, so we don't care. We're 5-3. It's nice to keep little guys around. They're cute. You want to pet them? 5-3. We won't boost. Yeah, there's no reason to boost here. We want to keep our wilds to do this stupid uncanny growth thing again. That's the best outcome. It's happened again. We don't take damage. We in fact heal damage. Love Mother Rachel. Praise be Mother Rachel. We heal the damage. We don't deal with this. Okay. Swap this over. We draw the last encounter card, which is the Black Amanita. So that's slightly annoying. It spawns here. There's no traps. There was a window to put a trap. There was one more enemy in the deck, but there was a window there to put a trap during that skill test, but we didn't see it. So 2 Shroud at night. This is not aloof. It's massive, so it's engaged with everyone. After you discover a clue at Black Amanita's location or connecting location, if it's ready, take a direct horror. And their spores smell of rotting meat. So this does have 2 health on it, which again, I'm out of red dice, so what can I do? I'll just put a blue. No, that's confusing. It's confusing, whatever. Okay. So the question is, all we have to do is resign, right? Like all we have to do is spend an action to resign from, again, follow the fireflies from Glimmering Meadow. And that does not take an attack of opportunity, so that's totally acceptable. If the Black Amanita, the thing is like there's no clues here, so Black Amanita doesn't do anything besides the fact that once we investigate, this thing will fire. In theory, we can go first with Bertie. Oh, sorry, Pursuit fires. This actually does matter. So an enemy spawned at our location, we have to take a horror. We'll put it on our face. So in theory, we can just go first. We can play Uncanny Growth multiple times. Again, when we fail, it goes back to our hand. We're going to have to take 2 horror from the Black Amanita because it's going to attack us once and it's going to attack us again when we empty the Ravenous Mike in it. But I think we just want to boost into this test twice and then just leave. Like that's all we have to do here. So we still have book icon. We have no book icons. We have no book icons. We have book icons. We can boost. We can boost. I mean, it's going to be dodgy. But I think we have to boost here. We have no more weaknesses in our deck. We could always draw a bit. But again, Joe Diamond has 7 book to 2. The skull is now -5, and there's 2 skulls. We can make it 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, 11 to 2, we pull -5. We're at 6 to 2. That's good enough. Yeah, we're overzealous with a 9 to 2. Yeah, we kind of overdid it. I mean, we should have just gone equal. It was about the same outcome, huh? I don't think we have to deal with this Amanita because ultimately I want to go with Joe first and then allow Joe to resign. So like if this goes poorly, we'll probably just resign anyways. But we're going to just investigate. We're going to play Uncanny Growth for 1. Which means that this thing will hit us. So it'll just do 1 horror to us. That's acceptable. We have the soak for it. And we're going to play Uncanny Growth. We already paid the 1. So we're going to do an investigation. We want to succeed by a lot. So currently we're again 7 to 2. We're going to do 8 to 2 with autopsy report. I've never said it like that before. 8 to 2. We'll do 9 to 2, 10 to 2, 11 to 2. Now you might be saying, are you putting all your eggs in one basket? Yes, I am. Imagine drawing the autofail twice. Imagine. They're related events, right? 11 to 2. We need to succeed by at least 3. Oh, Arkham Horror. Sometimes it gives, sometimes it takes. If you succeed, draw a card and gain a resource. Okay, cool. That's what we wanted to. Oh no, it does give and take. There is a weakness in our deck. I mean, this is kind of perfect. We're going to take a whole bunch of damage. So we draw a card and gain a resource. So really funny, we drew Dead Ends, which is the one card that we don't want in our deck because this is quite bad. We have to spend an action and 5 resources to get rid of this. Otherwise, we lose 2 experience, and that's pretty bad. However, we drew the Elder Sign, so we do 12 to 2, which means we succeeded by 10, which is going to matter. We're going to make it steady-handed, so we succeed by 11. Because the Ravenous Myconid is going to care about that. Ravenous Myconid says, or sorry, Uncanny Growth says, after the test resolves, place 1 resource on Ravenous Myconid as growth for each point you succeed by. We succeed by 11. Oh, we can't resign this turn. I guess we're surviving another turn, but we can't resign. So that means we should just deal with the Black Amanita and then take the Ravenous Myconid and resign next turn. Because yeah, we can't resign this turn because we need to take this as an action, and we need to deal with this as an action. Notably, Dead Ends is not in our threat area, so we have to do it. We just have to spend 5 for an event, which should be fine. Yeah, so kind of awkward. Oh, Miguel couldn't put 3 cards in? Oh my god, yeah, what was I, born yesterday? Yeah, you can only put 1 card in. So we have 2 fewer. I mean, we'd still do it. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I don't know why I autopiloted there. I'm tired. But yeah, if you're not the investigator doing the test, you can only commit 1 card. But of course. So yeah, it's still good. It's still good. We would have still done 9 to 2. Totally fine. If we drew the skull, we would just do it. We'd do it again at some point. It's fine. Yeah, but thank you. Thank you. That would be a really ugly way to finish this game. Okay, so I think with that being said, we're now going to just evade the Black Amanita. It is Massive Sun's engaged with all of us. So as our second action, we're going to evade it. Now our evade stat is boosted slightly by Rosa, so we're 3 to 3, but we can just spend money on this, and we're not going to need money in a second, because if the Ravenous Myconid just gives us its money, it gives us its money. It says, if the Myconid has 3 or more growth counters on a move each growth counter to your pool's resources. So we're going to have a click for 9 in a second, so we can just go kind of buck wild with Endurance. So again, second action, we'll just evade this. Mind you, you can't do a fast event on our turn because the fast event has to be played on your turn with Miguel's text. You can't just do it out of nowhere because you have a different action on your turn, an extra action to play it. So we're going to evade the Amanita. We're 3 to 3. We're going to spend 1 resource, which makes it 5 to 3, 7 to 3. We'll spend another resource. Resources don't matter. So we're 9 to 3. You can still increase it by another science if the number matters. I think I did. I did get that. Yeah. But the number does not matter at this point. Heal a damage, sick. And then we evade this thing. Its text is still technically relevant, but not really, because it does care about not investigating, but getting clues, right? After you discover clues, so there's no clues here. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, last action. I think we're just going to do the Ravenous Myconid to make sure that if we lose it, we don't like lose so much everything that we worked for. So we're going to be able to classify a new species. We're going to move 9 resources to our resource pool, and that's it. Recording the campaign log, you've classified a new species, and then next turn all we're going to do is play Dead Ends and then resign, and that's good. We'll swap over here. There's not too much we have to do as our friend. The bow is ready. No, there's no shot the bow is ready. I think I just unexhausted that. All these enemies are going to move in, but that's fine. The deck is empty. We should shuffle this, I think, only when we need to draw. Maybe it's immediately. I forget what the rules are, but regardless, it's the same because we didn't draw Treachery. So we can just get rid of the Psychotropic Spores. We can heal 1, take a resource. Not a big turn. I guess better than playing a resource is to play that acid, but we did just discard that acid, not considering it. That's fine too. We could put a trap at our location. That's also okay. But yeah, not too much we have to do. Taking a horror is not too bad because it charges the Sparrow Mask. Okay, so things that we'll do. We will, first action, deal with the Psychotropic Scores. So at least the deck is empty now. So we'll just take a direct horror. We won't do the oh no, we can do the test. There's no penalty. So we're currently 2 to 3. So we usually fail this. Why do we keep passing these things? What's going on? Well, the scenario is functionally over. The game's just like, no, we got you. So we succeed and we get a trick or trap. Happy Halloween. So we'll just go get, I don't think any of these matter actually. Yeah, they don't matter. All the ones are the clue ones. So whatever, we'll get icons. So that was first action. I thought we were gonna get a Sparrow Mask charge. We don't. Great. We'll just use the Glimmering Metal to heal 1 horror because we can. Oh, I took a damage, didn't I? No, that's sorry. That's a made up thing. So we'll heal 1 horror from this. So once per round, that's second action. Yeah. We'll put down a lion weight on this location. So that's fast. We can draw a card with Miguel's knapsack. We drew a decoy trap. That's the one that we would have probably wanted to put down here because it's more likely to deal with a 4 health enemy for the 1 turn that we care about. We actually could resign here. I'm not sure if we resign if our traps leave. So I'm just going to take a resource and just make it simple. But I'm not sure if when we leave all our cards attached to the table leave or not. That's it. So enemy phase. This thing moves in. It's immune to traps. This thing moves in. This will mess with us because the cochlear stag actually has text that will hit us. So when it enters this location, oh no, we can deal with this because it's elusive, which is really fun. So when this enters the location, we'll exhaust a lie in wait to fight it with our evade +1. So we're currently evading at 6 to 3. So we'll just go ahead and use, I don't know, the sparrow. No, we'll just throw out the decoy trap to make it 8 to 3. And because this hits it with an attack, it'll push it away and then we don't have to deal with its text, which is really good fun. So 8 to 3. -2, we succeed, and it takes 1 damage. And we can push it away so its text doesn't hit us. It has, sorry, I'm totally run out of dice. It has 4 health on it. The corpse lichen moves in. Okay. Sorry, things are a bit messy. It's a bit crowded. We could actually get rid of a lot of locations, and that is it. Card and credit. So we draw an emergency cache, which is totally good. It's a free clickless card draw and a resource. We draw a right tool for the job. That matters a bit less. And that is it. This thing wakes up. The Black Amanita is here. Oh, defeating the Black Amanita was probably what we should have done this turn. But if we just resign, it doesn't matter. We had 1 Doom of 3. First encounter card for Miguel is Deep Shadows. I don't know if this matters. So this is going to be 3 willpower because it's not dark. If you fail, take 2 horror. That's acceptable. Otherwise, we can just flip the lantern and boot it at a connecting location. None of those seem like big problems. So again, we only have 3 willpower, which is not bad. So we're just going to go ahead and use the Sparrow Mask because we'll probably get it back. We're doing 5 to 3. Tablet is -3. Technically, there's bad text here where you can spawn an enemy in the threat area or the, what's it called? In the pursuit area, but there's none. So we just take 2 horror. We'll put 1 on Judith, 1 on her face. When we took a horror, we go put 1 on Sparrow Mask. Next encounter card. Wall of Thorns. That doesn't do anything because we're not leaving. Well, we're not leaving. We're actually leaving. So first action, we're just going to go ahead and resign. And then we're going to resign. So we both resign and we're out. Not too bad. Got buried underneath there. Things got pretty complicated. We got really lucky. Otherwise, we had to do a lot of movement. So we were able to slow down there and translate the mic in it and not do all that good fun stuff. But we got a pretty easy ending there, which is great. But again, having the sort of pressure where like, you know, there's like 2 doom left, you're lost in the woods, and then you have to like very aggressively do the text on the act just to try and get out, where you're like, I have to run deep into the woods. Where is the act? Card not found. Oh, that's not good. But you have to like use the text on the act to go deeper and deeper into the woods aggressively, just like to make sure you take risks to find it. It's like such a thrill. We did get, I think, on the luckier side because we found it in less than half the options, half the locations we revealed. We revealed 4 locations and found it. So we were in a pretty good spot there. All right, we flip this over because we do resign. We get resolution 1 and we got to flip this over. These cards flip over really weird. Like you think they would flip over like this, but they don't. They flip over the other way. They flip over the exact opposite way all other cards in this game do. I don't know why that's always been that way with full art cards. It's called the Hungering Forest. Oh no, we don't flip this over. We read resolution 1, of course. So let's go grab that from there. Campaign. I'm just going to move this out of the way to a different card because it'll take up less space. Okay. Long, spindly branches stretch like grasping hands as you emerge from the forest into a meadow of glowing with shimmering blue wildflowers. The sight of the brilliant carpet of blue and white nearly takes your breath away after the oppressive darkness. Perhaps it's just your tired mind, but the heather and flowers seems to pulse. Look! Bertie points with a trembling hand. A dozen luminous stalks rise like floating lamps over the meadow, glimmering in the moonlight. I feel almost as though we are walking amidst the cosmos, that each of us is a little god. He plucks a glowing bud from its stalk, and each of these, an even smaller star. Dr. Marquez slaps the flower out of his hand. That poetic drivel is what got you lost in the woods. We risked life and limb for you. You'll be lucky if I leave this incident out of the survey report. Bertie hangs his head in shame as the professor lists a litany of woes and misdemeanors. But still, you can't help but note the concern in Dr. Marquez's voice as she excoriates her assistant. As you return to the Vale, the sky stirs with the coming dawn. In your campaign log, record that Bertie was rescued. Resolution 3. Miskatonic Survey, June 1926. Members Marquez, Musgrave, et al. An unplanned foray into the western woods at night. Local flora and fauna have evolved highly specialized behavior patterns after dark, likely dictated by extreme circadian rhythms and aggressive predation. A highly toxic environment, identified a hitherto unknown symbiosis with a new strain of parasitic fungus. Further observation necessary. Each investigator earns 1 bonus experience as they've gained insight into Hemlock Isle's unique ecosystem. Each investigator earns 1 additional experience if an investigator resigned with Bertie Musgrave under their control. Each investigator earns experience equal to the victory X of the cards in the victory display. You may now spend the unspent experience. If the Ursign hybrid was in the victory display, record that the bear was wounded. That gives some foreshadowing for sure. Proceed to Prelude, Second Dawn. Check off Western Woods, mind you, an area surveyed, so you can't come back here. I don't know if you can come back here in the day. I don't think you can, but I think that matters for the campaign for different reasons. Now, in terms of victory, there's not that much victory. We did get some in like the prologue, but the night scenarios I don't think are super generous when it comes to victory. It's mostly in the day scenarios you get your victory, and in the night scenarios you try and survive. So in terms of the victory, the Ursign hybrid is worth 2. The Twisted Hollow is worth 1. So that's only 3 in this scenario. I think that's the most you can get. And then on top of it, I think we got 2 in the evening, and then we got 2 more. So we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means we have 8, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check this after because I'll put in the campaign log. But I believe we have 8 left over, and then we have 7 for Joe. But we have 8 on Miguel because we didn't spend all of ours, which is pretty good. It's not too bad. We're in 2 scenarios. We got 15 experience. Feels not too bad. And then we go to the Prelude, Dawn of the Second Day, which, like, you know, we're going to have to set up the day again and go through a Hemlock Vale and talk to people. But the tone is always different, you know? Things are a bit different. We can get that sort of like mulligan and figure out which way we're going to go for the day. Man, this did take us just 4 hours. Some of that's the setup and, you know, reading through things, but it is a long enough scenario. Again, we only had 6 more actions left to take. So like we probably would have been just about that long. We probably would have taken another turn if we had to go a bit deeper, but not a bad ending whatsoever. We were getting a bit beat up. Luckily, there's some like really generous survivor cards when it comes to like just not dying in chapter 2. And I don't think I'm exactly talking about Alexi, but there is just like a whole bunch of very good slotless cards that just allow you to free, fast, heal horror and damage. So we'll probably end up taking them. I think some of them allow you to heal your allies too, which like keeping them around is like really good. The amount of free actions we got from Judith was nonsense, right? Like we got so many free actions for Judith. We fired her basically every turn, even for a character that doesn't like fight that often, but the longbow is so good. This gives me an idea of the backlog I need to dive into. Is it Hemlock Vale? Sick. That's mostly it. Again, we'll be back on Wednesday. This was our Monday off stream day, which we had the evening to do it. So I wanted to get towards this. I'm really like this scenario. I forget which way we're going to go in the day as of, you know, Wednesday, because I think we're going to be following Rosa and doing the Rosa storyline. I'm pretty sure we go to the Silent Heath. So a bit of a warning if you don't like insects, but there's a bunch of bugs for sure. This channel. If you appreciate content like this, wow. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, it's super appreciated, and it's a way to let this channel grow on YouTube. We are a relatively new channel. If you know somebody you think will like this sort of content, someone who's getting into Arkham or like wants to consider it, we try to make things as approachable as possible. So if you want to share that, that's a huge help. If you want to subscribe to know when we go live at weird hours, let alone on Wednesdays, or if you want to leave, again, a comment, a like, all this stuff helps so much. It's incredibly appreciated. I think that's mostly it. We'll be back on Wednesday. I'm going to have to go make a thumbnail real quickly, do some timestamps, and figure out how to spend some experience. And yeah, that's it. We'll be joining, or returning, excuse me, on Wednesday for some good old breakfast in the Vale, and we'll see which way we go for a survey. That was so cool and amazing production quality as always. Thank you. That's very kind. Thanks so much for the kind words. Tomorrow, mind you, there's a Metropolitan Grid stream. Tuesday in the day at noon, we have a special guest, which is not super common on Tuesday afternoons, but we'll be back in like functionally 12 hours for more streaming. So check you out there. Thanks so much for watching. We'll catch you in the next one. Ciao.